Members, the chair welcomes our visitors in the gallery today and advises our guests that the rules of the House strictly prohibit demonstrations or outbursts in the gallery. If there are demonstrations or outbursts of opposition or support in the gallery, the chair will order the Sergeant at Arms to clear the gallery under the House's constitutional authority to prevent obstruction of its proceedings. Members, the call of the House remains in force until HB 4 is passed on third reading. The doors to the chamber will remain locked until the call is expired. Under House rules, written permission from the Speaker is required to leave the chamber. I've issued a limited number of passes to leave the chamber temporarily today. Passes are available from the doorkeeper at the front entrance to the chamber and must be surrendered to the doorkeeper upon return to the chamber.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
What legislation is on today's calendar?
House Bill 4.
House Bill 4. So today we are voting on, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Today we are voting on new congressional maps then, and not flood relief. Has the body voted on flood relief this special session?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Why was House Bill 1, the flood relief bill that is the House's answer to the deadly July 4th flooding that killed over 135 people, not the first order of business of this special session for the Texas House?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Did the Speaker of this body make a commitment to the family of the victims of the flood to put flood relief first, make it a priority this special session?
Ms. Hinojosa, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it correct that House Bill 1, the flood relief bill, has been voted out of committee and is ready to be debated on the floor of the Texas House?
Ms. Hinojosa, that business is not before the House at this time.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
I move to suspend all necessary rules and the usual order of business in order to take up House Bill 1 immediately and put the lives and safety of children and Texans over politics.
You are not recognized for that purpose. And that motion would have to be made and filed with the clerk.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is there still a call on the House that compels the attendance of legislators and restricts our freedom?
There is a call in the House. I just announced that and explained that, Ms. Hinojosa.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Until when is the call on the House that compels our attendance in effect?
As I stated, to the entire body until House Bill 4 passes.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Troxler, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that had the members of this House shown up and done their jobs in this first special session, we would have already passed critical flood relief legislation and provided financial relief and support for all of the impacted communities across the whole country, including mine?
Ms. Troxler, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Troxler, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that because we did not have quorum, because members of this body chose not to show up and do their jobs, the work of Texans has been delayed, not stopped, but delayed? And so that relief to those families is finally going to be done within these next 2 weeks because they have finally shown up to work.
Ms. Troxler, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 2, Perry, relating to disaster preparedness, response, and recovery, requiring a license authorizing fees. SB 3, Betancourt, relating to outdoor warning signs and flash flood area prone areas. SB 5, Huffman, relating to making supplemental appropriations for disaster relief and giving direction and adjustment authority regarding those appropriations. SB 6, Perry, relating to regulation of certain products, derived hemp, including consumable hemp products and hemp-derived cannabinoids contained in those products, requiring occupational licenses and registrations, imposing fees, creating criminal offenses, authorizing an administrative penalty. SB 8, Middleton, relating to the designation and use of certain spaces and facilities according to sex, authorizing a civil penalty and private civil right of action. SB 10, Betancourt, relating to the calculation of the voter approval tax rate for certain taxing units. SB 11, Parker, relating to an affirmative defense to prosecution for certain victims of trafficking of persons or compelling prostitution. SB 12, Hughes, relating to the duty of the Attorney General to prosecute criminal offenses prescribed by the election laws of this state. SB 13, Middleton, relating to the use of political subdivision of public funds for lobbying activities. SB 4, Perry, relating to the provision by political subdivisions of credits against impact fees to builders and developers for certain water conservation and reuse projects. SB 15, King, relating to certain files maintained by a law enforcement agency regarding certain employees of the agency. SB 16, West, relating to real property theft and real property fraud, establishing recording requirements for certain documents concerning real property, creating a criminal offense of real property theft and real property fraud, and establishing a statute of limitations, restitution, and certain procedures with respect to those offenses. SB 18, Zaffarini, relating to an exemption from the requirement to obtain a permit from the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
The following bills on first reading and referral.
Mr. Speaker,
Not at this time. After first reading and referral, I'll recognize you.
HB number 19 by Anchia, relating to the real property theft and real property fraud, establishing recording requirements for certain documents concerning real property, creating criminal offenses in real property theft and real property fraud, and establishing statute of limitation, restitution, and certain procedures with respect to those offenses. Referred to the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. HB number 21 by Thompson, relating to the calculation of the penalty and interest incurred on a delinquent ad valorem tax. Referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. HB number 26 by Oliverson, relating to the funding of, contracting with, and employment for law enforcement agencies in certain counties. Referred to the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. HB number 27 by Harris, relating to the consideration by a groundwater conservation district of module available groundwater when issuing permits. For the Committee on Natural Resources. HB number 214 by Orr, relating to the designation and use of certain spaces and facilities according to sex, authorizing a civil penalty and private civil right of action. For the Committee on State Affairs. HB number 265 by Hull, relating to the governmental oversight of youth camps, including youth camp rules, and the Youth Camp Advisory Committee. For the Committee on Public Health. SB number 2 by Perry, relating to the disaster preparedness, response, and recovery, requiring a license, authorizing fees. For the Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding Select. SB number 3 by Betancourt, relating to the outdoor warning sirens in flash flood prone areas. For the Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding Select. SB number 5 by Huffman, relating to making supplemental appropriations for disaster relief and giving direction and adjustment authority regarding those appropriations. For the Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding Select. SB number 6 by Perry, relating to the regulation of certain products derived from hemp, including consumable hemp products and the hemp-derived cannabinoids contained in those products, requiring occupational licenses and registrations, imposing fees, creating criminal offenses, authorizing administrative penalty. For the Committee on Public Health. SB number 8 by Middleton, relating to the designation and use of certain spaces and facilities according to sex, authorizing a civil penalty and a private civil right of action. For the Committee on State Affairs. SB number 10 by Betancourt, relating to the calculation of the voter approval tax rate for certain taxing units. For the Committee on Ways and Means. SB number 11 by Parker, relating to the affirmative defense and prosecution for certain victims of trafficking of persons or compelling prostitution. For the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB number 12 by Hughes, relating to the duty of the Attorney General to prosecute criminal offenses prescribed by the election laws of the state. For the Committee on State Affairs. SB number 13 by Middleton, relating to the use by political subdivision of public funds for lobbying activities. For the Committee on State Affairs. SB number 14 by Perry, relating to the provision by political subdivision of credits against impact fees to builders and developers for certain water conservation and reuse projects. For the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs. SB number 15 by King, relating to certain files maintained by law enforcement agencies regarding certain employees of the agency. For the Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB number 16 by West, relating to the real property theft and real property fraud, establishing recording requirements for certain documents concerning real property, creating a criminal offense of real property theft and real property fraud, and establishing statute of limitations, restitution, and certain procedures with respect to those offenses. For the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB number 18 by Zaffarini relating to an exemption from the requirement to obtain a permit from the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality for certain dams or reservoirs operated and maintained for the purpose of erosion, floodwater, and sediment control. Further, the Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding Select SB number 34 by Huffman relating to the testimony or the production of evidence before a House of the Legislature or a legislative committee. Further, the Committee on House Administration.
Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, good morning. Isn't it a lawful procedure to deny quorum that's embedded in the Texas Constitution and has been used since as early as 1870 by the minority party to deny majority overreach?
That is a hypothetical inquiry. The chair does not respond to general questions about rules or procedure.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that Governor Abbott declared an emergency on July 4th for the Kerr County floods?
That is not a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
When a governor declares a disaster a state disaster, isn't it true that he also has the power to direct state funds to that disaster area to provide relief without a legislative session, without a special session, and without any action of the Texas legislature?
That is not a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Parliament inquiry, Mr.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, the House is governed by a set of rules, is that right?
Yes.
And one of those rules has to do with
Mr. Dutton,
Quorum.
for what purpose?
Parliament inquiry, Mr.
State your
Speaker.
inquiry, please.
One of the rules that we have relates to quorum, is that correct?
Hold on. Members, please take your conversations outside the rail. Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Parliament inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is a member allowed to use the rules in the House in terms of governing their conduct?
Mr. Dutton, the chair does not respond to either hypothetical inquiries or general questions about the rules of the House.
Parliament inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, state your inquiry.
Is one of the rules related to quorum requirements?
Mr. Dutton, as previously stated, the chair does not recognize or does not respond to general inquiries about the House rules.
Mr. Speaker, Parliament inquiry.
Mr. Dutton, state your inquiry.
Does the Constitution trump our rules?
Mr. Dutton, the chair does not respond to general inquiries.
Well, specifically, Mr. Speaker, Parliament inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Does the Constitution limit the ability of members to be arrested?
Again, Mr. Dutton, that is a general inquiry.
Well,
That does not relate to the business before the House.
well, it seems pretty specific to me, Mr. Speaker. Can Parliament inquiry?
State your inquiry, Mr. Dutton.
Can you explain to me why that's general?
There is no item of business before the House, and your inquiry does not relate.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you, Mr. Speaker. There's no what?
There is no item of business before the House at this time, and your inquiry is not related to any item of business before the House.
Parliament inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, state your inquiry.
Is the only acceptable Parliament inquiry related to a matter that's currently before the House?
That is correct.
Parliament inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, state your inquiry.
So any other parliamentary inquiry would be unacceptable.
General questions about the rules of the Constitution are not in order.
That's not my question, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Dutton, state your inquiry.
My question is simply this, is that unless a matter is before the House, there can be no parliamentary inquiry except the ones related to that matter.
That is correct.
Is that in the rules, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Can you cite me the rule?
It is the explanatory note following Rule 1, Section 9.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
I don't have my rule book. Could you read the rule to us?
You're welcome to come down front and we'll get you a copy.
And Section 9, is that what you said, Mr. Rule 1, Section 9?
Rule 1, Section 9, explanatory note 4.
Explanatory note 4.
Page 10 of your manual.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
The explanatory notes govern the rules in this House?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's bullshit.
Ms.
Mr.
Hinojosa, for
Speaker.
what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
If I attempt to leave this chamber today without signing a permission slip, am I subject to arrest by the government?
As I stated today, no one will be able to leave the chamber without a permission slip.
Mr. Speaker,
So you notice for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Why is an arrest under the call of the House not prohibited by Article 3, Section 14 of the Texas Constitution that prohibits members from being arrested during the legislative session?
So you notice that is a general question that the chair declines to answer.
Mr. Speaker,
So you notice for what purpose?
if I attempt to leave this floor today with this call of the House on me, why am I not protected from arrest by Article 3, Section 14 of the Texas Constitution that prohibits the arrest of members during the legislative session?
That is a hypothetical and general question. As previously stated, the chair declines to answer those.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
can I walk out right now of this House without being arrested, or am I protected by Article 3 of Section 14 of the Texas Constitution?
There are separate provisions under the Constitution that provide for maintaining and compelling a quorum. They are separate. Ms. Hinojosa, as previously stated under the call of the House, there are permission slips that you are welcome to take. Okay. All right, we're good. Mr. Morgan, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true the members that just came back here and are upset about the rules actually voted for those rules?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you.
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4.
HB number 4 by Hunter, relating to the composition of the districts for the...
Back up, members. Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for all committees and subcommittees to meet while the House is in session through and including Monday, August 25th, pursuant to their committee postings. I move passage.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? There is objection. There is a record vote requested. Clerk, please ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye, Mr. Hunter voting aye, Mr. Harris voting aye. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. So Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 92 ayes and 44 nays, the motion prevails. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4.
HB number 4 by Hunter relating to the composition of the districts for the election of members of the United States House of Representatives from the state of Texas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I believe according to the rules, I will have 20 minutes. I'm going to give a short opening because many of you have not been involved, and I want you to know exactly what's happening. We are here today to take up the congressional plan. This plan I'm about to lay out was introduced by myself on Monday, August 18th, and it was passed by the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting on August 18th. Due to the governor's proclamation, the House studied the current Texas congressional districts. This plan originated in the first called special session before the chamber lacked a quorum. Due to the available time, which we all need to remember, we're in 30-day special sessions. In the first called session, and I want all of you to know this, members, in the first called session, we held 3 public hearings. We were not required to hold those hearings. So 3 hearings were held for the public, no requirement for those hearings. All sessions, anyone was invited to register and testify. Arrangements were made for anyone to submit written comments. One session we allowed remote witness presentations. One session was held on Saturday, and one session was held after normal working hours. All members of the committee were offered the opportunity to state their views, question. Other interested of the members of the House were allowed to attend and participate. After the public hearings during the first called special, the committee held a 12-plus hour hearing to allow further testimony once the plan was introduced. All sessions were live streamed and recorded, and Red Apple was open for use. As well, at these hearings, we heard testimony from a number of members and witnesses, including Congress. At the outset, it's important to note that redistricting can be done at any point in time. Let me repeat that, members. Redistricting can be done at any point in time. And I want everybody to know this. You want transparency? Here's the U.S. Supreme Court legal transparency. The underlying goal of this plan is straightforward. Improve Republican political performance. Now, when drawing congressional districts, we have to look at them a little different when it comes to population requirements. We have to draw districts with population as nearly equal as possible to the ideal district size. This is different than when you do state legislative districts. The ideal size for a congressional district is about 766,987. The plan before you meets the population requirements for one person, one vote under the U.S. Constitution. If somebody proposes an amendment, they will need to meet the same requirements. We are allowed to draw congressional districts on the basis of political performance as recognized by the U.S. Supreme Court in Rucho versus Common Cause. These districts were drawn primarily using political performance to guide the redrawing of districts. Also, the Fifth Circuit in Petaway versus Galveston indicates that the law has changed. The court held that Section 2 does not require us to draw coalition districts. So giving partisan political performance as an acceptable reason and clarification from these courts, we have redrawn the congressional map with that emphasis. Another important law is the Voting Rights Act. Although race cannot be the predominant factor in drawing maps, Section 2 of the Act prohibits enactment of any plan that restricts minority citizens from having an opportunity to elect their preferred candidate of choice if certain circumstances exist. This plan includes political considerations, public testimony, recognition of population growth, and recent changes in voter trends. Now let's talk about this map. 37 of the 38 congressional districts have changed to some degree. The primary changes are focused on only 5 districts for partisan purposes. It is important to note, please note, members, 4 of the 5 new districts are majority minority Hispanic, what we call CVAP districts. That's a citizen voting age population. Each of these newly drawn districts now trend Republican in political performance. While there's no guarantee of an electorate success, Republicans will now have an opportunity to potentially win these districts. The 5 new districts, we have CD9, 50.15%, what we call Hispanic citizen voting age population, that's HCVAP. CD28, which is approximately 86.72% HCVAP. CD32 remains a non-minority district. CD34, 71.93% HCVAP. CD35, 51.57% HCVAP. This also improves political performance for Republicans in districts CD2, 8, 9, 17, 22, 38. Some data points in comparison to 2021. In 2021, there were 9 Hispanic majority age districts. In this plan, there are 10 Hispanic majority age districts. In the 2021 plan, there were 7 Hispanic citizen voting age districts, and under this plan, there are 8. There are no black CVAP districts under the 2021 plan. In the proposed plan, there are 2 majority black CVAP districts. CD18, 50.71% black CVAP compared to 38.99% in 2021. CD30, 50.41% black CVAP, 46% in 2021. In the Harris County, Houston area, there are currently what they call 2 coalition districts and 1 Hispanic CVAP district. In the proposed plan, CD18 becomes a new black CVAP district, CD9 becomes a new HCVAP district, and CD29 becomes a majority Hispanic VAP district. That's voting age population, which should continue their political performance. CD9, 50.15% HCVAP. CD18, 50.71% black CVAP. CD29, 43.45% HCVAP and 32.69% black CVAP, all surrounding Republican districts to continue to perform for the Republicans. This is a good plan. I urge its adoption. But Mr. Speaker, members, according to the U.S. Supreme Court, you can use political performance. And that is what we've done. I'll answer questions.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose? Ms. Thompson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Chairman, who decided that these should be changes made from the introduction version of this bill?
Who decided the plan?
Who decided that there should be changes made from the introduction version of the bill?
I do not know who decided, but it had been discussed since April that congressional redistricting could be an issue, especially with the new case law and the new population trends. And I made the decision that I would file this bill.
Mr. Chairman, when the first call session, special session, the committee produced a bill where they had indicated there would be 5 new congressional districts for Republicans. Subsequently thereto, a second special session was called. Upon meeting of the committee, there was a vote taken on a amended part of a bill that had been previously voted out on the first special session of this year. Who made a decision to amend the bill from the first call special session?
Me and the lawyers.
Pardon me?
Me and the lawyers.
And what was the rationale for the changes of you and the lawyers?
Well, if what we're talking about is there was a committee substitute that was adopted on Monday, it increased Republican political performance. Legally, I was told that it would follow the case law, and nobody was here for 18 days. And so my view is we're given every opportunity we can. Nobody met with me, nobody came in, and so I talked to the lawyers, and we increased Republican political performance, and we increased the map from where it was. So I would say me and the lawyers.
So you had to go in and look at precincts to do this, correct? You had to go in and look at precincts in order to make those changes.
I would say, Dean, that I visited with counsel, and they and their resources looked at the specifics.
And who made a decision on what precincts will go into that amended map? I think it was what, 2333?
Counsel.
Council and council alone? There was no input by you?
Well, I mean, I told him I wanted to increase Republican political performance, and I'm not involved in the specifics. And I asked, as everybody in here does when you hire a lawyer, this is my goal, can you accomplish it? And they did it, and I asked them to follow the law, follow Rucho, follow Petaway, and this was the map that was developed.
So what you're telling the House is that you and you alone made a decision to make those changes?
No, as I just said, I made the decision to look at this map. Can we increase Republican performance since nobody was around and that we had a walkout? They then went to work, came up, and increased the Republican performance.
So when did you make a decision that you needed to make a change in the map from the first special session to the second special session?
The walkout occurred August 3rd. It was probably a couple of days after that.
On August the 3rd, subsequently to that, didn't we have hearings? Or was that
No,
the
nobody
last?
was here. It was a quorum break. We couldn't do anything, couldn't meet, couldn't let the public have hearings. Nobody could meet with me. Nobody could provide an amendment. So we had to just do things on our own.
So there were no input. I think what you're telling me is there was no input by the speaker. There was no input by the lieutenant governor. There was only input by you and the person that you indicated help you draw the changes, and you alone made a decision that there should be some changes to the map that was a part of the first special session.
That's not what I said. I said,
Oh, I'm so sorry. What did you say then?
I said exactly what you know I said.
No, I don't know what you said.
Yes, I did. If you'd been here for 18 days, you would have known. Number one, I decided to take a look at this map to see if we could increase Republican performance. I can tell you, a lot of people wanted to increase Republican performance. I can't tell you everybody that has raised that issue. I went to the lawyers, said, we have a plan, can we increase it, and would it be legal? They said they would look at it, came back and told me this plan is legal.
Well, I based upon the testimony that I think that the committee held, the 3 hearings, based upon the testimony that we heard, based upon what was supposed to have been submitted as written testimony, it is my understanding that there was a 100-to-1 not to make changes in the maps. Am I missing something?
Yeah, you missed 88 Republican members that didn't get an opportunity as well either.
But they
Mind
had
you, you held public hearings, Dean, that were not required. The chairman of the committee decided to include the public. And I'm glad he did. But just because certain groups come in, and if you remember, there was certainly a lot of publicity that I can't remember the source yet, but I think it'd be checked, that there were certain third-party organizations paying and getting field advisors to come into these hearings to take a political stance. So if they're going to use the political under Rucho, so can we.
But were the 88 members who are members of this body denied the right to come and testify before that committee?
No, but they've been here the whole time, and they have been wanting to move this. I'm just glad I'm able to get this particular plan, because it may get reviewed again.
Were their constituents denied the right to come and participate in the hearings?
What's that? I couldn't
Were
hear.
their constituents denied the right to participate in those hearings?
That I don't know, because I just presented the bill. I don't know.
Were their constituents denied the right to submit their opinion or testimony to the committee?
I don't think so, but again, I was just presenting the bill. That was not my function.
But you made the statement that they were not a part of it.
I didn't say they were not important. In fact, in the hearing, as you recall, I made a big statement that I thought they were important, and even though there was opposition, I was glad they came, and some of the information in this map came from those hearings. So I disagree with you 100%. I'm glad we did the hearings. I'm glad we got the input, and I'm glad that a lot of people submitted it in writing. So absolutely it was taken in. Just because somebody agrees or disagrees with me doesn't mean that I'm not going to listen. And in fact, I offered at the hearing for members to come visit with me and members to come talk with me. And if they needed to bring somebody in, that they could. I did hear from some Republicans.
Well, to agree and disagree is a part of our democratic process.
Absolutely.
Okay, and they did have an opportunity had they wanted to come.
Yes, I do agree that they had an
Mr.
opportunity.
Chairman, let me draw your attention to Congressional District Number 9. I noticed in the Congressional District Number 9, in your amendment 2333, you discussed in committee that your map draws this to be a Hispanic majority district. Is that correct?
Are you talking about the bill that is right here today?
Yeah, I'm talking about that amendment that was voted out of committee.
Well, we didn't do an amendment. We did a committee substitute.
The substitute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think the number was 2333.
I think that's the map number is Plan C 2333.
Yeah, that's the one we own. That's what I'm talking about. And you indicated today that you all reconfigured that to be a Hispanic majority district, correct?
We said that Hispanic CVAP under the committee substitute would be 50.15%.
And you have said in your brief that the Latino population in Texas support Republicans.
That said that
In your brief.
in my brief.
Then you say that, I've heard you say that the Latinos seem to tend to support Republicans?
Well, not me, but I certainly welcome all of them being a South Texan, and I do think political performance and trend is going that direction to support Republicans, absolutely. But
Well-
I don't know what you mean. I don't think I said somebody preferred. I think there is a political performance that's showing preference to certain Republicans in different regions of the state based on everybody.
And are you talking about the racial polarization analysis?
Well, I don't know what you mean by racial polarization analysis. I know about data that was done by HCVAP, HVAP, black CVAP, and black VAP, which is a little bit different. That's what I'm relying on.
Well, this is analysis that is normally utilized when they're drawing to see what is the performance of different race. They're looking at dilution and inclusions and things of this nature. And they show that in CD9, the person that you pull in have more of a tendency to vote Democratic than Republican. And pulling in that percentage of Latinos and Congressional District 9 and new configurated District 9 will show that if they are a part of that congressional district, that their voting power may be diluted. Are you aware of that?
I'm not real clear on that. Are you? I don't think there's a dilution. Political performance is what this is. CD9, the Hispanic CVAP, is 50.15%. It's a new Hispanic CVAP. The Liberty County is now in CD9. There does show in this CD Republican partisan performance. Previously, though, CD9 was not a majority of a single group. So now they are.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Stop for what purpose?
I move that the time be extended.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is not so. There is objection. Members, that will require a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So Representative Hunter voting aye. So Mr. Vasut voting aye. Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Mr. Alcott voting aye. Show the Speaker voting aye. Lopez voting aye. Toth voting aye. Swanson voting aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 136 ayes and 1 nay. The motion prevails.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
May I know some of my other colleagues have questions to ask you, but I want to continue asking maybe a little later. I'm going to let some others ask questions. Okay.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
does Jim yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Chairman Hunter, I'm a little troubled. I've never heard anyone say in this body, and you've certainly been here longer than I have, but for you to say that you're not required to have hearings, I understand that may be a fact, but I don't understand that to be Texan. I don't understand that to be something that we would not welcome opinions of the public. And yet we did hold 3 public hearings. So with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, when you say that this was just you and the lawyers, what would you tell any Texan? Because I believe every person that testified under oath. Is that correct?
That I don't know. I hope they did.
Well, if they registered to testify before any committee in this House, they do have to register under oath that what they say is true and correct. Is that correct?
I follow the House rules like you, but you're asking me a personal question. I don't run the committee. I'm sure Mr. Vasut did everything accurately, but you're asking me beyond my role.
And that's where I'm troubled, Mr. Chairman, is that that someone would come down, affirm that everything that they're going to say is true and correct, and then to hear now you say that they're not required, didn't have to happen, and that you did this with you and your lawyers and you gave them instructions, means to the public, they really don't have any reason to come to this great building that we serve in with so much history, because they won't be heard. But
I
I'm
100% disagree, and I get the right to respond. Number one, I 100% disagree with you. Number two, and you're not going to like this, but for 18 days, things could have happened. You all chose to walk out. To me, you damaged the process. You kept people away. You kept work from being done. Don't use that as an excuse to belabor this bill. 2, legally, and I'm talking legally, we didn't have to do hearings. I just said Chairman Vasut asked for hearings. I supported him on those hearings. I sat in a hearing in addition for 12 plus hours. I am glad we did hearings. And I also encouraged all members and anybody that they wanted to come visit with me. And sir, for 18 days, certain members did not. And so to come up here and say public don't matter, they absolutely matter. And by gosh, you're forgetting political performance. That political performance, Republicans do matter, and they're in this bill.
Well, let's talk about
And
political
U.S. Supreme
performance.
Court says we can do that.
Let's talk. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. As you know, the population growth in Texas has been, over the last 20 years, has been almost half of that has been Latino population growth. So, Mr. Chairman, did you do any analysis or review whether voting is racially polarized in Texas before, during, or after the drawing of this map? And if you did, can you tell me what districts of the new maps are located in areas where racially polarized voting exists?
Representative, I'm going to give you the answer that I gave in committee, so I'm consistent. 1, I worked with counsel, just like your opposition groups are working with counsel against this plan.
So you never asked counsel?
Let me finish. So counsel told me that they had checked everything legally, did everything analytically, and absolutely assured me this bill is proper form and legal. So if the polarization that you're asking about, I'm certain that they did all that analysis, but I relied on them. I don't have the specific knowledge.
So you're certain? That makes me feel comfortable that you might have directed them to include racially polarized voting. So what analysis of Latino voter preferences did you conduct before drafting any of the districts in this plan?
So what I just said is I asked counsel to look at increasing political performance and to follow all rules, regulations, laws to make sure that what was proposed was legal and proper. What they did specifically, I don't know.
So do you agree that racially polarized voting exists in Texas?
From a legal standpoint, I think that's a debatable in the courtroom, and I'm not able to tell you that now. Is race different in certain areas of the state and how people treat each other? Absolutely. But in this particular one, Representative, I would do everything I can to have lawyers draft it so it is proper and that it does do what is legal.
So that's somewhat vague, so I'm going to just dive a little deeper. You gave direction for the reasons that you gave, but I'm asking specifically, in giving those directions, and you said following the law, do you believe that they considered racially polarized voting?
Do I have personal knowledge? The answer is no. Do I believe that they checked every box, checked every law? The answer is yes. I have huge respect for the lawyers.
Mr. Chairman, does the Federal Voting Rights Act require the creation of any Latino majority congressional districts in Texas?
I do know that when you talk about coalition districts, which
That's
is,
not my question, Mr. Chairman,
yes,
with all
it
due
is.
respect.
Yes, it is. Disrespect, you're not letting me answer. I don't agree with your question. You said a mandate on Hispanic. That does impact coalition districts. It does impact the issue of majority. And the Fifth Circuit in Petaway says you're wrong. Now, number 2, is there a specific requirement? 4 out of the 5 brand new congressional are Hispanic. 4 of the 5 are Hispanic majority.
Mr. Chairman, does the voting...
But if there's a requirement, I'd have to ask counsel.
So the answer to the next question, does the Federal Voting Rights Act require the creation of any black majority congressional district in Texas? And I believe your answer is you don't know.
No, I would do what you And 90% of the people on this floor that have lawyers that have created the lawyer annuity plan in redistricting, you all go to your lawyers to get them to give you a response. I go to my lawyer to get a response. So if there's a legal question, I would go to them and they would give me that information.
And I do believe that when I talk to my lawyers, I give them direction, clear direction. I don't say follow all the laws, especially given when we're talking about the population growth, the growth of our state, and where it's come from. Mr.
But
Chairman,
I disagree now, sir.
I don't have, that wasn't a question.
No, well, you're not supposed to make statements. You make a statement, I get to respond. You just said you don't tell them to follow all the laws. I absolutely do. I
Okay.
tell them to follow all the laws.
Mr. Chairman, are you aware of any additional DOJ communications to the state of Texas through the governor's office, AG's office, or otherwise regarding unlawfulness of the current congressional map?
I am aware through the committee process that there was a Department of Justice letter. I've had no communication with Department of Justice. I have no communication with the governor's office about that. I've had no communication with anybody about that except general members in the committee process.
Mr. Chairman, are you aware if the DOJ has threatened any enforcement proceeding or action since the initial DOJ letter to Governor Abbott?
I have no specific knowledge on that.
Mr. Chairman, do you believe that in the Dallas-Fort Worth region where I'm from, that there should have been a Latino majority district created? And do you realize that there is no Latino majority district in Tarrant County?
Well, there is in the North Texas area, but if you're trying to split it up, for example, Houston, are you talking about under the new 5?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If you're talking about under the new 5, it's Houston, Valley South, Dallas area is a brand new district, Coast South, San Antonio. So those were the areas that the new 5 are, if that's what you meant to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
move to extend time.
An extension of time at this point requires unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the extension of time? There is an objection. There will
Mr. Speaker.
no extension. Yes, sir, Mr. Turner, but for what purpose? Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
In light of the fact that House Bill 4 is, if passed, is going to affect the federal representation of more than 30 million Texans for the rest of this decade, would the body reconsider any objections to one more extension of time, please?
Mr. Turner, there was an objection, therefore the time cannot be extended.
May I make another motion so members may reconsider their objection?
Yes, sir, you might.
Mr. Speaker.
Members, is there any objection to the extension of time at this point? There are objections, so it will not be extended, Mr. Turner.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Turner, state your inquiry.
Could my motion be put to a record vote, please?
And the record vote is not necessary. It only takes one objection, and there is more than one. There has been more than one objection expressed to the speaker at this point.
If a record vote, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
If a record vote has been requested by one or more members, is it not the custom of the House to grant a record vote?
You can ask them to identify who objected.
Members, Mr. Turner has requested a record vote. Vote yes if you're in favor of extending the time. Vote no if you're not. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting no. Show Mr. Vasut voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 52 ayes and 82 nays, the motion for record vote fails. The time is not extended. Mr. Hunter, please come to the front. the following amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment strikes the enacting clause of House Bill 4. And I offer this amendment because House Bill 4 is an illegal and racially discriminatory congressional map, and this body has no business passing it. Members, let me remind you, legislative seats, be they in this chamber, in this building, or in Washington, D.C., do not belong to politicians. They belong to the people of Texas. They belong to the families who are rebuilding from the Central Texas floods last month, to the Texans who are being crushed by high costs, working families choosing between groceries, rent, or a doctor's visit. They belong to the people of Texas, the very people each one of us has been sent here to represent. And we would do well to remember that today. But today, there aren't any bills on this floor for flood relief, no bills for tax reform, no bills to lighten the burden for Texas families. There's only one item on this calendar, the very first item of this special session, the item that we have a call on the House for, a radical, racially discriminatory, mid-decade redistricting plan that surgically removes and strips away minority representation in the U.S. Congress. Texans and Americans now all across the country are watching, and they know this map before us is a calculated maneuver to diminish the voices of the very communities that power Texas, that has given Texas its phenomenal growth. Communities of color make up 95% of our growth in the last decade. The census data bears that out. And it's thanks to them, thanks to those Texans, that we gained 2 seats in the Congress in this decade. Yet those same communities are being punished with maps that dilute their voting power. Today, under the current map, which is already flawed as it is, 4 districts, African American voters have the ability to send a candidate of their choice to the U.S. House. In this map, only 2. Only 8 districts out of the 38 in this map are majority Latino, despite Latinos representing more than 40% of the Texas population. Discrimination against voters of color, sadly, is not new. Texas has a long and painful record when it comes to redistricting. Every decade since the Voting Rights Act of 1965, courts have found that Texas discriminated against voters of color. There's currently a federal lawsuit underway in El Paso with a decision pending, challenging the state's maps from 4 years ago. What is new is that instead of letting the courts do their job, we are being forced to race ahead with this mid-decade redraw. This is unprecedented and it is wrong. Members, it breaks my heart to see how this illegal and rigged mid-decade redistricting scheme is dividing our state and our country. This is Texas. It's not Washington, D.C. The impulses of outside politicians and their billionaire backers shouldn't dictate what we do in this chamber, in this House. We were sent here to work for the people of Texas, not them. Members, we are at a turning point for our democracy. If we allow cheating, and that's what this is, it's cheating, elections will no longer reflect the will of the people. In a democracy, people choose their representatives. This bill flips that principle on its head, letting politicians in D.C. choose their voters, and that is un-American. Members, the American dream still holds promise for each of our families, each of our constituents that we were sent here to represent. But if we sell out our democracy to D.C. bosses by handing them the 5 congressional seats that they have demanded, our children and grandchildren may only get to see the remnants of this democracy. So to Texans of every political stripe, if you believe in a government that responds when you need it most, this is not a solution for any of our problems. Members, it is not too late. I urge you to vote yes on this amendment, reject this attempt to rig our elections, and send a clear signal that our democracy is not for sale. End this racially discriminatory redistricting right now by voting yes on this amendment, and let's move on to the real business of the people of Texas.
Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
Would Mr. Turner yield for a few questions?
Mr. Turner, would you yield for Mr. Wally questions?
Yes, I will.
He will. Go ahead, Mr. Wally.
Representative Turner, in essence, your amendment strikes the enacting clause?
That's correct.
Okay.
It would kill the bill.
It kills the bill. And I want to get to that point. I want to get to a certain region of the state so that we can focus our attention in that, and why you're trying to kill the bill with this amendment here. One of the reasons is, let me rephrase that. Are you aware of the total amount of Hispanic population in Harris County is about 4.7, 4.8 million people?
I didn't know the exact number, but I know it's considerable. I know, for example, Harris County has a greater number of Hispanic residents than really all of the Rio Grande Valley, which is striking.
And that's correct. So there are over 2 million Spanish surname people that live in Harris County. You're aware of that, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with Congressional District 29?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. You and I both worked in Congress, is that correct?
We did at one time, yes.
We both, not at the same, maybe not at the same time, but we both worked for members of Congress before we got elected. And so we're both familiar with congressional work, correct?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Congressional 29, after the 1990 census, was created. Congressional 29 was created after the 1990 census. Is that your understanding?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay. And it was created because Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act mandated the creation of Congressional District 29. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And the reason was there was just an astronomical growth of Latinos in Harris County. So that mandated the creation of a Latino Opportunity District in Harris County for the first time ever.
That's right.
And that district has been, the north side and east ends of Houston have been the anchors of Congressional District 29. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, yes.
Under the proposed plan, this plan, let alone the 2021 maps, but this plan, the Hispanic citizen voting age population of CD 29 goes from 64.4% to 42.9%. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, meaning that the Hispanic Opportunity District will no longer exist. Is that, in essence, what's happening with this map?
Absolutely. Bringing that percentage down, first of all, below 50% Hispanic CVAP totally destroys that district as a Hispanic Opportunity District. And obviously a decline from 64.4 to 42.9 is a devastating blow to the strength of the Hispanic voters in that region.
And you're aware that the proposed plan pushes much of the former CD 29, the east end part of CD 29, into CD 9. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that is my understanding.
And much more perverse, bringing the Hispanic citizen voting age population in CD 9, the new one, to 50, lowers it drastically, lowers that district to 50.5%. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Now that new district, CD 29, the Hispanic folk that lived in East Harris County now are connected to a district out in Liberty County. Is that fair to say? With
yes,
this map?
And on that point, Representative Wally, you know, the introduced bill was bad enough. The introduced bill in the first session, the introduced bill in this second call session. The map you just described, we saw that for the first time on Monday, less than 48 hours ago, in the form of a committee substitute that moves CD9 out into Liberty County.
So that was a change even under the previous map, not the 2021 map, but under the previous map, CD9 stopped at the Harris County line into East Harris County. But now this new version sticks those Latino folk in East Harris County and puts them out, miles away that have no relationship, Liberty County, to folks in East End.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
I'm so sorry. Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
I was going to ask the gentleman to yield.
Are you
I was gonna ask
asking
for
for an
moving
extension of
time.
Ms. Gonzalez, are you asking for an extension
Yes.
of time?
Yes.
There's been a request for an extension of time. Is there any objection? There is objection. So record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Vote aye if you're in favor. Vote no if you're not. This is the first one. This is a first extension. This does not require unanimous consent. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show the chair voting aye.
They get me?
Show Ms. Weiner voting aye. Please vote from your desk. There's too many people around. Ms. Kerwin voting no. 130. Members, this is the first extension of time, not the second. There being 107 ayes and 29 nays, the extension is granted.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield?
Would you yield, Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Thank
He
you.
will, Ms. Gonzalez. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Turner, are you aware that in North Texas, the Dallas-Fort Worth area,
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
thank you. Mr. Turner, are you aware that in North Texas, the Dallas-Fort Worth area, there are no Latino opportunity districts?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Do you believe that it's fair for a region with roughly 1.7 million Latinos to have zero representation in the U.S. House?
It is absolutely not fair.
Isn't it true that a Hispanic opportunity district could have been drawn in the past 2 decades in Dallas County but was not?
You're absolutely right, Representative Gonzalez, and in fact, members, including myself and Chairman Anchia and others, proposed maps that did exactly that in 2021 to create a Latino Opportunity District in Tarrant and Dallas counties, but the majority rejected that opportunity to do that.
So isn't it also true that in the pending case challenging the state's 2021 maps, the Latino voters argue that the state violated the Voting Rights Act by failing to create a new Hispanic Opportunity District in Dallas County?
Yes, they have argued that, and that case is still pending before a 3-judge federal panel based in El Paso.
And would CD 33, under the proposed plan, still be considered a coalition district?
I don't know what the bill author intends for CD 33 to be perceived as. What I do know about CD 33 is that for the last 13 years, since 2012, that has been a majority-minority opportunity district that spans from Tarrant County to Dallas County, or from Dallas County to Tarrant County, if you prefer, being from Dallas County. And minority voters in CD 33 in Dallas and in Fort Worth and the communities in between, communities we represent in Grand Prairie, have had the ability to elect the candidate of their choice. And this map, House Bill 4, the map before us today, there are no voters remaining in Tarrant County who are still part of CD 33, and their voices are cracked and packed into other districts.
So under the proposed map, so what would happen to the communities of color in Tarrant County that are currently in CD 33?
The communities of color in CD 33 presently, and who have been in CD 33 since 2012, are splintered between multiple districts. In the southeast Fort Worth area, the neighborhoods of Poly, the area Representative Collier's district, House District 95, that is cracked and placed into Congressional District 25, which is a rural-based district that extends out nearly to Abilene. The north side of Fort Worth, which is roughly much of Representative Romero's district, is then submerged into Congressional District 12, where the voting base of power is centered in West Fort Worth and Parker County.
So it splits them into 4 majority white districts and puts a small part into CD30 based in Dallas. Is that correct?
So the bulk of the Tarrant County CD33 is split between CD12 and CD25. Other parts of CD33 are put into CD6, which goes down south to Ellis and Navarro counties. And then with respect to CD30, that is, of course, a historic Dallas-based district where African-American voters have had the ability to elect a candidate of their choice going back to the early 1990s. What they do there is they bring that further west into Tarrant County, packing it with the population that I have the privilege of serving in House District 101.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Flores, for
does
what
the
purpose?
gentleman yield for questions?
Would you yield, Mr. Turner?
Yes, I yield.
He will.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Speaker. Representative Turner, are you aware that in Austin there are historic Black and Latino neighborhoods in East Austin?
Absolutely, yes.
And are you aware that they are also deeply rooted in rapidly growing Latino communities in Hays County?
Yes.
In the proposed map, now these communities have been located in CD 27, all the way through sparsely populated rural counties like Austin and Wharton counties, all the way to the coast through Matagorda and down to that part of Nueces County. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in the current map, Nueces County is wholly contained in one district, but now is being split in 2?
Correct.
What is the purpose of the proposed map in taking communities in East Austin and Hays County and drawing them into a district with communities in Port Aransas?
Representative Flores, the result of them doing that is they crack and therefore dilute the collective voting strength of minority voters in Travis County, who currently are in a district where they have the ability to elect the candidate of their choice to the U.S. Congress. Under House Bill 4, that ability is stripped away, and they achieve that. They achieve that cracking and packing by cracking, really in this case, in drawing eastern Travis County down to the Gulf Coast, as you described.
And that has a dramatic impact on CD 35. Is that not correct?
Absolutely. CD 35 is a Voting Rights Act protected district. It was one originally a court order, I believe, required it to be drawn. And since it has been in existence, Latino voters have had the ability to elect the candidate of their choice in that district. And the current district as drawn today, voters have that choice. They will no longer have that choice if the legislature passes this bill.
So that does dramatically impact the Latino community in CD 35, as you just said, correct?
Absolutely. It impacts them in a very, very dramatic and negative way.
Do you know, are you aware that there were any analysis performed to determine if Latino voters in the current CD 35 are able to elect a candidate of their choice in most elections?
Representative Flores, I'm not aware that the bill author or any of the proponents of the map did that analysis. I asked that exact question in our committee hearing. I was told no. I heard Representative Romero ask that question of the bill author just a short time ago, and I think he said he wasn't aware of any such analysis being done, if I understood him correctly.
So in summary, you're saying that the Latino community that currently lives in East Austin, in my district, in Hays County, and also that connects along I-35, extending to San Antonio, are now being diluted of their votes are being diluted, and they're not being able to vote for candidates of their choice. Is that what you're telling me?
That's exactly right. They're at the very least losing the ability to elect the candidate of their choice, which is an ability they have today and have had for several years now.
Well, as a representative of those communities and those Latinos and currently in District 51 that are in CD 35 are being stripped of their opportunity and their voices to be able to elect representatives of their choice to Congress. So I appreciate your answers to that, and I really am upset that this is happening to my district.
Thank you, Representative Flores.
Speaker.
Mr. Manuel, for what
Will the gentleman
purpose?
yield for a few questions?
Mr.
Yes.
Turner, would you yield?
I'll be happy to
You
yield,
will.
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you aware that in 2021, the current congressional maps that passed the Fifth Circuit law case said that coalition districts were protected under the Voting Rights Act?
Yes, that's my understanding, that the court has held that, correct.
And in Campos, in the city of Baytown, a Fifth Circuit case from 1988 held that distinct district minority groups may aggravate their population for purposes of vote dilution. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was later overturned in the Pettaway case, excuse me. Isn't that right?
So my understanding of the Pettaway case is that it said that groups didn't necessarily have a right to claim a voting rights protected district under Section 2 if there were multiple ethnic minorities. But the Pettaway case said nothing about what this map does, which is systematically going out and trying to find such districts that already exist naturally and hunt them down and destroy them. That's what this bill does. So it's an important distinction on the Pettaway case.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Never mind. Can I ask for an extension?
You can, Mr. Manuel. An extension requires unanimous consent. A record vote has been requested on all motions today. The clerk will ring the bell. Vote aye if you're in favor of the extension. Vote no if you're not. There is objection. Their time is not extended. Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, everybody knows this is a standard amendment that basically kills the bill. It's called an enacting clause. So if you haven't been through this, this is just basically an amendment that kills the bill. And so I know you're going to be shocked, but I'm not going to be in favor of this particular amendment.
Mr. Spiller, for what purpose?
Yes, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Mr. Hunter, would you yield?
Absolutely.
He will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been some discussion, in fact, on this amendment relative to the Pettaway case and coalition districts. I want to ask you, you've already mentioned the Pettaway case in your layout, and that was the August 1st, 2024 case that the Fifth Circuit ruled, Pettaway versus Galveston County, where it said that coalition claims do not comport with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in short, so that we've heard a lot of discussion about opportunity districts and so forth, but coalition districts are the subject of the Pettaway case, and coalition districts are generally defined, is it to your understanding, of districts that don't have one particular minority group that make up a majority of the district, but one or more of those minority groups are combined together or aggregated to reach a majority. Is that a fair definition? Correct. Okay. And you touched on it before in your layout, and I know we were short on time, but under the current district, under the current congressional maps that we're under right now, not HB4, but what we're currently under, there are coalition districts that were created as such in 21 because of the law as it existed in Texas under the Fifth Circuit at that time. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct, in 2020.
And then, in fact, that law that was in place when these districts were created under 21 was the Compost versus City of Baytown case, which is a 37-year-old case, but it was the law, not necessarily throughout the country, but it was the law in the state of Texas because it was the law in the Fifth Circuit. That was the precedent. Is that correct?
In Petaway, they referenced it, and that's what they said.
Okay. So now in Texas, one of the reasons that we're doing this now is that we feel compelled to because of the Petaway case and the ruling in the Petaway case as it relates to these coalition districts, correct?
Well, I think it's a combination, Mr. Spiller. I think you have a U.S. Supreme Court Rucho. You have a Fifth Circuit Petaway. The combination of both those cases are involved in this map.
Right. And you mentioned also in the Rucho case that is a U.S. Supreme Court case that allows for partisan performance. And in fact, in that case, I think there were competing claims, whether or not there was Republican claims, Democrat claims, multiple issues there, and the court said, we're not going to get into that. Partisan performance is absolutely okay, and we authorize that.
Yes. So the members know the U.S. Supreme Court considered two states, one Republican that were redistricting to reduce Democrat, gain Republican, then one state Democrat that wanted to reduce Republican, one who had been there 20 years. And the U.S. Supreme Court said that is not the judicial purview, and political performance is a criteria.
And we know that political performance can be done, and in fact has been done in other states already. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
In fact, there are some states that are Democrat-controlled states, Democrat majority, some of which are the favorite vacation spots of certain people in this room, that whether it be California, New York, Illinois, New Jersey, Maryland, Massachusetts, that have already done this to a fairly extreme degree. Would that be a fair
statement? That is
statement?
true. I mean, this is not unique. That's why the courts have addressed it. And both parties that you referenced have been involved.
There's been some discussion recently about some of the districts in and around Harris County, and I just want to ask you briefly on some of those. We talked about District 18, what we call the Barbara Jordan Historic District. When we went to Houston, we heard a lot of testimony about that, but it was under HB4, it's currently one of these coalition districts, and under HB4 changes to a majority black CVAP district. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is now 50.71% black CVAP. In 2021, it was 38.99% black CVAP.
And so previously, black voters in that district did not hold a majority, but under your bill, under HB4, they actually do. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And we also heard a lot about compactness, and you think that's what you've done generally with HB4, but specifically in Harris County as well, dealt with that issue of compactness. Can you touch on that?
Yes. You know, even though public hearings may have opposition or support, we heard from public in those hearings about the compactness issue. And one of the issues was the Austin to San Antonio district, and why they felt that should be looked at. Same thing in Houston. They looked at 18 to the original rather than how it has spread out over the years. So yes, compactness has been involved.
Okay. And also, in relative to Harris County, we talked about District 9, which was also second one in Harris County, a coalition district. and the district that was addressed in the Petaway case, and now under your HB4, changed from a coalition district to a majority Hispanic CVAP district. Is that correct?
Yes, for the record, the Hispanic CVAP of Congressional District 9 under this plan, the Hispanic CVAP is 50.15%. In 2021, it was 25.73%.
All right, and I'm trying to move quickly, but on District 29, one of the other districts out of Harris County, we've heard some testimony or some questions about that today. We heard testimony about it in the committee, but it went from a majority Hispanic CVAP district to a majority Hispanic VAP district. But is it a fair statement that it should continue to perform as a Democrat district?
Let me give you the information on 29, because I just heard some of that so that everybody knows. 29 has gone from a black CVAP in 18.31% in 2021 to now 32.79%. As they said, Hispanic CVAP decreased, but to 43.12%. So you basically have Hispanic black percentage that is plus 70. The other note is that the political performance in 29 stays Democrat.
Right. And likewise, the other district I want to talk about in Harris County was District 7. We heard quite a bit of testimony regarding District 7 in the committee, and it was a very diverse district, but I think it remains a very diverse district, and I think also continues to be Democrat. It has a Democrat representative, Congresswoman. I think it will continue to perform Democrat in that district. Is that correct?
Yeah, the data on 7 is that it has increased slightly more Democrat performance. The other characteristics do not change, but under 7, if you look at the new numbers, they're very, very close to what they were.
All right. And this claim that a lot of this stuff is racially motivated and race negative, let me ask you, and you've touched on it before, but we went under the current map from 0 majority black CVAP districts in the state of Texas, and now under your map, we added 2 to that list where there are 2 majority black CVAP districts, correct?
Correct. 18 and is one of the ones that we talked about in 30.
And under the current map, we have 7 majority Hispanic CVAP districts, and that is increased under HB4 under your bill to 8. So we're adding one more majority Hispanic CVAP district,
Yeah,
correct?
majority Hispanic VAP districts in 20.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Move to extend the gentleman's time.
Yes.
There's a motion to extend time. A record vote has been requested on all votes. The clerk will ring the bell. Vote aye if you're in favor of extending time. Vote no if you're opposed. Have all members voted? Mr. Versuit voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 134 ayes, 4 nays, the motion passes. The time is extended. Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Mr. Hunter, would you yield? He will.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. So when we discussed your bill in committee a few weeks ago and then again on Monday, you told me that you didn't know where the map originally came from. Is that still your statement? You don't know where the map came from?
All I know is I met with council. Council drafted it. Whether they're the origin or others, that I do not know.
Okay. So you can't tell us, you can't tell the members who had their hand on the mouse, moving lines, moving precincts around. You cannot tell us that today?
I can tell you that the law firm did, but the specific names I do not know.
Okay. Can you tell us You said the law firm did it. Can you tell us who was directing the law firm to change the lines?
Well, I asked the law firm to see if we could increase political performance. I said that in my opening.
What can you tell us about the chain of custody of this map as it came into your possession?
I went to the law firm, they gave it back to me.
Okay. And that person didn't tell you where they got the map from?
No, I mean, as your organizations hire lawyers, whoever they hired, whoever they involved, that's up to them. I gave a chore, just like we all do on legislation and bills. They came up with a draft. I made sure that they dotted their I's, crossed their T's, followed the law. They assured me. I talked to them on what the proposal was, and then I presented.
So, Mr. Hunter, you've served here a long time. You're one of the most senior members of the body. Don't you, in seniority, of course, I mean.
Why,
Don't you think,
Mr. Turner.
Wouldn't you agree it's unusual, if not unheard of, that a bill author brings a bill before the House, but we don't know where the idea for the bill came from, we don't know who's asking for the change in the law, or what the rationale for the policy change is? I mean, isn't that highly unusual?
Absolutely not, and that's not what I've said now, and you've heard me. We've been talking about, let's not all go hide behind our desks. Congressional redistricting has been on the radar since April. This isn't any surprise. It's been talked about, and on this floor we've talked about it. 2, it is not unusual that you get into creation of law, that you go talk to law firms. And it isn't unusual. I did ask to see if we could increase political performance, and I've been clear on that. And so this was presented, it met my request, and this is what's being presented. And partisanship, political performance, pro-Republican is fine. It's legal.
So actually, I didn't hear anything about congressional redistricting until June at the earliest. I didn't hear it in April. Who told you in April that we were
I've been
gonna
on
do
this House floor. I can't remember. Now, let me tell you something. You told me how senior and how I've been here a long time, and you've been here a pretty good amount of time, Mr. Turner.
Fair point.
Now, I can't believe that those ears turned off on congressional redistricting in spring and just popped up in June. It's been all over the internet. It's been all over the discussion. Everybody's been talking about it. The question is, would this be a special session? Did not know. Governor called it.
Okay. So since you don't know where the map originally came from.
Well, no, I do know where it originally came from. It came from the law firm.
Okay, but you don't know actually who drew the map.
The law firm.
But you don't know the individual who drew the map.
No, I know lawyers in the firm.
Okay. So, but if we don't know specifically who drew the map, how do you know what the map drawer's intentions were?
As you and your third-party organizations hire lawyers, you give them an objective, which is, can you increase political performance? The law firm goes out to their own office, drafts, provides you a product, you discuss with them. If you agree, you present that particular draft. And that's what we did. Nothing unusual. That's what everybody's doing, and your side of the aisle is doing the same.
Were you present during any of the map drawing?
All I did is I had meetings with them where they, after I gave them the instructions, and they presented the information to me.
Okay. Did
I go into the details in the districts? No.
Okay. Did you review any drafts and suggest any changes when you saw the maps?
No, it was presented to me. I reviewed with them, looked at it, seemed to be okay to me. We may have had some discussion to do some modifications here and there.
Do you know if anyone else reviewed drafts of the map and made changes?
Well, I'm sure somebody in the law firm did. You said, but do I know personal people that did? The answer is no.
Okay.
other than I do have names in the law firm that you asked me about in committee.
How was it communicated to you that you would be the bill author of House Bill 4?
Chairman Vasut, which is very natural, asked if I would be the bill author, and I said yes, and it's probably because of your introductory comments about me being a senior member and involved here a long time. But he asked me, and I said, I'm glad to do it, and that's who asked me to carry.
Okay. And you've referenced the law firm several times. You stated in committee that's the law firm of Butler Snow. So who actually hired Butler Snow to consult on these maps?
To be honest, I do not know the specifics on how they were hired. I don't know that. I don't know that.
But you are a client of Butler Snow.
I am a client, and I have been placed in whatever agreement they have. I agree.
Okay.
And that was continuing since 2021.
Understood. So, but you don't know who hired them, and you don't know who's paying their bills.
Well, you got to remember we have a 2021 litigation still going on in El Paso.
Sure.
So I still have involvement with them. Now this issue, which is supplemental, different than the 2021, they have been engaged. My privilege, my involvement follows and is incorporated. I don't know the specifics, don't know the engagement, don't know that, but I do know that I get continuing involvement from the firm.
Okay. How did Senator King get the map to file it on the Senate side?
That I don't know. I think I've talked to Senator King twice, and I have not asked him about that, and I don't, to be honest, to everybody in this room, I have not read the Senate bill, so I do not know if it follows our bill or what, but I have not asked him where he got his.
Okay. Do you know, did the map originate with you or with Senator King?
Whatever he filed, I do not know. I don't know if he took a copy of ours and refiled it over there. I don't know.
Okay. And last on this, why is the House originating this map this session rather than the Senate, since the Senate initiated it in 2021?
To be honest, I don't know why. 2021, I believe it was SB 6 in 2021, and in 2025 it is HB 4. I don't think there's, in my understanding, House takes up certain issues, Senate takes up, but what the idea was not. I'm glad we are, though. I'm glad the House is taking the initiative.
Okay. And lastly, Dean Thompson had a couple questions she didn't get to.
Sure.
She asked me to.
Fire away.
So the HCVAP population of CD9 after your amendment is just barely over 50%. Was this an accident?
Hold on a second on CD9.
Yes.
And what was the question?
That the HCVAP population is just barely over 50%.
It's 50.15%.
Was that an accident?
An accident? I don't know what that means.
Okay. As you change CD9, you split election precinct 414 4 different times. What was the purpose in carving out
I'm sure
precinct
it's based
414?
on Rucho, which is pure political performance.
Okay. Do you know if there was any data considered when splitting that election precinct 4
Do I
times?
have personal knowledge? No. Do I believe they did? Absolutely.
Okay. And the map also splits election precincts, again, Harris County precincts 533 and 386.
Are you under 9?
Yes, Harris County.
Harris
yeah,
County
yeah.
CD9?
Yeah.
Okay.
533 and 386. Do you know what the purpose of splitting those precincts was?
Do I personal knowledge? No, but I believe they were following the Rucho case, the Petaway, and the current law,
Thank you,
and the
sir.
preference on partisanship.
Thank you.
Mr.
Rose, for
Speaker,
what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Yes.
The gentleman's time has expired. Sorry, Ms. Rose.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Rose, for what purpose?
I move to have the gentleman's time extended.
This is the second extension of time. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting no. Mr. Alders voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 52 ayes, 82 nays. The motion fails. Mr. Hunter for a motion.
I move to table.
Mr. Turner to close on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, this is the amendment to strike the enacting clause. This amendment, if we adopt it, and I hope we will kill this bill and will end this sham process. And as you've already heard in this debate so far on this bill intentionally discriminates against black and Hispanic Texans and other Texans of color by cracking and packing minority communities across the state of Texas, in the Dallas-Fort Worth region, in Harris County, in the greater Houston area, in Austin and San Antonio, in the Rio Grande Valley. It is a clear violation of the Voting Rights Act and the Constitution. This body has no business passing this bill. We need to kill it and get on with the real business of the people of this state. And so I would ask that you vote no on the motion to table. I'd be happy to yield for questions.
Mr. Dunn, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
He yields for questions.
Thank you. What do you know what changed between the 2021 litigation and today?
No, Mr. Dutton, I do not know. I don't know what the reason for this is, other than apparently some people in D.C. called up and said they wanted it. But we have no new census data. We're still operating under the 2020 census data because there's not been another census. So the data used for this map is more than 5 years old now.
And so the way it stands now, you're aware that the DOJ letter was sent to Texas suggesting that certain changes ought to be made based on their determination that there was racial makeup of the maps, current maps.
Yes, I'm aware of that letter that every voting rights expert I've heard from, we heard from several in our committee hearings, Mr. Dutton, respected voting rights experts who said that the DOJ letter has absolutely no basis in law, but that is the letter seemingly that set off this whole process because Governor Abbott cited it in his first proclamation calling the first special session. Interestingly, he did not cite it in the proclamation for this session. I don't know why that is, but it did set off the process seemingly.
And the contents of the letter, is there anything different in this bill that's different in the letter?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't have the letter with me, but the bill, or I'm sorry, the letter from DOJ specifically identified a handful of districts around the state. This bill impacts not only those districts, but multiple other districts around the state.
So it extends the boundaries that were defined in the letter.
I believe so, yes.
And the basis, is the basis any different for the bill than in the letter?
That might be a question best addressed to the bill author, but I think that the letter, in my opinion, Mr. Dunn, I think the letter was simply pretext to jumpstart this entire process, and no matter what people's process was for getting to where we are today, the end result is that more than 2 million Black, Latino, and other minority Texans are going to have their voices diluted and extinguished in their ability to elect a candidate of their choice to the U.S. Congress, and it is wrong, and it's clearly illegal.
Are you aware of the legal concept of disparate impact?
Yes. I'm not a lawyer, but I am familiar with the term.
Okay, yes. And so what it says is that you may, and this is giving them something, but you may have intended something not to be racial, but the reality of it is, and the effect of it is, that it has to be concluded to be racial.
Absolutely. And I think as we hear the bill author and other proponents of this legislation talk about partisanship, we should not let that rhetoric fool any of us, because what is happening is clearly racially discriminatory, and that's what the problem is with this map.
And really, this political participation is simply a mask over what the real intent and the real effect of this bill is, which is to change it based on racial lines. Is that
Absolutely.
correct?
I think that's very well said.
And I have one last question. The latest map shifts population in Baytown from CD9 to CD36, and then shifts the nearby population in Baytown from CD36 to CD39. Do you know why the map shift these two sets of population in the same city back and forth like that?
That's an excellent question, Chairman Dutton. I have no idea what the bill author's rationale for doing that was.
Well, okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you for this amendment, and I think you have a good amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Dutton.
For what purpose?
Will gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Turner. I've heard you say a couple of times that Black and Latino voters in North Texas would lose the ability to vote for the person of their choosing. Could you explain that, please?
Well, what I said was they would lose the ability to elect the candidate of their choice.
Okay. And explain that to me. What is the candidate of their choice?
Well, I think if you want to use Congressional District 33 as an example, can we use...
You can use any district. I'm trying to figure out what a candidate of choice is, because my view is people elect someone who represents their values. And so I'm trying to figure out what the definition you're using when you say reflects their choice.
I agree. I think someone who represents their values is an important reason voters make choices about who they're going to vote for, who's going to represent their issue priorities, who is going to be responsive to the needs of their community, their neighborhood, their city, their school district, whatever the case may be. I think voters make decisions based on all of those factors. So I agree with that.
So then what are they losing?
What are they losing?
Yes.
Can you be more specific?
You're claiming these voters are losing an ability to elect a candidate. So I'm trying to figure out what they're losing.
Sure. So very simply, when map drawers crack minority communities and splinter them between multiple districts, and then also pack minority voters into already performing minority districts, you are diluting their overall voting power and their ability to send elected officials to Washington, in this case, to represent those values that we just talked about.
But
So
what values?
that's
I'm
what's
trying
happening.
to figure out what values specifically you're speaking to, because the map, which you've been in the committee hearings, you've seen the maps, they are more compact. And when you're talking about packing, are you saying 50.4% is packing?
So I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a voting rights expert, but my lay understanding is that the Supreme Court and other courts have ruled that once you can determine by looking at data that minority voters have the ability to elect the candidate of their choice in a certain area, a certain threshold like that isn't absolutely necessary. But the fact is, if you want to look at Congressional District 30, just to stay in our region of the state, in the DFW area, that is a district where, since it was created back in the early 1990s, Black voters have repeatedly demonstrated the ability to elect the candidate of their choice. And therefore, an argument to say we need to pack more voters into that district, I think, falls flat, because they already have the ability to do that.
And so are you then saying that you're more talking about politically affiliated candidates?
No, I'm not.
So you're saying they're losing the ability to elect the candidate of their choice.
Yes.
And I'm trying to understand where that's coming from, because before when you say that, it sounds like they're just losing their ability for representation, because no one loses their ability for representation in the state. Is that correct?
Well, I would agree that everyone will be in some congressional district, and every district usually would have a member of Congress, with the very important exception right now in CD 18 in Houston, which has been without a member of Congress since our former colleague Sylvester Turner passed away, and Governor Abbott has refused to call a special election to fill that seat. So actually, those voters in CD 18 don't have a voice.
The gentleman's time has expired. All right. Mr. Turner sends up an amendment. Mr. Hunter moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Wu voting no. Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Ms. Bowers voting no. Have all members voted? 87 ayes, 50 nays. The motion to table prevails. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez Fisher.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, I've been listening to the debate. I've seen redistricting 4 times on this floor, and this is the first one I've ever seen where we stop talking about things that the court has told us to talk about. This seems to be just a debate about red shirts versus blue shirts, and that is not how this process works. Yeah, there was a court case that said, hey, by the way, if you want to consider political outcomes, that's fair, but that's not the only thing to consider. I have not yet heard once a single member talk about communities of interest. What we all know about neighborhood associations, church parishes, PTA districts, civic clubs in Houston. These are the things that folks think together, they work together, they're aligned, and they want those aligned interests represented in the halls of Congress. I quit counting on this map, but the last time I checked, there are over 488 precinct splits. Those don't happen by accident. When you start splitting precincts, you're not doing it because you have to get to a rounding error. You're doing it to design an outcome. And so, given the track record that we have here in this state, we argued about the 10 Commandments law. You said it was going to work. A court just set it aside. A few years ago, we told you that the Show Me Your Papers legislation was going to be found invalid by the courts. You ignored it. Courts have put that on hold mostly. Book bans, transgender rights. We get to the courthouse, they apply the rules, and these proposals go nowhere. So, given the timeline about mid-decade redistricting, given the stakes and what could happen, nobody's talking about the communities that are going to be impacted by these districts. And if you look at them, there are a lot of them that are African American and Latino, especially in my part of the state. So I wanted to make this one really easy. I've heard a lot about the Petaway decision. I've heard nothing about the Jingles decision. I've heard nothing about Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which we know still works because in Louisiana, they just applied it last week in a Fifth Circuit ruling. So all this amendment is pretty simple. It just says that whatever we do here, we're still following Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which is the only enforceable section that we've used that's still in effect and still something that we strive to use and is still the law that it's applied in this country. So it's pretty simple. We oftentimes argue about whether or not we're intending to hurt people. Well, this is one of these votes that if you vote against it, then I'd want to know why would you vote against the United States Supreme Court currently held decision and valid piece of the current Voting Rights Act, which is Section 2. So that's really all it does. No trick here. It's just we're going to apply Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and I hope it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Hunter?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, members, I'll be
Mr.
moving.
Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Not yet.
Not at this time.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is unnecessary. This is the law, and when my opening, I told you about the Voting Rights Act. Mr. Spiller asked about Petaway, which dealt with Section 2, so we did mention those. But it's unnecessary. Why don't we just, all of you, all 150, vote that this bill is correct because that's the way it should be. That's basically what this amendment is. We're following the Voting Rights Act. We will follow the Voting Rights Act. I told you that the council that we relied on followed it, and I asked them to. It's unnecessary, and guess what? It's incorporated in this bill, so I'll be moving the table.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gervin Hawkins?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Hunter. You know, Representative Martinez-Fisher just made a great point about all the other election levels. And so my question is, specifically because during the committee hearing, you didn't have knowledge of certain things, and I'm assuming you've abreast yourself now. And so I'd like to really get clarity on those things. What was your understanding of the DOJ's letter regarding redistricting? Because at that point, you couldn't answer it, and as Representative Martinez-Fisher brought up other things, did you have a clear understanding, or what was your understanding of the DOJ's letter?
Well, my answer hasn't changed one bit. There was a DOJ letter. It's out there. DOJ will get to review this. I have no criticism. I have no feedback. They do what they want. We do what we want. Nothing any different.
Okay, so you've read it now. I know at the committee
I
hearing
didn't
you
read
had
it.
not read it.
I have not. I've just read parts of it.
Okay. It was a short letter, but anyway.
Well, it doesn't matter.
So in doing this redistricting at this time, what were your primary objectives? I just want to be clear, because a lot of these questions you didn't have answers for during the committee hearing, and I just want to be clear.
Let's you and I agree to disagree. I 100% disagree with you. You just didn't like my answers. Every time nobody likes my answer, they said you didn't answer. No, you're right. I don't agree with you. Now, number one, there's nothing wrong with doing redistricting. I've said that in committee, and I said that on the floor in the opening. We can do redistricting. You have had a discussion about a U.S. Supreme Court and a Fifth Circuit that has new impact on the law, which gives us justification further to look at redistricting. And we looked at redistricting, and we created 5 new congressional seats. 4 are Hispanic majority. So what was the objective? The objective was to take all of those factors, use political performance, and see if we could increase political performance in the state of Texas. My answer is now, and it was then.
Thank you, Representative Hunter. And I want to continue asking my questions. So the DOJ letter, did it trigger anything for you in terms of moving through this mid-decade redistricting?
Well,
I just want to be clear.
Look, there was a DOJ letter. It was discussed in committee. I get lots of letters, been through lots of letters in these redistricting. To me, there's a letter.
So did you?
And the lawyers looked at it, took it all into account, and then we came up with this plan which said it met the thresholds, it met the requirements, it met the laws. So, yeah.
So if the failure to comply with the DOJ letter, did you think that there was going to be any legal challenges?
When you say the word redistricting, I think you know there's going to be legal challenges. And I think we all know that your groups filed suit recently, so I think you've already answered your question.
So my next question is, did you consider any alternative redistricting plans? I know as a committee member, there was no discussion, what I would call a rich discussion around the redistricting plan, the maps, or anything like that. So did you consider anything else?
Absolutely. That's why we did the substitute Monday and increased more Republicans.
And so that's why you added 12 increases? Okay. Thank you for that answer, sir. Did you express any concerns about the potential for racial gerrymandering? You know, one of the things I want to be clear, I want to be perfectly clear, that as an African American here in the chamber, a chamber I want to continue to have respect for, we weren't asked any questions and or engaged in the process at all. Do you believe that's fair?
Are you talking about you, or are you talking about others?
I'm talking about the Texas Legislative Black Caucus, who potentially will lose 2 seats. Okay. I'm talking about an interest group that I thought had a role, an important role in this process.
You absolutely did. And Representative, you and I know each other, but you left 17 to 18 days. You left 17 to 18 days, you could have sat with me. You left 7 to 18 days leaving this state. My view, the public could have been involved, the whole caucus could have been involved, all 150 people could have been involved.
With all due respect,
I'm not finished.
Now let me get
You're
finished.
not letting me talk. You're the back mic, you ask the question, I get to talk. You and I disagree.
I disagree that the public had proper input.
Ma'am, you will not let me talk.
Members, please make sure you're not talking over one another so y'all can actually debate.
Now, since I'm not sure what this has to do with the amendment that we're talking about,
it has everything to do with the amendment.
It does not. But you want to continue. You and I disagree.
July 24th,
you'd still
no
never
maps. I'm sorry, Representative
Can
Hunter.
I finish my answer?
Yes, you can. Please do that, sir.
So for 17 to 18 days, you left. Now you're getting on the microphone saying, why didn't I involve you? Well, I wasn't going across state lines to find you. I was here.
I was here before then.
Hold it. Let me finish. You want to be fair? Let me finish. You opened up the questions. You own the walkout. You said you did that. But don't come into this body and say we didn't include you. You left us for 18 days, and that's wrong. Now,
Members,
they applauded my opponent a while ago, so please give me equal treatment.
So, Representative Hunter, thank you for laying out that. But what you didn't lay out, and I hope you will let me finish responding or answering my question, on July 24th, there was a public hearing in Austin, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
On July 26th, there was a public hearing in Houston, correct?
That's Saturday, yes.
And on July 28th, there was a hearing in Arlington, Texas, correct?
That evening in Arlington.
Okay, when did the maps drop?
I believe the maps were filed Wednesday.
So Wednesday, and then you had a hearing the next day with people who could not weigh in on a yay or nay. It's my understanding those maps were not released until after the public hearings. Is that true or false?
Well, you're wrong because the hearing was Friday, not Thursday.
We had several hearings before the maps were dropped. Would you agree with that?
Ma'am, you just said the map was dropped and then we heard it. The fact is, it was filed that Wednesday. The hearing was Friday. Let's get the specifics down. And I've answered everything to you in committee that I'm answering here. Tuesday, after the Arlington hearing, the chairman of the committee asked me if I would present the bill to this body, which I said yes. Number two, I did not see or get the information till that Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, we filed the bill.
Representative Hunter, let's be clear. There were public hearings held without any maps. Is that true?
Yes.
Just before the bill vote out, those maps were dropped at that time, correct? Because it was voted out on that Saturday morning.
The bill was voted on
Saturday morning. Just the other day, we had a hearing where you changed some additional districts.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Scott Wilkinson, for what purpose?
can I request extension of time?
Members, there's a motion for an extension of time. This is a record vote. This is the first one. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Representative Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Strasser voting aye. Corwin voting aye. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 134 ayes and 3 nays. The motion for extend time prevails.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
He yields.
So we didn't have maps, but we had public hearings. So people really wasn't able to see what was going on, correct? I just want to be clear.
There was no map at that time.
Okay. Now, did you look at any racial discrimination during these maps? In terms of the gerrymandering and the way y'all cut and packed and cracked and jacked and everything else?
To respond to you, every time somebody doesn't like redistricting, they use the word pack and crack. I use the word U.S. Supreme Court rucho. And that's where the problem is I have with your statement. I don't agree with you. Number two, we didn't have to have public hearings. You keep bringing that up. We didn't have to. The chairman of the committee decided, and we included information from those hearings in the filed map. So I appreciate that you keep saying that no map was there, but when the map was filed, we had that plus 12-hour hearing and we voted that Saturday. So you're correct on that.
Mr. Chairman, you know, you would say that the maps didn't, or no public hearings would have to be held. But question, would you believe it would be a great process to include the public in a way that they could see what's going on? Or do we want to do the things in the cloak of darkness here?
Well, you've been gone in the cloak of darkness for 18 days.
That's not germane to
No,
what we're
it
talking
is
about.
germane to
No,
what
it's
you
not.
said. I
No,
could
it's not.
have public input while you were gone. You prevented this
You were
body
gone.
from acting. So you keep interrupting me.
The merits of
and
the
don't
bill,
want-
sir. Merits of the bill.
No.
Members, please try not to talk over one another so everybody can hear your debate.
We got close to 30 million people in the state of Texas. I'm talking to Representative here, please, sir. My other question is, do you believe the state of Texas is required to create and maintain minority opportunity districts?
I think the state of Texas should use every effort to follow the Voting Rights Act, Rucho, Petaway, and all the laws. And the law firm told me that they had.
Tell me your position on creation of coalition districts.
Well, according to Petaway, which I believe was 2024, which has now changed the law, Fifth Circuit, says coalition districts can no longer be used as Voting Rights Act Section 2 violations. And it also says there's not a requirement that you have to use coalition. So what's happened since 2021, you have maps that people are in that were using old terminology, old law, and now you have a brand new set of law that came in, and as Mr. Spiller said, it overturned the compost case, which basically was the law being used. So today, this map is taking those in factor.
So you don't believe, or do you believe, that this redistricting plan eliminates any minority opportunity districts? Does this plan
I think
do
we've
that?
created 4 out of 5 new seats are Hispanic majority. I would say that's great. That doesn't ensure that a political party wins them, but the 4 out of 5 Hispanic majority out of those new districts, that's a pretty strong message, and it's good.
Representative, would you answer my question? Was there any
I
minority?
thought I did.
It's yes or no, right?
What is yes or no?
Did you
That I
eliminate
created-
any minority districts? Was any minority districts eliminated?
Did political performance change districts? Yes. Did they change? Did, for example, some in one area become Hispanic over African American?
Did you eliminate
Yes.
any minority districts?
I really don't understand your question. Did we
Okay, well, we'll
change
move
minority
on. We'll
districts?
move
Did we
on.
change districts in the state of Texas? Yes. And political performance was used.
All right. So, are you aware of any analysis conducted to assess the impact of the redistricting plan, voting power, and/or, is my understanding, some economic engines? Did you look at that at all?
Did Todd Hunter look at that? The law firm did. I've answered that. And I don't understand your economic engines. I've heard that. That I've seen in no criteria in redistricting. Political performance I have, but an economic engine. For example, in the committee hearing on Monday, they brought that up, and I thought if you have a great economic engine, I think Liberty County going into number 9 is a pretty darn good engine. But that's not a requirement under the redistricting.
Question for you, Representative Hunter. You know, inclusion we think is important, particularly when you're in a state so large as Texas and so diverse, and you want to be able to have all levels of input. Would you agree with that?
I think it's a great goal, yes.
So if that's the case, would you pull down this bill
No.
and look for additional public comment?
Nope, we've had the public comment. We've had 18 days of gap. I think we're ready to go.
But not on this map. We haven't
Yes,
had
we
public
are.
comment.
Oh, yes, we've had public comment. You can take the public comment from the first session. We've already said that. That was incorporated in this bill.
So we revised the maps yesterday. So the public has not had a chance to.
But no, it was on Monday.
All right, Monday, whatever day you say. But public haven't had a chance to look at it.
What I think everybody in the world that knows how to use District Viewer, social media, gets on the computers, I can see the map.
Are you aware?
And there's a lot of material in this map that was included in the prior map. So no, I don't.
You said a lot, but not all, correct?
No, there's changes. I absolutely told you that. We affected 12 new districts to increase political performance. Absolutely.
So are you aware in districts 9 and 33 are no longer African American voter dominated districts in the new map?
Congressional District 9 is going to be Hispanic 50.15% and African American 11.33%. What was the other one?
33.
Hispanic in Congressional District 33 is 38.35, and by the way, the black is from 19.45.
So that these maps do eliminate 2 African American leaning districts.
I'm not sure that they eliminate, because I think anybody can win any election. But did those demographics I just read change? The answer is yes.
So there is your racism right there, correct?
I disagree.
Okay.
And, you know, look, race is a discussion factor, and so is political performance. And all of this can be used. But let's not use it in a negative. I respect you, and I hope you respect me, but we may disagree. But all these factors are looked at. The problem is we've had new court cases that provide new elements to the redrawing and redistricting, and that's what we're following.
Representative Hunter, I do respect you tremendously, and I respect this body. But what I don't respect is an obvious racist move on what we're trying, what you're attempting to do. But
we disagree 100%.
When you lose 2 African-American leaning seats, then that tells you there is a race issue going on.
And Rucho gave the exact same argument about what I would make fun of the U.S. Supreme Court, Representative. I don't think that's right. Let's not demean the process. You know, I'm listening to your comments, and I haven't shot at you. But is race a factor? Yes. But I'm not going to use it in a negative in our discussion.
My final question, sir. Are you aware of any concerns raised by community groups or individuals regarding the potential impact of the new map on minority representation in these districts? Have you heard from the public at all in those districts?
Have I heard from everybody in all the districts, your question? No.
Any community groups, anybody?
Yes, I've heard from folks.
Time has expired.
Thank you, Representative Hunter, for answering my questions.
Move to table.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Look, this is a passionate issue, but it's not an issue to get upset about. I just want to level set here because when we talk about minority voting rights, we are talking about Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. When we're talking about Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, we are talking about jingles, which is a 1986 U.S. Supreme Court opinion. But all the conversation today is about Petaway, which is a more recent circuit opinion that has not been scrutinized by the U.S. Supreme Court. So what we are doing, in effect, is we are following a theory based on law that is not settled, and we're throwing out well-established jurisprudence that's been applied since 1986. That's all this does. And I take the chairman, if he says that he told his lawyers that we're going to follow Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, great. But I've heard a million times on this floor, nobody speaks for me. And if someone is going to take a position on something, I'm going to take it myself. I'm not going to say what he said. And that's all this amendment does. It's simple. It just says that we are going to follow Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. That's it. There are no tricks. There are no hidden words. That's all it does. It shouldn't be controversial. If that's the instruction Hunter has given his legal team, then I'm shocked that that's not the instruction he's given you to take this vote. He should be saying, members, don't worry about this. You can vote for that. We've already told the lawyers to follow Section 2, so this is a nothing burger. This is acceptable to the author. This is not in controversy. So I don't know what the issue is, but if we do believe that the Supreme Court establishes the law of the land, if we do believe that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act is current law as validated by the Supreme Court, then we should not have any issue accepting the proposition that this map is done in concert with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So I hope you vote against the motion to table, and if there's not a record vote, I'd like to have one.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose?
Will the representative yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Representative yields.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. Hey, and I appreciate you bringing up the Jingles case and as it relates to your amendment. And you're familiar, obviously you're familiar because you've cited to it several times and said that you haven't heard anything talked about the Jingles case. And you recognize it's the 1986 case where that analyzes vote dilution claims, and you understand that there's a three-pronged test that you go through. You're familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And have you read, we've talked about the Petaway case. Have you had an opportunity to read the Petaway case?
Not in its entirety, no, but I've read the opinion, and the relevant parts that apply to this debate.
Okay. And you understand that a Fifth Circuit ruling is binding on the, absent some ruling otherwise by the U.S. Supreme Court, is binding on the state of Texas?
I think it's partially binding. I guess what you're saying, if the Petaway opinion says that you cannot force a state to create a coalition district, there's nothing in the opinion that says that the state, couldn't adopt one, right? So, so it's in conflict. So to the extent that there's a portion of that that is being applied in this map, I don't see the other part of it is just because you can't force a state to do it, that there's no reason why that they could do it if they wanted to.
Well, in your partial reading of the Petaway decision, do you recall page 7 of the opinion where it stated that the court addressed coalition districts and addressed that to the very first prong and said it doesn't meet the first test, we're no longer going to consider that, then therefore we're not even going to get to prong number 2 or prong number 3 because the Jingles case is not applicable. Did you read that part of the opinion?
Representative, if you are referring to an opinion where you have a page in line and you want me to give my thoughts on that page in line, would you have the courtesy to present me with the page in line so I could read it myself?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Speaker and members, as I was saying, we're just talking about Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. We're talking about something that's well established by the United States Supreme Court. This is not a gotcha. This is a pretty easy vote. Since 1970, the state of Texas has had a very difficult time passing a redistricting map that wasn't found to be illegal by the DOJ or by a court. We don't have a track record of success. We will show up in court and these questions will come up. Taking a record vote that you are not willing to state with a vote that you would follow Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, I think is a litigation flag. And so in light of that risk, I would ask for you to vote against the motion on the table so that we can adopt this amendment. I urge you to vote no.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher sends up an amendment. Mr. Hunter has moved to table. The question is on the motion to table. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye, Mr. Martinez-Fisher voting no. Mr. Pursuit voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 87 ayes and 51 nays. The motion and table prevails. Flores, for what purpose?
I'd like to ask to have the comments or the exchange between Chairman Hunter and Representative Hawkins, Gervin Hawkins, reduced to writing in the journal, please.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Thank you.
Members, this is a friendly reminder. We are considering amendments now. Debate must be limited to the subject of the current amendment. Please hold your questions about the bill until Mr. Hunter comes back to close on the bill. The following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez-Fisher.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez-Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, not a trick here. This is pretty simple. We're in mid-August. If this legislation were to pass and get signed into law, we'll be in the courtroom. In November, folks will start filing for office. Elected officials need to know what districts they're going to run in. Voters need to know who they're going to vote for. Secretary of State and local election officials have to do all of the behind the scenes to make sure the paperwork is in order. This is pretty simple. Should this get tied up in the courts, which is highly likely, all this amendment says is it will run in the current districts that we have today, which are the current districts that were adopted in 2021, which are the current districts that are currently being disputed in a federal court in El Paso. These are the current districts that Senate leaders and witnesses in federal court said were perfectly fine and race blind and had nothing to do with violations of voting rights acts or any gerrymandering or coalition building. These were perfectly good maps. So all this says is, should we find ourselves in court, instead of pausing an election, instead of moving the goalposts on our constituents, we'll just run in the districts that we have right now that are currently elected, have currently elected the current Texas delegation, which was good enough for the 2024 election. They might as well be good enough for the 2026 election, should this map run into legal controversy. And with that, I hope that the amendment is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Does a quorum do away with the requirement for a call on the House?
No, it does not.
So the rule,
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Speaker.
State your inquiry.
So the Speaker can put out a call on the House irrespective of whether a quorum is present or not.
Mr. Dutton, there was a motion and the body placed a call in the House, and it provided specifically that it would expire upon the passage of House Bill 4. So the call remains in force until the motion expires by its own terms.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Do you consider that legal?
Mr. Dutton, the rules provide that a call in the House is appropriate to maintain a quorum.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Well, by your statement, that means that if a quorum is maintained, the call is void.
Obtaining and maintain are two different things.
Obtained and maintained is two different things. I'm not sure that's a word difference, Mr. Speaker, but parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
What's the difference between maintained and obtained?
Obtain is when you do not have a quorum and you're trying to get it. Maintain is when you have one and you're trying to keep it.
So, parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, state your inquiry.
So the rules are there so you can maintain a quorum, or I thought they were, when I read the rule, it says to obtain a quorum.
Mr. Dutton, the rules provide that a call in the House may be placed for a specific period of time. The body adopted a motion, it was adopted, and it expires upon its own terms.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Jones, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Do you know the dollar breakdown for the DPS officers used to monitor each of the members 24/7?
The chair is not advised.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
What would be the best way to find out that cost to taxpayers?
House administration.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Hunter in opposition.
I'll be moving to table because we don't need a TRO or a stop to the map. I'll be moving to table.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, so if I understand this correctly, Chairman Hunter is very confident about this map. Not going to be a problem. We're going to pass it, becomes law. We have new districts. Great. Perfect world, works out. This amendment doesn't apply. Let's say Mr. Hunter makes a mistake. Let's assume for a minute that somebody makes a credible legal argument that says we're going to tap the brakes on this proposal. What we're saying is we're going to let a court decide what to do. We're going to let a court decide what do those districts look like, when is the election scheduled, and how we're going to administer this election. I don't think that's the way we ought to do it. I think we ought to have control over it. This is a circuit breaker. This is simple. This says if this does not go the way Chair Hunter wants it to go, that we're going to run in the current lines, which again, I mean, the last time I checked, has a pretty healthy delegation, has sufficient partisan splits that were good enough in 2021, and for what it's worth, seem to be good enough for those who drew it, because that's their testimony in federal court before a 3-judge panel. And we all know this. We know it's probably not a good idea to lie or mislead a federal court, because they'll actually put you in jail. So I believe that testimony when those proponents say that these maps are legal and fine. If we want to cede our authority to a court, I know many of you have some strong opinions about that, about courts legislating from the bench. But if you want them to legislate from the bench, well, then let's not put a circuit breaker in here. Let's just throw it up, see what happens, and let it be what it's going to be. But my preference would be that we have some control over our own elections. We have the ability to let our constituents know what these lines look like. There are a lot of districts that are a little uneasy as to what their congressional district's going to look like. This just provides that peace of mind. It's pretty simple. Doesn't harm the map. It does nothing to the map. And should this map pass as Chair Hunter would like it to, then these lines mean nothing on the page. So with that, I ask you to vote no on the motion table.
Mr. Martinez sends up an amendment. Mr. Hunter has moved to table. The question is on the motion to table. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting no, Mr. Hunter voting aye, Mr. Dutton voting no, Ms. Wiener voting no, Alverson voting aye, Ms. Suit voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 87 ayes and 49 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dutton.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there's one thing that's come out of the debate today that everybody, I think, here understands, and that is whether or not this bill denies or abridges the right to vote on account of race or color. There's one side that says it doesn't. There's the other side that says it does. And so what this amendment does is simply add some accountability to this measure by simply stating that until a federal district court issues an order determining the changes one way or the other, this law will not take effect until that happens. And so if you agree that it abridges the right to vote on the basis of race or color, you ought to be for this amendment. If you're against that, if you think it doesn't do that, you really ought to be for this amendment. Texas has been in redistricting court fights over every decade since the 1970s. On numerous occasions, Texas has been found to have passed unconstitutional and intentionally discriminatory maps. As each and every one of you know, the maps we just passed in 2021 is still being litigated for potentially discriminating against Black and Latino voters. We might as well let the courts take a preemptive look at these maps to ensure that we don't waste any more time than we already have. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to yield to any questions that my colleagues may have.
Ms. Cole, for purpose.
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions. He yields for questions.
Thank you. Representative Dutton, one of the criteria that we look at to determine whether a map preserves or protects communities of interest, I want to explore the map on this criteria. Can you explain to us what the residents in East Austin have in common with the residents in Port Aransas.
Well, again, what I say is one thing. What I think Chairman Hunter would say is something else. It's just the opposite. And so what this amendment says is that, wait a minute, we're going to make sure that we get this right by letting the federal court decide what the answers to your questions and the questions that many people have here. That is the only way I can consider that we would not waste a whole lot of time in terms of getting whatever maps that this body wants to pass completed and done with. And it ought not to be a process that ends and begins here, but it ought to be looked at by the federal courts.
Okay. Can you explain how representatives of communities and interests in perhaps North Austin have in common with the residents in East Texas?
Well, again, my argument would be one side, and I think Chairman Hunter's would be another. And so we're not going to resolve that in here, except that typically the majority, 76 votes, means that this thing can pass. And I suspect that's going to happen today. But I do not think that's the last stage in this process. And so what I'm suggesting by this amendment is that we make sure that we have got it right by ensuring that the accountability provided by a federal court overlook is in place when we pass this map. And so that's what this amendment does. It says that we're going to put the federal courts in this. We're going to actively put the federal courts in it because we can passively do that already. Because I'm sure somebody will go and pass or at least file an objection to it. But this body ought to recognize that there is a difference of opinion in terms of answering your question and the questions of many people here about whether or not the rights of Black and Latino voters are abridged by this map. And we're not going to decide that here. This map may get voted out, but that's not a decision about whether this map is or isn't. And I think we ought to put the federal courts in it to make sure that we get it right.
Well, we know that Austin is the capital of Texas and it is a booming city. East Texas has a dearth of hospital access. Are you aware about that that is the case in Austin? That it's not the case in Austin?
Yes.
Also, East Texas has different economic drivers than Austin. Does it not?
I believe that's the case, yes.
Austin is often ranked as one of the top cities in the country and is sought after by many corporations as it's known throughout the world. That is not the case in East Texas, is that correct?
Well, that's one opinion, and that's what I'm saying is, irrespective of whether my opinion says that I believe East Austin and East Texas have anything in common at all, or whether or not the other side says that they have everything in common, that makes no difference to me. What makes a difference is having the federal court's oversight look at this and make the determination as to whether or not we are actively, not passively, but actively engaging in the abridging of the rights of Black and Latino voters.
I agree with you, Mr. Dutton. Now, one last question on this. I believe that Austin and East Texas are not communities of interest, so don't you believe that East Texas should have appropriate representation in D.C.?
I believe that about all districts. I believe that about all areas of Texas. I believe that the real question for us here is whether or not we can make that happen. And if one side feels that we have and the other side feels that we haven't, there is going to be an independent determination made, and that's going to be made by federal courts. And what this amendment does is simply says that we're going to put the federal courts in this at the start of this bill as opposed to after the bill is passed, but we're going to say today that this map, whether it may be this or it may be that, we're going to let the federal courts in it so that when the federal court makes the decision, then that's when this bill can take effect.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Jones, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So throughout the debate, the author has made it a point to overemphasize how not racist and how this bill does not impact communities of color. But I just want to ask, particularly for the Dallas-Fort Worth region, are you aware that in North Texas, the population of Dallas and Tarrant counties together have increased by over 500,000 residents over the last decade, and it was all, not just some, Hispanic, Black, Asian, and other minority groups?
Yes.
And also, are you aware that the Anglo population in Dallas and Tarrant County has dropped by over 90,000 people, or about 60,000 in Dallas County and about 30,000 in Tarrant County?
Yes, I am. And that's the point I'm making, is that if you look through it through the eyes from which you're looking, you'll come up with one conclusion about what's going on and what needs to be done. What I believe the other side is doing is looking through another lens and suggesting that that's okay under the law. Well, I think the only way we know what's okay under the law is to have the law take a look at it, and that's the federal court's job, and that's why I'm having this amendment, to make sure that the federal courts are in this bill so that this bill does not take effect until the federal courts have made a decision. In fact, one of the cases, the Purcell case, which says that it stands for the proposition that if you get a change in election law to the courts too late, it's too late. It means that if you get it there too late to effectively do the changes by the federal court will basically ignore it. And so what this does is says that we're going to put the federal courts in it so that the federal courts will decide the issues that have been raised here, whether or not they are in fact one way or the other.
Well, thank you so much for that, Representative Dutton.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Bowers, for what purpose?
I'd like to ask the gentleman's time be extended.
Members, this is a motion for the first extension of time on the amendment layout. Is there objection? Chair here. Okay, there's a record vote has been requested on the motion to extend time. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Show Mr. Basoot voting aye. Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes and 15 nays, the motion prevails. Ms. Bowers, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for question? Just one question.
I yield, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Dutton, when it goes into communities of interest, just a quick question. What interest does the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex share with the Panhandle, if any?
Well, I'm probably not the best person to answer that because I must admit I don't know a whole lot about the Panhandle, but I suspect that the answer is going to lie not with me, but with the federal courts. The federal courts are going to make that determination, and they're going to take a look at this and determine, again, whether combining communities of disinterest is appropriate. They have said so in certain cases, but I don't think that the question you're asking is one that's on point with the case that's been decided. And so what I'm suggesting is that we ought to make sure that the federal courts are ingrained in this bill so that they can actually make this determination that both sides, I think, want made.
Yes.
Because I don't think one side is saying it's a racist map, the other side is saying, well, race didn't play a part in it. It's all political partisan. Well, you know, you could, as a lawyer, I suspect that Depending on who paid me, I could probably argue either side. But the point is that we need an independent accountability for this bill, and that's the only way we're going to get it is through the federal courts. And so we might as well put them in this bill and make sure that this bill doesn't take effect until we've had that federal court decision. And that's what this amendment does.
Thank you for that. I mean, the simple answer is not a darn thing.
Probably, you're right. You're right. And whether or not that ought to be considered in terms by the courts is a whole separate matter. And so that's why everybody ought to be voting for this amendment.
Thank you, sir.
And I move adoption of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter in opposition to the amendment.
Members, I'll be motioning to table. It's an unnecessary step, and we don't have kind of a pre-clearance anymore, so I'll be moving to table. Thank you.
Mr. Dutton sends up an amendment. Excuse me, Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to close on the amendment.
Thank you. I respect Chairman Hunter's designation that we don't have pre-clearance, but that's not necessarily what I'm asking to do. What I'm asking is that if one side thinks this is the right thing to do, it shouldn't be a problem having the federal courts decide it. If the other side says that we don't like it, then they ought to be acceptable of the federal courts making the determination. And to be opposed to it would almost suggest to me that you believe something is wrong with this, and that something wrong is the fact that perhaps the other side's contentions are more valid, and so as a consequence, you don't want a federal court to look at it. Well, I think you ought to be for an independent look at this so that the issue of accountability is placed in this bill such that we have a federal court not only look at it, but make the decision as to whether or not one side is right, the other side is right. I trust the federal courts. You've had several arguments from the back mic from both sides about what federal courts have said. This is an attempt to give the federal courts an opportunity to say whether or not this bill is valid and whether or not it abridges the rights of the people of color, both black and Latino citizens in this state. And I don't see anything wrong with that. I know we don't have pre-clearance, but we ought to have a predisposition to making this right. And so with that, I move to vote no on the motion to table.
Mr. Dutton sends up an amendment. Mr. Hunter moves to table the amendment. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you are opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. Record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dutton voting nay. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes and 49 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment that says that does not allow the bill to go into effect until an independent redistricting commission has been established. Members, what is happening on the floor today is a blatantly obvious attempt to determine the outcome of the upcoming midterm election before a single vote is cast. Those who vote in favor of this bill will be supporting a process that has been engineered to dilute the power and voices of voters of color in Texas. With the push of a button, you are taking the decision away from the voters of Texas. But where I come from in Texas, we're proud of our independent-mindedness and believe in our right to self-determination, which is why I know there is no reason why Texans should settle for a redistricting process that does not let us make up our own minds. Today's proceedings are proof that the legislature should not be responsible for drawing these maps. It's clear that when left to do so, the legislature will abuse its power to silence the voices of its constituents. House Bill 4 targets congressional districts that have historically been held by Texans of color and eliminates the community's ability to elect the candidate of their choice. Here in Travis County, the proposed maps would eliminate our only court-ordered minority opportunity district created to protect the voting rights of people of color. In 2017, a panel of federal judges ruled that 3 of our congressional districts, including CD 35 here in Travis County, were illegal and violated the Voting Rights Act and the Constitution. As a result, Texas was forced to redraw the maps to ensure Texans of color received fair representation in Congress. Now this body seeks to eliminate that district and strip black and brown voters in Austin of their voice in Congress. As many of you know, I have called Austin my home for my entire life. I spent my youth in and around North Austin, my young adulthood in Central and East Austin, and have called West and South Austin home for the last 50 years. I know my community better than anyone who drew the lines on this map, and can assure you that districts drawn from urban Austin through rural communities extending to Louisiana, Port Aransas, and the New Mexico border do not reflect communities of interest. Instead of strengthening black and brown representation in Congress, which would better reflect the true ethnic and racial makeup of our state, this body seeks to dilute their power and eliminate their voice. Therefore, the most responsible and ethical vote we can take today is to pause this sham process until an independent redistricting commission has been established. Doing so will ensure the people of Texas have a voice in this process and can help guide where and how their districts are drawn. True representation and fair access to the polls are the foundation of our electoral system because in a democratic society, ultimate accountability occurs at the ballot box. As elected officials, it is our duty to represent the people of Texas and be their voice of government. And as members of the People's House, we are supposed to have our fingers on the pulse of our communities. District lines that include disparate communities hours apart from one another do not allow for fair representation. The only reason to include them in the same district would be to dilute their power and voice in Congress. HB 4 is a blatant attempt by a handful of elected officials to choose their voters because they are afraid their voters won't choose them. It is clearer than ever before that how and where voting lines are drawn have a direct impact on a community's representation in government and its ability to influence change. I urge you to vote in favor of this amendment and show your constituents that you value their voice over currying favor with your political allies.
Mr. Speaker.
And I yield for
Ms.
questions.
Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Will the representative yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Representative Howard, let me make sure that I understand what your amendment does. What your amendment would do is take away the power from the politicians to draw their own districts and the districts of their buddy politicians and give it instead to an independent commission that consists of the people of Texas. Is that correct?
Absolutely, and we have a bill that's been filed that would do that.
And whose bill is that?
It's Representative Johnson's bill.
Okay.
Johnson's bill.
And is this an issue of first impression for you, Representative Howard? Have you heard of this before, these independent redistricting commissions?
Yes, I've actually filed legislation for an independent redistricting commission basically every session for over the past decade.
Thank you. And I have signed on to your legislation. I appreciate that effort. Are you aware that the Independent Redistricting Committee protect minorities from illegal cracking and packing of their districts?
Yes, I am aware.
And isn't that in fact what is happening in this bill, the cracking and packing of minority districts?
It certainly appears that way, and we certainly have an example of it here in Travis County.
And in fact, minority districts are targeted for elimination in this bill, aren't they?
Certainly in Travis County, that's the case.
In Travis County, we have 2 congressional districts, is that correct?
Who has 2 congressional districts?
Currently, there are 2 congressional districts in Austin.
There are actually, I guess I'm trying to understand the question.
Okay.
Because there's several congressional districts that are part of Austin.
Okay.
But we have 2 right now that are Democratic districts, yes. And one of those is the court-ordered Minority Opportunity District, and it is no longer a part of Austin in this map.
So it is eliminated. The one Minority Opportunity District is eliminated. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And of course, you and I both live in Austin, and so that is an issue of interest to us. Are you familiar with Congressional District 34, which is also significantly altered in South Texas, the Rio Grande Valley, where I am from?
You'll have to explain that to me.
So currently in Congressional District 34, that community has chosen Vicente Gonzalez as their member of Congress. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
That's in South Texas. And did you know that in this bill, in that district, almost 70,000 new Anglo voters are added to that district, while at the same time, almost 25,000 Hispanic voters are removed from that district. Were you aware of that?
I was not, but that does sound like it's diluting their representation.
Do you know what the majority ethnic population in Brownsville, which is the large city in that district, is?
I can imagine that it is Latino.
It is over 95% Latino and growing in terms of Latino population. So do you have an understanding of why the Latino population would be decreased while the Anglo population is doubled to almost 70,000 extra voters in that district?
I do not know why, other than it appears to be diluting their vote.
Does it sound to you like the Texas Republican leadership that drew this map is enhancing and embracing the Latino vote in this district, or running from it?
I would suggest running from it.
And so a reading on its face of this bill, on this map, makes it clear that this redistricting bill is an attack on Latino power, at least in Congressional District 34 in the Rio Grande Valley, is it not?
Sounds like it.
Are you aware that independent redistricting committees provide a fair and even forum for voters to be represented in Congress?
Absolutely.
Are you aware that independent redistricting committees provide more transparency and more public input in the map drawing process?
Absolutely, they're a part of the process.
Were you aware that we have not had a hearing where the public has been allowed to weigh in on this map that is before us, we will be voting on today?
I'm aware.
Are you aware that the independent redistricting committees are already in use by other states and have improved their redistricting process?
Absolutely, that's the case.
This is a great amendment.
Gentlelady's
Thank
time
you.
has expired.
Move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to speak in opposition to the amendment.
I'm going to be moving to table. The redistricting commission is really a delay of this process. We're in the middle of what we can do by law, and so I'll be moving to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just reiterate that the examples that I've given in particular in regard to Travis County clearly show that there are not communities of interest being kept together here. When you have Austin reaching all the way to the Permian Basin and Midland, Odessa, clearly not the same issues. Reaching to the Big Thicket in East Texas, reaching to Port Aransas, Matagorda Bay, Port Lavaca, and the coast of Texas. With Austin, our issues are very different We need to have compactness. We need to have communities of interest. An independent redistricting commission would be a way that we could establish that. And with that, what am I doing? Motion to table. Oppose the motion to table. Thank you.
Ms. Howard sends up an amendment. Mr. Hunter moves to table the amendment. The question is on the motion to table. If you are in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. Record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting no. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 51 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Plescia.
Chair recognizes Ms. Plescia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is simple. If you believe in redistricting as a principled process, then you should have no problem saying yes to this amendment. What it does is basically says that we will not do redistricting without having a census. For over two centuries, the accepted norm of American democracy has been redrawing maps once a decade so that the peoples represented are based on accurate official population data. This amendment simply codifies that tradition. Redistricting should only occur within 2 years of a census when population numbers are fresh and reliable. Anything else opens the door for those in power to consistently choose their voters rather than the voters electing them. What changed between 2021 and 2025 that requires this body to readdress the fairness of our maps? This isn't about fairness or representation. It's about rushing through maps before 2026 midterms elections. That's not the reason. If that's not the reason, why are we rushing this? If my Republican colleagues reject this amendment, they are admitting on record that this bill isn't about fairness. This is a test whether this House stands for democratic norms or unfair manipulations. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Plesa. Are you aware that in Houston, voting precincts with high populations of non-citizens east of downtown would be carved out of CD 29, currently represented by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia's district, and moved to a newly drawn district that would have supported President Trump by 15 percentage points in the 2020 election?
Yeah, CD 29 includes many low citizenship voting precincts, especially in the areas east of downtown Houston. Many of these precincts also saw very low turnout in November 2024. In some precincts, only 30% of registered voters cast ballots versus the 62% in a typical Texas precinct.
So this new district is packing non-citizens who are predominantly Latino and also Latino citizens who are low propensity voters, correct?
You are correct.
It looks like many of the voters who are low propensity or non-citizens in the Latino community were moved into CD9. Is that correct?
It appears so.
Are you aware that currently CD9 is represented by Congressman Al Green?
Yes.
CD35 also has low propensity and non-citizen Latino community members moved into CD27 in the Austin area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of this purposeful targeting of Latino populations?
Yes, it seems to be targeting them.
To quote law professor Justin Levitt, isn't it true that putting people who can't themselves vote in a district with people who can vote and have very different concerns dilutes the representation of folks who can't vote at all?
This is the most cynical form of cracking and packing on the basis of race.
Are you aware that Texas has employed the strategy of packing low propensity voters from Latino communities in redistricting before?
Yes.
And are you aware, finally, that based on the 2020 census, that 95% of the growth in Texas was because of minority population, African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians. Are you aware of that?
That's what the last census showed us, and that's the information that we went by.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'll be moving to table. Again, it's changing the census date, which basically is a delay. I'll be moving to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Placet to close on the amendment.
Members, at its core, this amendment is about trust in our democratic process. For over 2 centuries, we have relied on the census to ensure redistricting reflects real communities and real people, not political timelines. If we rush this process, we undermine that trust. This amendment doesn't change the rules, it simply ensures that we play by them. I respectfully ask for your support and move adoption.
Ms. Placet sends up an amendment. Mr. Hunter moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Should Mr. Hunter voting aye? Should Mr. Verdell voting aye? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes and 52 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Garcia Hernandez.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, right now we are flying blind in terms of data for House Bill 4, when we should be focusing first and foremost on legislation to help Texans who are affected by hill country floods. After they were ensured we would, or eliminating the STAR test, we are instead debating this map. A different map than the one that had public hearings, and that is missing an examination of updated CVAP, Citizen Voting Age Population Study data. As such, I'm offering this amendment to provide that information. This amendment simply mandates the Secretary of State conduct a CVAP study of this new proposed map and release the results of said study before the final day of the filing period before the 2026 primary for members of the United States House of Representatives of the 120th Congress from the state of Texas. A CVAP study is a study of the racial and ethnic data of the measured area, in this instance of the state of Texas. If this is not done, we will be using data from Census 2020 for this mid-decade redistricting. Data that is outdated from 5 years ago. CVAP studies are done every census, but we have no updated census data currently. The United States Census is a nationwide count of every person living in the United States. It is meant to provide comprehensive data on the population's size, age, race, ethnicity, housing, and family structure makeup of this country. Typically, before any redistricting occurs, the country takes a census to determine what changes have occurred, which is why redistricting is done right after the census, like we did in 2021. However, for this rigged mid-decade redistricting scheme, there is no new census or even data being collected. Let's change that. This amendment mandates that the Secretary of State conduct a citizen voting age population study of the racial and ethnic groups of this state. Furthermore, the results would be publicly released by the Secretary of State before the last day to file as a candidate in the primary election held in 2026, and will also contain recommendations for legislative action if necessary. Republicans say that this rigged mid-decade redistricting scheme is not based on racial grounds, so let's find out. There should be no issue with this amendment if this new map is not based on racial grounds. This amendment would be beneficial because it could lay to rest any claims of racial gerrymandering once and for all for this proposal. Please support this amendment for a CVAP study. Let's make sure we have the appropriate data to understand the impact of what we're doing here during this unprecedented and uncommon mid-decade redistricting.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
Gentlelady yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. And in laying out this amendment, you talked about the accuracy of data. You specifically referenced accurate population data. In fact, your amendment calls for a CVAP report to be produced. you would agree with me that it's fairly important in the redistricting process to have updated and accurate information. Isn't that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And specifically, when we're talking about what your amendment does, and that directs the Secretary of State to gather this CVAP analysis, that is not something that is uncommon. Right? That actually does that happens when we go through the census process and the following redistricting process following the census.
Absolutely, that's correct. We're essentially just making sure that whatever is typically done in the census prior to when we typically redistrict is in fact being done through the CVAP study.
And so I think just so that we can go through this, the data you're trying to drill down to, and for those of us who have kind of worked around this policy area before, CVAP is a term that we use and stands for Citizen Voting Age Population. So we're not talking about the population, we're not talking about voting age population. We are then talking about probably the smallest subset of that, which would be citizen voting age population within those congressional districts that are being proposed here. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you further bracketed that to talk about looking at those numbers as it's based on racial ethnicities.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and being part of the redistricting committee, and I did this work back in 19 and 21 as well. We heard a lot of testimony about the growth of the population in this state, and that people of color make up 95% of Texas's recent population growth. But the map that we're seeing today, and again, we don't have the data that your amendment would provide, it creates more majority Anglo districts. Is that your understanding of the map that we have in front of us?
Yes, that is correct.
And I know that we've had a significant amount of conversation about what is driving the drawing of these maps, and that the claim is that there is no racial gerrymandering, and it's important, right? If racial gerrymandering is prohibited, and so the claim here is that that's not being done. Are you aware that that's the claim that's being made as it pertains to this particular map?
Yes, absolutely.
And so I think drilling down to the core of your amendment, you were saying, if that's not what's going on here, then let's see. Because we don't see the CVAP numbers for these racial ethnicities. We are not seeing the CVAP data as current today. We are only seeing it as a snapshot of 2020. Is that correct?
Absolutely. There's only been 5 years that have passed since the census. Clearly, Texas has been growing in population. We want to make sure that the CVAP reflects, as far as that the particular redistricting that's going on right now, the mid-decade redistricting, in fact, is not racial gerrymandering.
Yes, and so I think that it's always best to be accurate with data, particularly when we're talking about protected, we have legal protections around certain types of gerrymandering. However, we're operating without that most current information. And if this didn't have those impacts, your amendment would actually allow us to bring that to light through the Secretary of State, and it would actually bring it to light before the filing deadline when these maps become effective.
Yes, that's correct.
And then secondarily, though, your amendment has a component to it that states if there are things that need to be mitigated after that Secretary of State report, there then is an opportunity to fix those. So even in the event that there is something that happened here that we don't know because we don't have the numbers, that would give an opportunity to alleviate those concerns around racial gerrymandering. Is that correct?
That is correct. The actual amendment itself indicates that after the creation of the report, that the Secretary of State can, in fact, not only report the results of the study, but provide recommendations for legislative or other action to correct any issues.
In your opinion, how important is it for the people that we all represent to have confidence in the fact that there is not racial gerrymandering going on here?
I think it's incredibly important, and more than anything, I know we in particular continue to keep talking about the cases that have come out of the U.S. Supreme Court, we want to make sure that this particular map does not violate both Section 2 of the VRA as well as the 14th and 15th Amendments as well.
And so the CVAP data that you're after here, to bring everything up to date, to say this is what Texas looks like today, that would be able to verify what's going on, what's underneath this, and if there is any racial gerrymandering going on. Is that the purpose of the amendment?
That is correct, and that's all that we're asking for, is just making sure, since we don't have a recent census and therefore redistricting based off that, we in fact compile the data that's needed to confirm that in fact these maps are not being drawn on racial lines.
And because certain racial groups have protections under the Voting Rights Act, is it your belief that having this CVAP data does in fact protect people's rights here in Texas under the Voting Rights Act?
Absolutely, I do.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Hunter in opposition. Thompson, for what purpose?
I want to know if the gentleman yield.
Not just yet.
Okay.
Not at this time.
Members, I'll be moving to table. The purpose of this amendment is to get the Secretary of State to get involved into data and census. And to me, it is basically another delay process. So my view is I'll be moving to table. Now I'll answer questions.
Thompson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Thank
He
you.
yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask you just three things and I'm through. Was that any consideration in looking at the Congressional District Number 9, the HCVA, the Hispanic voting age population in 9 after your substitute? Because it seems to show that they are barely 50% of Hispanics in that area. Was that by accident?
No, the data shows that the substitute made it at 50.15.
Okay,
so
then,
it modified.
Okay, then, and I also noticed, and that was some changes made in splitting precinct 414 in 4 different ways. At 4 different times. And what was the purpose of splitting that precinct those 4 different times?
Personal knowledge, none, just the criteria.
So you don't know what kind of...
not specific knowledge.
Okay, then, so that was, the criteria was considered in, you don't know what criteria was utilized?
The council looked at all the criteria. I personally did not.
But you're not aware of what was that criteria that caused the splitting?
No, ma'am.
And lastly, there was also a splitting of precinct 533 and 386 in that area as well. Do you know the purpose of splitting those precincts?
Same answer on that.
You don't know what data may have been considered?
No, just relied on council and they went through everything.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Move to table.
Senator Hernandez to close.
Thank you, Speaker and members. I understand that Representative wants to do a motion to table. All we're asking here is that we make sure that the maps that in fact are being drafted are not infringing on and illegal in violating both Section 2 of the BRA as well as the 14 and 15 amendments. This is not anything different that's done during the census prior to whenever we typically redistrict. And so all we're asking is that the CVAP study be done and that it be done in a timely way, that people are aware of how it impacts them prior to the last day of filing for the primary for congressional candidates here in the state of Texas. So I would ask respectfully that all of you vote in making sure that we are transparent, that we are making sure that we are not violating these laws, and that we are making sure that Texans recognize that we are not in the business of silencing our communities and our people. I respectfully ask that you vote against the motion to table. Thank you.
Ms. Hernandez sends up an amendment. Mr. Hunter has been moved to table. The questions on the motion to table, clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye, Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting nay. Have all members voted? Mr. Alcott voting aye. Have all members voted? 87 ayes, 52 nays. The motion to table prevails. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bernal.
Chair has Mr. Bernal.
Mr. Speaker,
It's received for what purpose?
raise a point of order against further consideration of the Bernal Amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that it is not germane.
Bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment has been withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Questions for the author? Be polite, be a gentleman.
Amendment by Garcia of Dallas.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you,
Ms.
Mr. Speaker. Members, my amendment is straightforward. This bill would not go into effect until Congress enacts legislation to make Social Security solvent.
I raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that it is not germane.
Bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment's been withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Did you know how many members accepted DPS supervision over the last 24 hours?
Chair is not advised.
Do you know that each member was
Jones, for what
assigned?
purpose?
Oh, my apologies. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Do you know that each member that was assigned a DPS supervision had 2 members assigned to them 24 hours a day?
Chair is not advised.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker?
Jones, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Do you know, or was there an account taken of the assignments that DPS officers were pulled off of before being assigned to surveillance members of the Texas House?
Chair is not advised.
All right. Last question. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Do you know that the tasks that were assigned previously to being assigned to members were high-level investigations, sex crime, as well as fraud division officers were pulled to surveillance House members?
Chair is not advised.
Thank you.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lalani.
Chair has Dr. Lalani.
Mr. Speaker.
Suit for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Lalani amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that it is not germane to the bill.
Bring your point of order down front.
Thank you.
The point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment's been withdrawn. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment. Mr. Wu.
Amendment by Wu.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that the amendment is not germane to the bill.
Bring your point of order down front. Mr. Kane raises a point of order against further consideration of the Wu Amendment, Amendment number 11, under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the amendment is not germane to the bill. The bill changes the composition of districts for the election of members to the United States House of Representatives. The Wu Amendment makes the effective date of the bill contingent on a matter that is not even remotely related to the congressional redistricting. The amendment is not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is sustained. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Y. Davis of Dallas.
Chair recognizes Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment that I'm bringing forth to the body because I think we have kind of gotten off pace, and I just want to understand, make sure that we understand that we passed a redistricting bill in 2021. For the most part, more than 80% of this body was a part of that bill. Maybe 85% of us are the same ones who passed this bill in 2021. So I'm bringing this back for consideration because I think it's important that you realize that the tweaks that I made are amendments that we offered during that time. But I don't know why we're changing something we did in 2021. Chairman Hunter presented a redistricting bill. This body voted on it. We considered the facts that you have to consider where it deals with all of the guidelines. I'm just wondering, why are we changing this bill? Why are we doing this again? And so I'm wondering, when did this notion that we now don't consider communities of interest, we don't consider breaking up political subdivisions, this winner-take-all approach that says we're going to, because we can, we're going to diminish the presence of districts that have been here. So I'm just wondering, why wouldn't we go back to what we did as a body? Are these Texas decisions or somebody else's decisions? Because we did this in 2021. So my map, C2165, basically puts people back together. They talked about coalition districts. Well, the map that you presented creates coalition districts already. Your map that Chairman Hunter has today creates coalition districts. So we know there are some form of coalition districts you can have. Notwithstanding what the Justice Department said, there is a way to have coalition districts. It's just how we define them. And I would submit that your map allows them, if they are coalition districts between Hispanics and Anglo districts, and Hispanic and African American districts are unacceptable. Again, this issue of race continues to be some of the guiding factors that's leading us to this divide. As Texans, we have had 4 congressional seats for African American districts to represent the African American community in the state of Texas, beyond our geographic, but also the state of Texas. And we're now going to diminish that, knowing that our population, African American community, has grown. We're going to put a map in place that would diminish it down to 2. Just doesn't make sense that if Texas is who we say we are, one state for Texas, why then would we eliminate districts where minority representation is diminished? We cannot have a state where we believe that we would minimize the impact of every voter in this state. And we know this map does that. So this amendment basically clarifies that the districts that we're pairing, because we have pairings, but we have much fewer pairings than on the map that's being presented today. We did not break up communities' interests. We made sure that we limited the splitting of counties, all of the factors that would make Texas as strong as possible. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, members, I'd ask that you consider what's good for Texas and for Texans. How do we do what's right for Texas? And this map would at least maximize what you all did in 2021, and I say you all because you were the majority then, and it allows us, other citizens in Texas, to have a presence because we are here as well. And so I would just encourage you to look at the growth, the population growth, and how we move districts to support the growth of this state. We're all one, we say, but yet we're willing to take away from districts, take districts away. So I would ask you to consider Congressional Plan C-2165. It creates African American districts and Hispanic districts at CVAP 50 plus, so we meet the standards that the Justice Department has says we need to do. It does fewer pairings. We pair many less districts than the current map before us. So again, I think this is a compromise of how do we maximize the presence. You still, as a majority, have maintained the presence that you created in 2021, but it allows us also to maintain and recognize the growth of the communities across the state. With that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Mr. Basu, for what purpose?
Would the lady yield for questions?
Is the only lady for questions?
Sure.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. I take it from your layout, it's your contention that this amendment complies with the Voting Rights Act. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I looked at the data for the 2024 election for Donald Trump in Texas and looked at the partisan performance of these districts that you have put together in this plan. Would it surprise you to learn that this plan that you've put together would give 16 seats that perform in favor of Democratic candidates in your map? Would you dispute that? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware that it does give 16 seats. In fact, it says it's just the opposite. We understand it to be different than that.
So when I looked at the 2024 election result data, it showed 16 seats with more than a 50% partisan performance, and that would be an increase of 3 seats over what is currently there. Are you aware of that?
I'm thinking your data must be different than mine,
Sure.
and therefore, because we see it as 12 Democratic seats versus 16.
Well, let's assume with me for a moment that it is 16. That would be 42% of the seats. Are you aware that the Democratic Party and congressional candidates in 2024 only got 40.39% of the vote?
No, I just suggested that I think we have different information because we don't have 16 seats, and according to the data we have, we say it only takes us 12, so I don't have that same information.
Understood. We'll take a look at the data. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Lynn, for what purpose?
will the lady yield for
Is
questions?
the only lady for questions?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Ms. Davis, can I ask where this map came from?
Yes, it came from my office. We've done redistricting for the last 30 years, every cycle, and the interim cycle that we did redistricting as well, it came from there.
Okay.
If you will notice, it would be the map that I presented in 2021. I don't know if you were here, you might not have been, but for the last 30 years, I've presented maps to maximize the presence so that African American voices can be heard in Texas through their governmental process.
This map is the same as a previous map that you filed?
With some additional, yes. We filed this in 2021.
It's the same one. Did you hold any public hearings on this map?
It was brought to the floor, and it didn't. It was information we pulled together from our constituents. So we didn't have. I wasn't on redistricting to have the hearings. We didn't have hearings around. It was presented when Chairman Hunter was chairman of redistricting. He didn't allow us to make presentations, so it was brought to the floor.
And when did you file this map this time?
It was filed when we first started having redistricting first came up.
Okay.
I don't know the actual date.
Okay. Did you receive any outside counsel for this map?
No.
You didn't work with anybody? Okay.
No. Let me tell you who I work with. I work with the constituents and members that we've worked with this over the past years in terms of trying to ensure that we capture districts that represent the people of the state of Texas. So no, I don't have an outside counsel. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a lay person who's worked on this and continue to believe that Texas can do better.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that several members on the floor today have questions and influences that are coming from third parties, scripted questions, from influence from the NAACP?
Well, would you be surprised? You'd be surprised that in the last 30 years that every redistricting I've offered maps, because my person in my office works on maps over the years. Would you be surprised about that? This is not a new thing for me. This is something I worked on continuously. So I haven't needed to get outside counsel. I'm involved in the community, the state, and redistricting over the years.
In the hearings, the redistricting hearings, a lot of the testimonies that we heard were about some of the odd shapes and the stretched districts, but a lot of those are maintained in your map. So did you consider compactness of the districts, whereas some of the districts that were the most concerned had a distance across that was less than half a mile?
Okay. It's like the one that they're drawing here in the maps that you're presenting that go the whole length of Texas, that go from Austin down to Port Aransas. I was much more compact than that, and they were drawn much more compact than that. We don't have one that leaves here and goes to West Texas.
I'm looking at several that are stretches.
Don't know what you're looking at.
Erratic shapes and some stretches.
That's long been an issue with regard to redistricting, and I can assure you our maps are much more compact than the ones that we're considering on the map that the chairman is presenting today.
Are you aware that the current map actually does fix a lot of more compactness, and it also draws the lines on natural boundaries, keeping counties whole? The natural boundaries, it's not, a lot of the cities are no longer cut in half.
But you have some that still are.
Okay. Did you have this map reviewed by any federal oversight to make sure it's in compliance with the Voting Rights Act? Okay, thank you.
I don't have the luxury of a law firm drawing my map and bringing it to me and say present it. I didn't have that luxury. What I have is a staff person who has consistently for the last 40 years been involved in redistricting and making sure that we look at how we get the best representation for all Texans.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that all the remarks on House Bill 4 be reduced to writing in place in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, may the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes.
Time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I move for an extension of time.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? There's a record vote requested on all motions today. Clerk, ring the bell. So Mr. Hunter voting aye. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 110 ayes and 23 nays. The motion to extend time prevails.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for questions? Well.
Does Jenny yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davis, refresh my memory, what does your amendment seek to do?
Actually, we seek to maximize the growth and development of the communities that live here in Texas. We had a base map. I took the base map that we passed in 2021 out of this chamber to make sure that we comply with the rules of engagement as it relates to the redistricting process. And we looked at ways to ensure that we didn't minimize and not take away from any of the constituents. So this map seeks to do that. So one of the challenges that they brought forth with redistricting is that the CVAP and the Justice Department said that they need to be 50 plus. So we attempted to make that 50 plus for these districts we're presenting. The amendments to, that's all we did, was to comply with what Justice Department said.
So just so we're clear for purposes of this discussion, your amendment is based on the census data from the 2020 census. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that for redistricting, the normal course of redistricting is after we get a census every decade?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that based on the 2020 census, that 95% of the growth in Texas was based on the growth of minorities that included African Americans, Asian Americans, and Hispanics, the Latino community? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so your map attempts to reflect that growth in minority populations. Is that correct?
As well as the growth, but as well as adjusting the numbers in the districts relative to what the Department of Justice said was flawed in a map
Okay.
that we passed.
So one of the questions I want to ask, you indicated when you were being questioned by the previous witness, you indicated that you've worked on redistricting for the past 30 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so you know a little bit about redistricting, correct?
Just a tad bit. It changes.
Is
It's
it-
evolving. I
is
never
it-
knew us to do this.
Is it unusual to have a mid-decade redistricting?
It is unusual to have a mid-decade redistricting plan. That has not been a practice. It happened one other time that I've been here. And as Chairman Hunter said, you can do it. But the question is, why are we doing something that we've already done? And we did this in 2021. And, you know, if we're not going to perfect it, why are we changing it to alter it to be more draconian on us and constituents than better?
Representative Davis, are you aware that the state of Texas has more African American population than any other state in the United States of America?
I am aware of that. This is the largest African American community across the nation.
And are you aware that currently there are 4 African American congressional seats in the state of Texas?
At this point, there's 4 and potentially 1 that we could do as a coalition district or as an emerging district, opportunity district.
And so if we can identify for the purposes of this record, you have currently the 9th Congressional District, that is Congressman Al Green. You have the 18th Congressional District that was previously held by Congressman Sylvester Turner, who is deceased, and the seat is vacant. You have the 30th Congressional District held by Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, and the 33rd Congressional District held by Congressman Mark Vesey. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those are 4 African American districts in Texas, correct?
That's correct. And what we tried to make sure in this map, our amendment adjusts the CVAP according to the challenges that the Justice Department had raised. And for example, we reduced in CD9 the Hispanic CVAP from 50.5 to 50.2 so that we would not, we didn't change it, we just addressed it.
And
and
you say we addressed it. We addressed it to make sure it complied with the Voting Rights Act of 1965, correct?
That's correct. Section
And
2.
specifically Section 2,
Section
correct?
2. That's correct.
And would you agree with me that we've already heard from Chairman Hunter that the Voting Rights Act of 1965, Section 2, is still current law?
That is correct.
And isn't it true also that Texas in the past has been found to have intentionally discriminated when it came to redistricting against African Americans and Hispanics? Is that correct?
That's correct. In fact, we still have a case pending from the seat from the maps from 2001 because we continue to have this problem with knowingly discriminating or creating a discriminatory map as it relates to African Americans.
And Representative Davis, isn't it also true that based on the current proposed map that you're seeking to correct, isn't it true that House Bill 4 dilutes the African American congressional representation by a whopping 50%?
That's correct, and
So
that's
we're-
what troubles me.
So we're reducing, even though Texas has more African Americans than any other state, and even though, based on the 2020 census data, we had an increase in African American population. We are now, based on this current map, instead of increasing it to reflect the population growth, we're actually decreasing it in half. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that's the challenge here, is that we're now talking about minimizing and decreasing representation that we currently have. Why would we take a state that we were saying that we're growing and now we're going to take it down? So that's what this amendment does, is seeks to recognize the growth and protect the integrity of those populations.
And as I read I did look at your amendment. Your amendment seeks to not pack and crack African American and Latino communities. Isn't that correct?
That's right, because essentially what you're doing is saying, and this is kind of the challenge for us as Texans, we need to recognize that our communities are more interdependent and interrelated than they are. And so we cannot just eliminate districts because you don't vote that way. You've got to allow the representation of all people. And if you don't, you're going to be, they're calling it racial, political gerrymandering, but it amounts to being racially gerrymandering.
Well, Representative Davis, would you agree with me that the proposed House Bill 4 is a racial gerrymandered map?
And in the conversation that Chairman Hunter laid out, he said it's politically, but the impact politically has been, it is racially. So while it was political, it also had racial implications.
Right, it's a racial gerrymander.
We're trying to make sure that we don't put a map in place that is racially gerrymandering it.
Right, and so when you look at, and I want to hone in on House Bill 4, when you own in on House Bill 4, it pairs CD 9 held by Congressman Al Green with CD 18, correct?
That's correct.
And isn't it true, based on your experience, that Congressional District 18 was first held by Congresswoman Barbara Jordan as the first African-American Congresswoman since Reconstruction that was only after the Voting Rights Act of 1965, correct?
That's correct. And I want to mention 18 because 2001, we went through many discussions about restoring the integrity of 18 and the voters
Correct.
in District 18. So basically, we would be undoing what we just did in 2001 to District 18, CD 18.
And I'm glad you brought that up. I want to make sure that the record is clear on that. Back in 2021, it seems like I remember very vividly that then Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee had to come to Austin before the redistricting committee to talk about the unpairing of the 9th and the 18th Congressional District, correct?
That's correct.
They had Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee paired with Congressman Al Green, correct?
That's correct.
And we were able
the committee here reviewed, redistricted, and restored 18.
It restored it.
It restored it because they found that it made sense that it would be restored versus leaving that pairing. And now we're sitting here doing something the same thing.
Now we're doing it all over again,
Yeah,
correct?
That's correct.
I don't know about you, but I would imagine that Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, Congressman Sylvester Turner, Congresswoman Barbara Jordan would be turning over in their grave if they saw this. Would you agree with me?
I agree that is why it was changed in 2021, because we found it to be totally wrong. And here we are again doing the same thing. It's totally wrong today as it was then.
The lady's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd ask that you
Chair
consider.
recognizes Mr. Hunter in opposition.
You can't end yet. Members, I will be moving the table for the simple reason that I like my plan better than hers.
Mr.
Speaker. Just to be straightforward, but I'll be moving the table on this particular amendment.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Reynolds, what
Would the gentleman yield for 2 questions?
Sure.
Will the gentleman yield? Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Hunter. I wanted to ask this question of my time ran out, but you can clarify this, Chairman Hunter. So isn't it true that under your proposed House Bill 4, Congressman Al Green, who is currently the congressman of the 9th Congressional District, under the new map, he is in the 18th congressional district. Isn't that true?
Well, what he said in the hearings is he lives in 18, and so my thought was this is a great opportunity for him to run now in 18, but 9 is a newly created district. I don't consider that a pairing.
Well,
I create 9 was one of the districts that we created.
Well, Chairman Hunter, with that, I'll have to ask you a follow-up question on that.
Ask as many as you want.
Okay, so you were there. You were the chairman of the Redistricting Committee back in 2021, correct?
Correct.
And you recall verbatim, because I recall talking to you, and don't you recall having a conversation with Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, myself, Representative Sophronia Thompson, Representative Harold Dutton, that we wanted to not have Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee paired with Congressman Al Green. Isn't that true, sir?
We talked about that in 2021.
And did we not correct that, sir?
What's that?
Didn't we correct it? We didn't pair them, correct?
Hold on, Ron. We came on the floor and there was an amendment,
correct,
that the body adopted.
That is, well, you answered, so to answer the question, we fixed that with a floor amendment on the House floor, correct?
Well, you keep saying we fixed it.
Well, what I'm saying is...
Ron, we disagree. What I said at the very beginning is we've created 5 new districts. These aren't pairings. This is much different than 2021. Petaway is different. We've got Rotu that is different. So we have a lot of new circumstances, and we're relying now on pure political performance.
Chairman
in
Hunter,
2021, different circumstance, but we did do the amendment.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Is there a member of Congress currently serving in the 18th congressional district at this present time?
No.
Okay, correct. Because of the death of our brother, our former colleague.
My classmate.
Your classmate, Congressman Sylvester Turner, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it your understanding that Governor Abbott called a special election for November to fill that seat, correct?
I don't know about
would you have any reason to disagree with me?
If you're a member of this House, what you state, I will rely on.
Okay, so hypothetically, if Congressman Turner had not passed away, he would still be the congressman for the 18th congressional district, correct?
I think so.
Okay, and based on your new map and the parent and Congressman Al Green's address, he would now be in the new 18th congressional district, correct?
According to what was said in the hearing.
According to his testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so wouldn't you agree then that basically it would be a collision course with Congressman Al Green and the congressman of the 18th congressional district?
Well, I don't know about collision courses, and both individuals I knew and know for a long time. But what I'm telling you, we have 5 new congressionals.
How many new?
4 are Hispanic performing districts.
That's not the question. That's not the question.
You haven't let me finish.
You go ahead and finish.
And they are based on the U.S. Supreme Court political performing. And so I am adopting this map. I think this is the map we should do that I proposed.
No.
And it's the right thing.
I
And it's been
understand your
adopted
position.
by
I understand
all
your,
law.
I understand your position, but you
Good.
know, you understand the way this process works. At the back of my, I get a chance to ask the questions, and you get a chance to answer them.
No, you need to let me answer.
I am letting you answer.
You're breaking up. I can't even
but
talk.
You're
Here, why don't you
pulling
finish?
hypothetical. So here's the
Go ahead and
question.
finish.
Here's the question then. Based on this proposed map in House Bill 4, how many African American opportunity districts are there in Houston?
In the Houston
Yes.
area? On mine, or are you talking about?
On yours.
Which amendment are you?
I'm talking about.
I thought we were talking about
your
the amendment.
On your.
So now you're going back to my bill. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and answer your questions, even though you're not staying on the amendment. First of all, CD 18 now becomes a 50.8% black CVAP. In 2021, you're advocating for a 38.8% CVAP. I think my map is much more improving. CD 30 is now a 50.2% black CVAP. In 2021, which you've been defending, it's only 46%. So you have two that are majority black CVAP districts in Texas.
As opposed to 4, correct?
I don't know where you're coming up with.
Well, currently we have 4. You have CD 9, CD 18, CD 30, and CD 33, and now you have 2 based on your map. You reduced it by 50%.
CD9 becomes a majority Hispanic district.
Correct. I said
so
African
you
American.
oppose that.
No, I said
Yes,
African
you
American.
did.
I said African American. I didn't say Hispanic. I said African American.
CD9 is a new district.
Correct.
With political performance.
That is correct.
I've been saying
I'm not
this
arguing against that.
since
I'm
you
only
don't let
asking
me
the facts.
finish, Ron.
Go ahead.
You just said that I could talk, and you don't.
Members, please don't talk over each other. And Mr. Reynolds,
Yes.
I would ask you to keep your questions about the amendment before us.
I will do that. Thank you, Chairman Hunter.
All right, thank you.
So, based on Representative Davis' amendment that you're arguing, you're opposing, her map restores the District 9 and District 18, District 30, and District 33. Isn't that correct?
Whatever she said, I
Okay.
don't know if it does.
Those are 4 African American seats that she's restoring in her proposed amendment that you're opposing, correct?
All I've told you, Ron, is she came up, said she filed a map, and that's what's happening. Do I know that? I don't know that.
And do you know, finally, my final question is, do you know that her map intends to restore the 30th Congressional District that was once held by Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, that is now held by Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett as an African-American district, along with Congressman Mark Vesey, our former colleague here on this House floor as well. It restores his 33rd Congressional District. Isn't that true, sir?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move to table. Can I go to the mic? I just say withdraw my motion to table?
Chair recognizes
Mr.
Chairman
Speaker, members, I'm withdrawing my motion to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to withdraw the amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. Okay. Members, that was our last amendment. Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against, please come down front.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally in opposition to the bill. Members, please take your conversations outside the rail. Mr. Wally.
Members, I stand today in strong opposition of this legislation. As the representative for the voters of House District 140, who elected me to be their voice in this chamber, I must speak out against this injustice being done on the House floor today, particularly for Congressional District 29. Since I was elected to office 16 years ago, every single one of my constituents has lived in Congressional District 29. Members, even before I was elected, I worked for Congressman Gene Green in Congressional District 29 for several years. I worked in areas from Baytown to Pasadena to South Houston to the East End, all the way up to Northside and Aldine. I know this area of Congressional District 29 very well. Make no mistake, members, and to the public, House Bill 4, this map being rammed through the process today, obliterates that district. It treats our voters as crash test dummies. The district has been dismantled. The biggest impact to my voters will be on splitting apart communities of color that have historically been together. Congressional District 29 is a long-standing Latino majority district in Harris County. This district was created after the 1990 census as mandated by the Voting Rights Act, Section 2. The two anchors of this district are the North Side in my area and the East End and East Harris County. Historic Mexican-American and Hispanic neighborhoods in Houston, where many of our grandfathers, our abuelitos, abuelitas, tíos and tías settled in the early parts of the 19th and 20th century. These areas are now being ripped apart. They're being ripped apart. Members, so communities like Melrose Park, Lindale Park, Northline, Jensen Drive on the north side, which have always been connected communities on the East End side, communities like Second Ward, Denver Harbor, Manchester, Magnolia Park, Pecan Park, communities like Aldine, Green Ridge North, Imperial Valley, Green Forest, High Meadows, Little York on the north side also have historically been connected to areas like Galena Park, Jacinto City, Pasadena, and East Harris County along the channel. But look, members, what's comical about this, I doubt the author of the bill and the author of this map even know where these neighborhoods are. But they are clear communities of interest that have always voted together since the inception and the creation of this district, Congressional District 29. And you will hear from my colleagues, Representative Hernandez, Representative Marianne Perez. They know exactly the neighborhoods we're talking about. Currently, the Hispanic citizen voting age population of House District 29 is about 64%. Under this map, the facts are that the population in the current CD 29 drops down to 42%. It does this by sawing off the district down the middle with the hacksaw and splitting apart the entire east side of Harris County from District 29 and running that eastern part, inner city East End, and connecting it all the way out into Liberty County. I'm sure there's fine people in Liberty County. I'm sure the representative from Liberty County is proud to represent their community. But the facts are, East End, inner city Houston, I would suspect have very, not much in common with Liberty County. What's more, the map on the floor today has changed from the map proposed from the first special session. And it's gotten worse for the Harris County Latino voters. These changes happened without public testimony and without a public hearing. On behalf of my voters, members, I'm angry. It's easy. It's easy when staring at a map of Texas on your computer to look at spreadsheets with population data and voter turnout and use that to draw shapes that will help you win elections. But redistricting is about the people and communities and creating districts that comply with the principle of one person, one vote. We also have a legal obligation to carefully consider how those districts affect the ability of racial and ethnic groups of voters elect candidates of their choice. This is more complex than just checking your population percentages. You cannot split apart a bunch of brown and black Texans and pat yourself on the back because you left enough behind to try to avoid legal trouble. Texas voters deserve better than this. My constituents deserve better than this. This body, this institution deserve better than this. Please vote no on this sorry piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today, in this second call special session, the first order of business should have been House Bill 1. We should have been debating a bill to restore flood relief to many Texans who lost their lives in the Kerr County historic flooding. But instead, the first bill that we're taking up is a racial gerrymandered House Bill 4 from a mid-decade redistricting that is totally unnecessary. You know, I want to put this in context. Just less than 2 weeks ago, we commemorated and celebrated the 60th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And everyone in this body should be extra proud of it because it was signed into law by then Lyndon Baines Johnson, President of the United States of America from Texas, our own Texans. This, in the history books, is one of the most transformational pieces of legislation in our nation's history. It changed literally the course of this country. It righted a historic wrong. And what do I mean by that? Prior to the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, people who looked like me, they couldn't serve in public office. In fact, I'm the first African American elected in Fort Bend County as state representative since Reconstruction. And I know I stand on the shoulders of those who made good trouble. What do I mean by that? The people who came before me, whose shoulders I stand on today, they risked their lives to end Jim Crow laws that had literacy tests, that had poll taxes, where people had to recite the Constitution. People had to guess how many bubbles in a bar of soap. Not just people, but African Americans in this country. Because of them risking their lives on freedom rides, because they're risking their lives sitting at lunch counters, because they marched, they protested, knowing they may be beaten with billy clubs, knowing that they may have water hydrants pushed on them, knowing that law enforcement was not there to serve and protect them, but to push them back and enforce Jim Crow. They defied the odds. They pressed forward. Many of them didn't make it back home. Many of them lost their lives because lynching was a way of life. Lynching was common. Prior to the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, there was an incident that was captured on national TV called Bloody Sunday. And if you don't know it, you should Google it. Bloody Sunday was when former Congressman John Lewis and other freedom fighters, they marched from Selma to Montgomery for ending Jim Crow so that people could vote of color. Many of them were beaten, including Congressman John Lewis. He was beaten nearly to death by law enforcement because they weren't there to serve and protect. He was beaten to a pulp. He nearly lost his life. He was knocked unconscious. It captured the American people to say, not on our watch do we want to continue to allow this country to treat African Americans this way. And people of good conscience said that they didn't want to be on the wrong side of history. So they came in solidarity with John Lewis and Martin Luther King and others to say, we want to change this. And so it wasn't just African Americans then walking and marching. It was people of good conscience that were Anglo, that were other ethnicities, to say in America, we believe that every human being should be treated with dignity and have the right to vote. Long story short, that was why they passed the Voting Rights Act of 1965, because of Bloody Sunday. And here we are in 2025, not 1965, with a racial gerrymandered map that takes us back to those dark days. And why do I say that? Because we have a map where we have the first African-American district that was created after the passage of the Voting Rights Act to elect our own Barbara Jordan, the first African-American to serve in Congress in the South since Reconstruction in the 18th Congressional District. That was progress. But here we are with a map that eliminates the progress that was made, the marginal progress that was made in a state that has more African Americans than any other state in the country. You had Barbara Jordan. After her, you had the legendary Mickey Leland. After that, you had the legendary Craig Washington. After that, you had the legendary Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, followed by Congressman Sylvester Turner and his death. It's already a shame that they didn't call the special election after Congressman Turner died in January to put that ballot on May. But here we are today where this map, this racial gerrymander, would now pit the winner of the 18th Congressional District with Congressman Al Green of the 9th Congressional District, because he is now under this proposed map in the 18th. Congressman Al Green has been a freedom fighter speaking truth to power. And now you're taking away a historic district and 2 African Americans, and you're making Houston pit 2 to 1. And then you go to Dallas. It doesn't stop there. The historic 30th Congressional District that was once held by Etta Bernice Johnson, who we memorialized, and her body lied in state. She was a transformational legislator from this body. She was preceded by Congressman Jabson Crockett, our own colleague, former colleague. Now that seat is Congresswoman Crockett was removed from her district into the 33rd to pit her against our former colleague, Congressman Mark Vesey. So we should be increasing African American representation by 50%, but unfortunately, this racial gerrymandered map reduces it by 50%. And I don't know, I feel like Fannie Lou Hamer when she said she was sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm sick and tired of seeing more attacks on African Americans in this state that has more African Americans than any other state. I'm sick and tired of seeing more attacks on our Hispanic brothers and sisters, because this map doesn't just disenfranchise African Americans, but also our Latino brothers and sisters. I'm sick and tired of this attacks on black and brown with this anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm sick and tired of us not want to talk about it because we implemented critical race theory, so we don't even teach about it anymore. So I feel the pain of our ancestors who thought they had overcome many of the barriers of the past, that we shouldn't have to relitigate these issues in 2025. Thank God we have the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and this House Bill 4 violates that. It's unconstitutional, and it more than likely will be struck down. But in the meantime, many people, including my constituents that are currently in the 9th Congressional District, are going to be disenfranchised. And so I know, as a man of faith, I believe that in a higher power, and I believe that Barbara Jordan would be turning over in her grave to see what we're doing in this body. I believe that Sheila Jackson Lee and Mayor Congressman Sylvester Turner will be turning over in their grave to see what we're doing in this body. And I know many of you probably are like, well, this is just something we have to do. People elect us to be statesmen, to put people before politics. And this racial gerrymander is going to disenfranchise and impact people, specifically people of color, packing and cracking communities of interest to disenfranchise them so they don't have the ability to elect a candidate of their choice. And so I rise today in opposition of this racial gerrymander map and ask you to be on the right side of history and reject this notion, this Texas takeover, and do what's best for the citizens of this state. Not President Trump, not anybody else, but the citizens of this state. They are the ones that are watching. And you may not realize this today, but just like the people that were on the wrong side of history back in 1965, history will be looking at the decisions that is made in this body today. And I want to challenge you, when you look in the mirror, where were you? Were you on the right side of history in favor of voting rights for all? Or were you on the wrong side of history where you're upholding discrimination with this racial gerrymandered map? So I strongly urge you to do the right thing and protect the rights of the vulnerable that's found in Proverbs 31:8-9. And I'll close with this. It says to speak out for the one who cannot speak, for the rights of those who are doomed. Speak out, judge fairly, and defend the rights of oppressed and needy people.
Ms. Garcia of Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, under the current map, CD 32 is a coalition district. When white, black, Hispanic, and Asian communities come together and make up nearly 68% of the population, and nearly 64% of the voting age population. Black and Hispanic voters alone account for over 52% of the voting age population. Under the proposed map, our community will be torn apart. The Anglo share of the district rises from 36% to more than 52% of the voting age population. Meanwhile, Black, Hispanic voters together drop from 52% down to just 35% of the voting age population. This is not a minor adjustment. This is deliberate dismantling of minority voting strength in North Texas. In Dallas County, the effects are even more clear. Currently, Dallas makes up 85% of CD 32. Within what share the district reflects the true diversity of the Dallas County, 31.7% Anglo and 58.9% Black and Hispanic combined. But in the new map, Dallas County's shares of the district is reduced to 62%, adding many counties far from Dallas, Rockwell, Hunt, Upshur, Wood, Rains. As a result, Anglo voters jump to nearly 38% in Dallas's portion, and the combined Black and Hispanic population falls to 48%. In other words, the very heart of Dallas's diverse communities is being diluted by drawing counties that do not reflect the same racial or cultural makeup. This is about more than numbers on a page. It is about whether families in Pleasant Grove, Garland, and Mesquite will still have a voice. It is about whether communities of color that built CD 32 into a district of opportunity will be silenced by map lines that crack Dallas County apart and pack it with neighboring counties. I want to be clear. This map doesn't just weaken minority representation, it severs the connection between communities and their elected officials. It makes it harder for parents, workers, and seniors in Dallas County to know that their voices matter as much as anyone else's. Congressional District 32 has been a district opportunity. This proposed map would erase the progress and turn CD 32 into an Anglo-majority district, dismantling the coalition of Black, Hispanic, and Asian voters who have fought for fair representation. Members, our democracy is the strongest when every community has a seat at the table. Weakening minority voices in Dallas is not just unfair, but unconstitutional. I urge you to reject this map and stand up for fair representation in Texas.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise today in strong opposition to House Bill 4. This bill represents one of the most blatant assaults on fair representation that we have seen in Texas. Houston is one of the most diverse cities in the world, and Harris County is one of the most diverse counties in America. That diversity is our greatest strength. It is what makes our neighborhoods vibrant, our workforce dynamic, and our communities resilient. And yet, HB 4 silences that diversity instead of celebrating it. Under this map, Latino communities in Harris County have been split apart and scattered across multiple districts, silencing their voice and diluting their ability to elect their candidate of choice. Nowhere is this clearer than in Congressional District 29. For decades, CD 29 has stood as a performing Latino majority district, a community of interest where Hispanic voters could elect their candidate of choice. But this map dismantles that district. Latino neighborhoods like Denver Harbor, Magnolia Park, 2nd Ward, Manchester, and Northside, historic centers of Latino political strength, have been carved out. The Hispanic citizen voting age population has been reduced almost 20 points, from roughly 63% to just 43%. That kind of drastic change has nothing to do with population shifts or routine adjustments. It is a clear effort to weaken Latino influence in Harris County. Under this proposed map, my home and almost my entire legislative district, which is over 70% Hispanic, is taken out of CD 29 and placed in CD 9. HB redraws CD 9 in a way that claims to create a Latino majority district on paper, 50.15%, but in reality dilutes the voting power of communities of interest in inner city Houston by stretching the district across unrelated suburban and even rural areas. This map undermines Latino representation. It makes little sense to connect inner city Houston all the way to Liberty County, 50 miles away. These areas do not share the same priorities, challenges, or way of life. Inner city Houston is one of the most diverse, dense urban centers in America. Demographically, the contrast is stark. Houston's East End is majority Latino, home to historic Hispanic neighborhoods with large immigrant communities and several Catholic churches over 100 years old that were established for the growing Mexican-American community. Combining Houston's historic Hispanic neighborhoods like Denver Harbor, 2nd Ward, Magnolia Park, and the cities of Galena Park and Jacinto City, which are less than a mile apart, with Liberty County, a white county 50 miles away, denies Latino voters a meaningful chance to elect their candidate of choice. This is not what a functioning democracy looks like. This is not what Texans expect of us. We should be expanding opportunities for representation, not dismantling them. Harris County's Latino population growth is so significant that the county should have gained a second Latino opportunity district. Instead, this map cracks Latino voters apart, dismantles CD 29, and distorts CD 9. all to weaken the communities of color that are the backbone of our economy and our democracy. Members, HB 4 is not about fair representation. It is about silencing voices, silencing the voices of Latino voters, my family, my friends, my neighbors. It is about stripping away opportunity districts that were hard-won and protected under the Voting Rights Act. This is not only wrong, it is unconstitutional. I urge you to reject HB 4. Protect the rights of every Texan to have their voice heard. Protect the communities who built Harris County and keep it strong. And protect the integrity of our democracy, which demands fair maps and equal representation for all. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have lived in CD 29 all the days of my life, and with the passage of this map, it will move me to CD 9. With these redistricted maps, voter disenfranchisement will undoubtedly be worse in many communities like mine. Based on data from the 2020 census, Latino voters make up about 43.4% of the people in Harris County, Texas. The Hispanic population has been the largest ethnic group in Harris County since 2010. In fact, in Houston, over 38% of Houstonians aged 5 years and older speak Spanish at home. This is the case for many of my constituents. My community deserves fair representation, representatives who share their values, understand their culture, and are able to communicate in their first language. Representatives who truly understand the struggles that Hispanic communities face. The Hispanic population is already underrepresented. These maps further affect our representation. Additionally, based on 2020 census data, Black or African American residents make up 18.7% of the total population of Harris County. Those two groups, when combined, make up the clear majority. Despite making up the clear majority in Houston, where I live, and in this state, our voters' voices are diluted. Our communities certainly deserve to have their voices heard. I urge you to join me in voting no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members and people in the gallery. Today represents something new and different as it relates to, as state representatives, how we must see ourselves moving forward. I would ask each member in this body to understand this. When I ran for election, I ran to be able to help improve Texas. And I know some people think this may be a game, and it's funny. But the reality is this. Texas needs brave men and women. Texas needs transparency, which means engaging the community. Texas needs its members to respect and show how honored they should be to be a part of this body. What was interesting to me as I had my dialogue with Chairman Hunter was he focused a lot on why Democrats left to not create a quorum. I want to be clear. I want each and every one of you to understand. We didn't run from anything. We ran to the public because what we felt has truly been an injustice and is being an injustice. And I'll tell you why it was an injustice. We didn't act as Texans to be able to change the dynamics of our community. There was a letter that came through. A letter. Mr. Speaker, I hope in the future that we're not moved by outside influence. That we indeed move in a way that makes sure that Texans sets the agenda and no one else. When I think about these maps, and I have asked on a number of occasions, who drew these maps? No one can tell, or at least they have not revealed who drew these maps. And I know that's a bald-faced lie. So when one comes from the outside to steal what's precious in Texas, that's hurtful. I asked again, where are our brave Texans? But I would caution each and every one of you, be careful. Be careful about the actions you're taking, because indeed it not only impacts us, but it impacts our children and our children's children, the things that we do today. If DC has asked for something, we must ask ourselves, what's next? What's next of interference? For me, this body has changed. It has created an atmosphere of division, an atmosphere of disgust, an atmosphere when I now look at my colleagues and say, wow, who are you really? You know, when I had my medical episode, I was so moved by the members who came to pray and gave me well wishes. And as you know, each and every day we come, we pray together. We pray together. We give honor to the U.S. flag and the Texas flag because we know the value of what we do here. But when that changes, not because we disagree, not because we have different positions, that changes when I see professionals that will support something that they know is wrong, but because they want to either hold on to a seat or they're fearful of the unknown. I would say to my colleagues, what's so hurtful is when my colleagues can look me in the face and look other members in the face and be willing to take away 2 African American seats. As you all know, the struggle, particularly for African Americans, have been long and hard. When we looked at a situation where the floods came, so many people died, some of which I even knew. And we put this as a priority before putting that first. That tells us all something about this body. Mr. Speaker, we need to change that. We need to be able to address those priorities first. It should have been number 1 on the agenda, but it wasn't, and that was disheartening. So I say to my colleagues today, get brave. Understand our real work here. It's not a game. It's not a plaything. We've been blessed to be one of 150, to be able to improve the quality of life for all Texans. And we have to come together and understand what that looks like so we create the win-win, not the winners and losers. That's the Texas I would love to be a part of. It was also hurtful with the social media. It was really childish more than anything. Lock them up, go get them, they running, all that kind of nonsense. And I think we're too important and we've got a job that's too big to go down that rabbit hole. So for today, I have mixed feelings about this body. And I hope that we can become a better body, not one that seeks to hurt others, to create cultural wars, to demean different positions, but indeed that we can work together to respect the positions that we hold. I call upon each and every one of you to really seek inside why you are really here and what your real role and goal should be as a legislator. Members of my Republican Party, we need you to be brave. We need you to be transparent. We need you as a working partner, not as an adversary. Members of the Democratic Party, let's continue. Even though we're in the minority, we're going to continue to fight the battle for the people. And finally, I would say this. Those of you who feel this is okay, let's get ready for the fight. Because the fight ain't over. It's going to continue. And it's going to be one where we have energized America to save democracy. And we will continue to do that as we move forward. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Gervin-Hawkins, Chair of the Legislative Black Caucus, thank you for being brave. I apologize that so many of your colleagues chose to speak over your speech. Mr. Speaker and members, I rise today not just as a legislator, but as a Texan who still believes in the radical idea that voters should choose their leaders, not the other way around. This bill, House Bill 4, betrays that idea. House Bill 4 is not about representation. It is not about fairness. It is a desperate, mid-decade power grab engineered in Washington, executed in Austin, and paid for by the Texans we are supposed to represent. Let me be clear. This is Donald Trump's map. It is clearly and deliberately manufactures 5 more Republican seats in Congress because Trump himself knows the voters are rejecting his agenda. And instead of respecting that rejection, he's changing the rules. Instead of listening to the people, he's trying to silence them. And Texas Republicans have been more than willing to help. So let's talk about what House Bill 4 really does. It punishes my community of Austin, one of the most diverse, fastest growing, and engaged cities in America, by carving it up and pitting 2 progressive champions, Congressman Doggett and Kassar, into the same district. It dilutes the voting power of Black, Latino, and AAPI Texans, communities that have fueled our state's growth and are entitled to a voice in its future. And it draws neighborhoods like mine in North Austin into districts that stretch over 360 miles to Midland and Odessa in one direction, and over 170 miles to Freestone County in the other direction. Chairman Hunter, that's over 500 miles apart. That's not compact, that's corrupt. It is shameful, it is dangerous, and it sets a precedent that should terrify every single American. If you want to know the state of our democracy, look no further than this House floor. Representative Nicole Collier has been held here against her will for 2 full days, over 48 hours, because she refused to sign a permission slip from DPS, treating her like she's a child asking to use the restroom. Representative Collier is a 7-term legislator, an attorney, and an advocate for her community. She's being surveyed and detained in her own capital simply for dissenting. This is not democracy. This is authoritarianism in real time. Republicans are going to try and convince you that this is the will of the people. But if the people agreed with them, why do they need to cheat to win? Why did they try to ram this through without any public testimony on this map? Why did they hold a duly elected representative prisoner? Why did they use flood victims as a political bargaining chip? I'll tell you why. Because they're scared. They're not scared of me. They're not scared of our caucus, but they are scared of the people. They're scared because they know the people are tired of their lies. They're scared because they know the people are rejecting their policies. And they are desperate to pass these maps because it's their last chance to cling to power, and they know if they don't, they will lose in the 2026 midterms. So let me end where I began. I still believe in the Republic. I still believe in this House. I still believe that democracy is worth fighting for. That's why I broke quorum. That's why I stand here today. And that's why I will vote no on this racist bill. Because House Bill 4 is not just about where the lines are drawn. It's about whether the people still hold the pen. And I think they should. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I wanted to read a definition because I realize that some people have gotten a little lost with what we're doing here and what's happening. I want to explain what is an economic engine. It refers to key drivers of economic growth, profitability, and value creation for companies, regions, or nations. When we were in committee, I brought up the fact that we were taking economic engines from already poor minority districts or districts that had been underrepresented or poor and underrepresented for many years. The point of that being is that we are taking from districts, for instance, Congressional District 30, which is where Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Jackson was. She used to be in the House. And let me explain to some of you who don't know anything about her. She was a woman who used to have to sometimes walk home from work because they would force her to be late so she would miss the bus. So she'd have to walk 5 miles, and then the next morning they would say, "Hey, Eddie, did you catch the bus?" And she would say, "Yes, I did." And they would laugh knowing that she had to walk 5 miles to get home in the afternoon. These economic engines give us the ability to call these companies and make sure that they're investing in their areas. It's not forcing them to, it's asking them to. But I want to give you an example that a lot of people in here don't have. I'm going to give you my congressional district, which a lot of times people want to say things like, oh, Democrat-run cities don't work well. Well, the reason that my Democratic city hasn't worked as efficiently as it should have for over 2 decades is because in 2003, when this body did a mid-decade redistricting, you cut off our economic engines. You gave us to a different part of a county, Brazoria County, that has nothing in common with Southeast Texas of Jefferson County. And it has diluted that power, and it broke us up. It put us with a group of people who had more retail when we are more blue collar and we're industry. So we are split between Orange County, we're split between Jasper County that is further away from us, but we're closer off when it looks to representation to Brazoria County, which is much richer and much wider. And our districts were actually very well minority. It was blacks, Hispanics, whites. It was a true coalition district of just people working together. And by the way, it was already considered a Republican district. But you cut off our economic engines. And so now we have 2 of my cities are considered 2 of the most poorest cities in the country out of 20. But it gives you all a reason to say that certain people are poor, certain people are damaged. We need to take over their school districts. But that was done in this body when you took away our representation, when you gave us to a congressional member who didn't have a real understanding of what we were dealing with. And when the vast majority of those counties, the other part of that county, they didn't have to come to us to ask for votes, whether they were a Democrat or Republican. What you're doing right now to poor and underrepresented counties and cities is harmful. And I get winning because we keep saying that this is about elections. But at what cost is winning everything? Is it more important for you to win and have seats knowing that you've already messed up and harmed other people in their districts? You have already helped increase crime rates in other people's districts. You've already had them underfunded when it comes to school programs. And I'm telling you this not because someone read this to me in a book. I'm telling you this because this is what you've done to my community. This gives you a reason to have people that will go out there and say racist things about Black and Latino and Hispanic people because you've created an environment that has festered with people who are living in poverty. I ask you to please vote no on this, not about politics, but about the fact that you are going to cause real harm to people, and you are going to cause harm to your own citizens by breaking up communities of interest. You are going to put people's lives at risk. And for all of you who live out in East Texas, I want you to remember this. If you live in Jasper and you're trying to get to the nearest hospital, or you live in Orange County, you're much more likely to die giving childbirth because a hospital is 40 or more miles away. And those are mainly a lot of the constituents that you all say you're creating districts for, but you've made their districts even poorer. This is what you're going to be doing to other people throughout this entire state. And it is devastating what you are doing to poor minority communities, but it's more devastating at the fact that sometimes you can hate someone so much that you will do irreparable damage to yourself. That is what you are opening yourselves up to, is that one day when the demographics shift, you will be in districts that you will not have any voting power. And it will hurt. And you will watch your children grow up and go to jail and lose educational value. And I know that because that's what you all did to my district. That's what I represent. That's who I am and where I am from. I hope you take that into accountability when you're taking your vote into play, because this has real life implications for people, and it does hurt.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm concerned that when I speak to the members of this body, I notice that many of you are not listening, and I actually don't expect you to. And I don't expect my words to affect how you act in the next few minutes. That's why today I'd like to speak to the people of Texas and the people of this country. And I want to speak out against the process that has been used to ram this gerrymandered piece of work down the throats of the people of our state. So, I'm a process person. I'm an engineer for a living. I'm particularly keen on how we do what we do. So let me start out by pointing out that the whole process for this has been a sham from the beginning. Any member in here, any leader of this state that tries to tell you that there were public hearings on this map, that is simply a lie. That is not true. So first, what we have before us today is a committee substitute that was voted out in a formal hearing. What that means for the layman at home is a formal meeting is not a hearing to the public. And when the author of the bill gets up at this microphone and says, we're not required to hold hearings, they did not hold hearings on this bill. They did not hold hearings on this map. So first, I'm honored to be the vice chair of the Redistricting Committee. I've had a front row seat to all of this. That committee did not convene during the session. It wasn't important. There was nothing to consider. Now, in the special session, suddenly it's become an urgent enough need that we have some hurried hearings around the state with no bill being presented to the public. So let me just tell you what a farce that is. We had a hearing here in Austin. We had a hearing in Arlington. We had a hearing in Houston. Those 3 hearings, only 5 hours each. No map had been presented. We asked the bill author and the committee chairman over and over again, do you have a map? Are you working with anybody on a map? Is there a map? And they told us, no. We haven't been talking to anybody. We don't know anything about no map. Still, the people of Texas overwhelmingly came out to complain about this process, this mid-decade redistricting process that they could only see as unfair because it's not based on new census data. It's only based on partisan performance. Between the 3 public hearings to solicit public input, we had over 3,000 people in this state weigh in. Let me be clear, 98.8%, almost 99% of the people that weighed in, whether there was a map in front of us or not, boldly decried this. The people of Texas spoke, and the leaders of Texas ignored them. 99% opposed, 3,000 comments. The worst part is that this map seeks to serve power bosses in Washington by dismantling communities of color. And when we put it that way, I know I have heard members in this body push back on that. What it does is it dilutes the voting power of communities of color by dismantling those districts. And just saying a recent court case allows us to doesn't make it fair. And just saying there's no law against redistricting in the middle of the decade doesn't make it right. Y'all, if you're losing a game so badly that you feel the need to change the referees and change the rules to help you win, maybe it's time to have a look in the mirror. Because this process has been a sham from beginning to end. The maps that we're voting on today were never reviewed by the people of Texas. It dismantles communities of color to serve power bosses in Washington, and that is that. So when it comes time to express your opinion at the ballot box, and I'm talking to you, the people of Texas, I hope you'll show up and show out and let these folks know that we deserve fairness, equity, and a voice in our process. The bottom line is the people should choose the representatives to be their voice, and we should not have power bosses in Washington deciding who gets to vote where so that they can install Congress members. Thanks for your attention.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Weiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Mr. Speaker, could we get some order? There's a lot of chatter.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Members, I have never much liked the idea of legislators drawing politicians' districts. And that was a feeling that was affirmed by my first experience being in this body, helping draw districts. But one of the positives was being able to advocate for my constituents, and in particular, to be able to advocate for the I-35 corridor in Hays County to stay whole, to be connected in its state house districts, its state senate districts, and its congressional district. That's important because the I-35 corridor is a distinct community that is connected to itself. People in East Austin have family in Kyle and San Marcos. And those folks have family down in San Antonio. Now, I know there's been a lot of conversation about how wonderfully compact these new maps are. But the truth is, this new map is ripping apart a performing Hispanic opportunity district, Congressional District 35, that runs up and down the I-35 corridor. It's going to take communities like Blanco Gardens and Victory Gardens, historic Hispanic communities in San Marcos, and fold them into a district that is over 60% white. It's going to take the voice of those constituents and effectively erase them, giving them no power in determining who represents them in Congress, and attaching them to counties that they have little relationship with, like Bandera, Gillespie, Kendall, Kerr. Rural counties that don't have much in common with the rapidly growing and urbanizing I-35 corridor. It's also going to take fast-growing communities like Buda and Kyle and attach them to communities on the Gulf Coast, to Matagorda County, Aransas County, Nueces. It's going to take bedroom communities of Austin like Buda and Kyle, communities where the industries are focused on tech, government, higher education, and connect them to more industrial communities that just don't share their interests. But most importantly, these maps are ripping apart Hispanic communities, and the lines don't even make sense. Travis Elementary School, part of San Marcos CISD, will be in Congressional District 27, just barely. But much of its attendance zone will be in Congressional District 21, and a little finger that stretches up between Post Road and the Blanco River. Why anyone thought that was a boundary that would make sense to the constituents of San Marcos, Texas, is beyond me, but the line is confusing and arbitrary and divides up communities. It means that Blanco Gardens will be in a different congressional district than Blanco River Gardens, neighborhoods that, again, share a community, share relationships, share a grocery store, will be in different congressional districts. And members, this is particularly important because Congressional District 35 has been a performing Hispanic opportunity district. We hear a lot of promises about this new map, but you don't know performance till the map is drawn on the ground, until elections actually happen. Congressional District 35 was court-ordered to be drawn as a Hispanic opportunity district based in the I-35 corridor. And this body is about to disregard that court order and rip communities I represent apart. Remember, these maps also harm the black community along the I-35 corridor, not just the Hispanic community. Right now, Congressional District 35 is 13.9% black in voting age population. Now, parts of that district are going to get absorbed into Congressional District 37, Congressional District 21, and some will stay in 35. The highest black population in any of those districts is 10%. Congressional District 21 will be just 2.53%. That means our historic black communities in San Marcos that live along Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard are going to have no ability to link their voices with those of other constituents who share their identity and their history in order to have an influence on the electoral outcome. This map is destroying a district that has consistently been able to elevate the voices of people of color in choosing who represents them. So members, I ask you to think about the harm that's happening. Think about the districts on the ground that are being ripped apart. Think about the constituents who are going to have members of Congress who have no reason to listen to them because these maps are drawn to marginalize their voices. Members, stand up for fair representation and vote no on this map.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for question?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I will.
The lady yields.
Thank you, Representative Sweener. I understand your district, like mine, is within the current Congressional District 35. Is that correct?
Yes, about 70% of my district is in Congressional District 35.
And this is a strong Latino community and a strong Latino opportunity district, is it not?
Yeah, we have historic Hispanic communities all up and down the I-35 corridor, from Ulen to Kyle to San Marcos to East Austin, and of course down to San Antonio. And these are communities that, as I mentioned, share relationships. I was on the phone with my old chief of staff recently, who's Old Guard San Marcos, and he has cousins in East Austin and cousins in San Antonio.
Are you familiar with Del Valley in my District 51 in southeast Travis County?
I'm familiar with the community, but I don't know it as well as you do.
Well, as you might be aware, I represent 2 school districts. Del Valley ISD is in the community of Del Valley, and that's just east of the airport. That I've been told by constituents, and our Senator Safarini, is being called by constituents with concern that their school district is being split between 2 congressional districts. Their own school district is now going to be split between 2 different congressional districts. Are you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of the specifics of Del Valley, but we're seeing those same concerns. San Marcos CISD is going to be split between 2 different districts, and even the attendance zones for some elementary schools are going to be divided between 2 districts. It doesn't make a lick of sense.
And that community is a big Hispanic community, and those students in that school district are going to be torn apart. It's a community of interest, and they're going to be, no longer be able to share a congressional representative. Don't you find that really troubling?
I find it incredibly troubling. And I was looking over the map, using some of the tools we have to look at the population, the Hispanic population in particular in that area. And when you're east of 35, I-35 in either Travis County or Hays County, there is almost always, with a couple exceptions, a Hispanic plurality. And in most cases, a Hispanic majority. Those constituents should have the right to band together and elect the candidate of their choice, just like they can in the current Congressional District 35.
Well, thank you, Representative Sweener, for standing up for your constituents, for standing up for my constituents that are within that congressional district. And I also join you in urging everybody to vote no against this map. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Flores. Members, the facts are clear. This map is going to rip apart performing minority opportunity districts. And the harm in my community it's going to be immense. So I urge you to vote no and keep these connected communities of interest along I-35 together in Congressional District 35. Please vote no.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise today in strong opposition to House Bill 4. This proposal disenfranchises millions of Texans, families, communities, and neighborhoods across our state, including those I represent in House District 115, and even myself. Under this plan, congressional districts 32 and 33 are radically redrawn to deprive Texans of fair representation. District 32, my own district, is an egregious example in North Texas. It forces together suburban communities like Farmers Branch, where I live, with rural communities as far as Pittsburgh and Gilmer in East Texas. These districts are neither compact nor true communities of interest. Instead, District 32 has been carved into a 175-mile fajita strip that dilutes and disenfranchises voters. District 33 is yet another case. Today, it connects Latino communities in Dallas and Fort Worth, ensuring their voices are heard. But under this new map, it is configured to Dallas County alone. That deliberate change strips representation not only from my constituents in House District 115, but also from the people of Tarrant County. The result? Over 1 million Latinos in North Texas are left without meaningful congressional representation. Their voices are silenced. This is targeted exclusion, plain and simple, driven not by the needs of Texans, but by out-of-state political interests. It is a sad day for this chamber and for Texas when we put the whims of DC bosses above the needs of Texans who are truly suffering right now, like our families in the Hill Country, still grieving their losses and struggling to rebuild their lives, and promised by our own leadership to be put first as HB1. I was so moved by history growing up, learning about the Underground Railroad, Nazi Germany, and so many other painfully immoral times our world has experienced. asking myself if I would have just stood by, too scared to say anything, or if I would have met the moment in recognizing that our lives, each and every one of us, 150 members, our lives, our impact can turn the tide, stop the hurt, and heal others, as well as ourselves at the same time. Today, I traded my state pin for my grandmother's pin in a reminder of how I was raised. I'm sure how so many of you were as well, to recognize our obligation to speak and fight for those who are most vulnerable, to speak up against injustice, and to have courage whenever everyone around you seems to be too scared to do what is right. Members, I implore you, my colleagues, I implore you to have courage. What we are doing today is unjust, it is un-Texan, and it is un-American. All eyes are on Texas. All eyes are on our chamber. For all of these reasons, I urge you to vote nay on House Bill 4. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, choices are at the heart of what we do. We choose what bills that we file, choose how we vote on legislation, choose what committees we want to be on. Today is a choice. We do not have to be doing this. And this is a critical moment in our history, just like my colleague just said. Recently, I went to a classroom in my district, and as an educator, going to a classroom is one of the most joyful experiences that I do as a legislator. And while I was having uplifting conversations, a part of my heart broke, because through the dialogue, I realized just how many young people are disenchanted with politics and elected officials, have very real concerns about the future of democracy, our state, and our country, are worried about the needs of their families and friends. This is what we should be focused on: their needs, their future, the leadership that they are pleading for. What they need to see is leadership that, like Representative Barbara Gervin-Hawkins said, was brave and demonstrated the utmost political courage, or leadership that has intentional and reflective choices, leadership that is based in love, that creates policies that is compassionate and caring so that people can thrive, leadership that is future building. Today, we are seeing none of that. Let me be very clear. We could be the leaders the next generation needs, but instead we are doing harmful legislation that is completely opposite of the needs of the next generation. We could be a body that comes together and demonstrates political courage, intentional choices, love, future building, by saying that we will not let our maps be rigged, by saying that the maps are the blueprint for democratic engagement and they should not be corrupted. We could be that body. There are choices being made that are not leading towards that energy. Members, I know that it's been a long day, but this is for our future, for our children. I urge you to vote no.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani.
Mr. Speaker, members, I stand here today not just as a legislator, but as a physician and as an immigrant who came to this country more than 30 years ago. Believing in the American dream, I built life in Sugar Land, caring for seniors and families. I ran for the office for the same reason I practiced medicine, to diagnose what is wrong and act so the people can heal and thrive. I will not make this about the parties and personalities. I will talk about people. In this country, the people should choose their leaders, not the leaders should choose the people. I represent House District 76, one of the most diverse, vibrant, fast-growing areas in Texas, a living snapshot of America's future. Colleagues, the map before us, its consequences will far most upon the communities of color whose growth has powered the state, yet who often see their collective voices diluted by the lines drawn far from their block. Those choices are not accidental. Members, if the authors believe these maps improve representation for the communities of color, say so plainly. Put the racial impact on record. Tell the Texans the neighborhood splits and why. If you are proud of this impact, defend it here on the floor. Our constituents deserve no less. As a doctor, I would never ignore patients' warning signs. The warning signs are all over this map. It will determine who gets the clinic, who gets the flood control, the school investment, safe streets, and who will be told again to wait in the line. Briefly to the moment where we are in, the families across Texas are still rebuilding from disaster. They are asking why this is the first priority, why these maps are being fast-tracked, while their recovery and safety are pushed to the back. You know this is not right. The people you serve also know that. On the process, the map shaped behind closed doors, influenced by interest far from the communities on those pages, will not earn public trust. Trust is built upon open, with facts, and with the willingness to hear those who are affected the most, especially the community of color, who have carried so much of Texas growth and deserve a seat on the table, not the line through their neighborhood. Members, this vote will not close the book. The story of Texas is bigger than this map. In this story that brought me here, the American dream, and that every child, every senior, and every working family has a voice and have the choice who would represent them. We honor that promise when our district reflects the communities as they actually live, pray, learn, and work together. I ask you all to vote no on HB 4 to keep the faith with the people who have sent us here. Remember, Texans of every color and creed deserve a fair representation. I respectfully ask to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cracking and packing. Cracking and packing. It's the classic Texas Republican two-step when it comes to discriminating against Black, Hispanic, and other minority Texans. You crack and pack minority neighborhoods to dilute their voices and give outsized influence to Anglo communities, even though you know full well that Texans of color accounted for 95% of our state's population growth in the last decade. Your cracking and packing two-step is evident in many parts of the state in this map. I'm going to focus now just on my home county of Tarrant County. Tarrant County is a majority minority county of more than 2 million people. Tarrant County saw extensive growth in the last decade. All, I repeat, all because of people of color. In fact, Tarrant County's white population decreased in the last decade. But you wouldn't know that in looking at this discriminatory map. As you've already heard, this map fails to create a new Latino opportunity district in the Dallas-Fort Worth region, which is a tremendous failure because there should be one. But not only do we have that failure, this map cracks heavily Black and Hispanic neighborhoods in Fort Worth out of Congressional District 33, the district they have been united in since 2012. So let me talk about how you've accomplished the cracking. Some of those neighborhoods are submerged into CD 25, which sprawls out more than 100 miles nearly to Abilene. Rural Anglo voters will now control the outcome of their congressional election, canceling their voices. The rest of those CD 33 precincts are splintered and used for parts in CD 12, once again controlled by Anglo voters in West Fort Worth and Parker counties. By the way, let me remind the House, if you've forgotten, how CD 33 came to be. In 2011, the legislature, in passing its congressional map that year, did the exact same thing that this map does. They took heavily minority neighborhoods in Tarrant County and submerged them into white-controlled districts, suburban and rural districts, until a federal court stepped in and called it what it was: intentional racial discrimination that is against the law. Now, if you've heard this before, and if you're on the House Redistricting Committee like I am, it's because Congressman Vesey explained this to you a couple of weeks ago in our hearing, but you ignored it. Now, this legislature is poised to defy that court ruling from 2011 and repeat the same discriminatory sin. So that's the cracking, or an example of it. Let's talk about the packing. So most of my majority-minority House District 101 will be packed into CD 30, a historic Dallas-based district where black voters have elected the candidate of their choice since that district's creation in 1991. In other words, you don't need to pack more minority voters into that district unless, of course, your goal is to cynically dilute their collective voting strength. But the intentional discrimination doesn't even stop there. As Congresswoman Crockett testified in the House committee hearing a few weeks ago, you've removed key economic engines from CD 30, like Love Field in downtown Dallas. Hell, you even took her home out of her district. She told you that, but you ignored her on that too, just like you ignored the thousands of Texans who voiced their strong opposition to this corrupt process. But you say, and I heard this in the committee, surely Congressional District 30 is going to have new economic engines with all that new territory in Tarrant County. Wrong. CD 30 in Tarrant County goes right up to the campus of UT Arlington, but the university goes into CD 6. CD 30 goes right up to the General Motors plant, but not quite. It also goes into CD 6. And the Arlington Entertainment District in CD 25. You know that's not a coincidence. You know what it is. It's straight up intentional discrimination. You can falsely claim it's about partisanship, but you know that's just a smokescreen for racial discrimination. We all see it. The people of Texas see it. And now the American people see it. Texas redistricting maps have been found to violate the Voting Rights Act every decade since the 1970s. I don't know why this legislature is so hell-bent on keeping that shameful streak going. But know this, we will see you back in court very soon.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bernal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my 6th term, and when you've been here long enough, you get to know people. We often get to talk more personally, sometimes behind committee rooms or when it's late night during budget night, and those conversations are usually a little bit more personal. We talk in ways to each other that we don't talk here, and so I thought that the approach I would take, because so much has already been said that I agree with, that I would talk to you now the way I would talk to you then, with maybe a few fewer cuss words, of course. But I have to tell you, as your colleague, as your peer, it's frustrating when it seems like no matter what we say or what I say, you always seem to know better. That is frustrating. It is demeaning. And I'll give you an example of how often that's happened since I've been here. Some of you who have been here as long as I have may remember SB 4, which was the Show Me Your Papers bill, which allowed law enforcement to essentially racially profile people and say, you look like you don't belong. Show me your papers. Show me that you belong here. And we tried to tell you that that singled us out. We tried to tell you what that would look like on the ground, but you knew better. And then you've got the DEI bans that focus on clubs and departments that are designed to help and guarantee the success of students of color in particular. And we tried to tell you how that felt, what it meant, what you were doing, and even then, you seemed to know better. And then we go to the library book bans, when so many of those books were written by authors of color. And we tried to tell you, look at who the authors are. Look what they're writing about. This is how it makes us feel. This is what you're doing. This is the effect. And even then, you seem to know better. Then we've got the 287G agreements, which turn local law enforcement into ICE agents. And look what's happening now. Our neighbors, our friends, our family are getting scooped off the street by masked, unidentified agents. And we tried to tell you, look what's going to happen. We are singled out. Look at how it makes us feel, and look at how it affects us. And even then, you seem to know better. And then, you didn't want Asian folks to own property. Very straightforward. And we said, you guys, look at what you're doing. Look at who you're pointing out. Look at how it makes people feel. And look at what's going to happen. And yet, even then, you seem to know better. When you tried successfully to have Confederate Heroes Day land around the same time as MLK Day, we tried to point out what it would do, how it would make people feel, what it would mean. We told you how it made us feel and who it singled out and who it would affect, and even then, you knew better. And so here we are with these maps. Tremendous population growth in Texas, especially in the black and brown communities. And the maps don't reflect that at all. And we're trying to tell you that there's something wrong there, that it's almost impossible to do that without focusing on race. And yet, you say that you know better. And now these maps are going through cities, counties, parts of town, and even neighborhoods, and drawing them away from one another, linking them up with people and places they have nothing to do with. And we are telling you, if you knew these places, if you know those people, you are singling them out, you are using race. Look at what you're doing. Look at how it makes them feel. And look at what the effect is. And even today, you are telling us that you know better. And I have to tell you, one of the distinguishing factors that someone is doing something to hurt you, that someone is doing something to keep you back and to hold you back, in the most insidious and cynical way, is when they say they know better. And that's what's happening today. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise because I've heard from the proponents of this bill, from the authors of this bill, that this is somehow about fixing census numbers, somehow exclusively about partisanship. It's about fixing unconstitutional maps. But with every pretextual explanation that we gave you last time, that representation that you had last time, we know better today what you need. We know better today what people in Dallas or Houston or Austin or San Antonio need. We, the government, we, the politicians in Austin who have never been to your community, are going to tell you emphatically the representation you deserve today. And we're just gonna do it. And I thought about things, I've spoken a lot about the Latino community, but this is really about all Texans. I love living in a Texas that is diverse, that is growing, that is vibrant, and our representation needs to reflect that. This map does not reflect that, and you have to try hard. You have to be deliberate, and you have to be intentional in your efforts not to reflect the diversity of this state. But members, it's not too late. You can vote no on this bill. You can say Texas is not going to go down this path. We are going to have a map that reflects the diversity of this state, the people of this state, the representation that people want in this state. Or you can add your names to that sullied list that has existed for decades and wonder about what those people were like. You need only look in the mirror. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for your continued patience throughout this most monumental debate. I rise today in opposition to this effort to conduct mid-decade redistricting as a proud Texan and as a proud native of South Texas in particular. South Texas in particular asked on multiple occasions to please bring live committee hearings and testimonies to the Valley so that the Valley could participate in this debate. Because as you know, to date, we are one of the most economically disenfranchised, disconnected parts of the state. So to everyone who did not get to attend, please know that we continue to fight on your behalf. And again, I stand here in line with those Texans who firmly believe across Texas and the nation that people should choose their representatives and not the other way around. And to everyone in here who states, and to everyone listening who's thinking, well, gerrymandering, this is just politics. This is pure politics. This doesn't really affect me. Well, ladies and gentlemen, politics affects everything. The air that we breathe, the water that we drink, the books that we read or do not allow others to read. It affects everything, and to say otherwise is purely privilege that we cannot take for granted. I stand here today to say if you are from South Texas, this is not about whether you are red or whether you are blue. This is about your voice and your representation. Our valley, South Texas, has unique needs to those comparable to anywhere else in the rest of the state. We're one of the only areas that has sea, land, and airports. So when you create districts in South Texas that sprawl over 200 miles, that stretch you out like string beans from the northern border of Mexico to the center of Texas, tell me, how is that fair and unique to your voice? Some of the districts that we've carved out in South Texas, for example, in CD 34, if anyone looks you in the face and says, this is good for South Texas, it is a lie. This proposed map removes over 294,000 Hispanic voices from South Texas and moves them to north of Nueces County. Again, almost 200 miles away from where you and your family live. That's a 38% reduction in Valley Hispanic voices. If anyone looks you in the face in South Texas and says that that is good for the Valley, it is a lie. And it was not made or drawn for you. The proposed map in CD 34 in South Texas reduces the number of registered voters with Hispanic surnames by nearly 15 percentage points. They are not going to look or sound like you. This plan would more than double the Anglo representation in South Texas. It would increase the Anglo voting population by 135%. They do not look, live, act, or speak like you. They do not know or understand your struggles. There is not a single restaurant, place, or even sporting event that you could go to in the Valley that is 135% Anglo. I've looked. No lo vas a encontrar. It's not there. I also rise today to address this growing myth that is being spread. And I guess the thought is, if we keep saying it enough, maybe it will become true. If we keep telling the whole world Hispanics are voting more and more red, the Valley is turning more and more red, if I say it enough, maybe it'll be true. Ladies and gentlemen, this map, this proposed map, is evidence that that is a lie. Not only is it not true, they are so afraid of how fiercely you are about to rise up that we are building walls, carving lines, and destroying communities to make sure that you don't stand up and tell the nation that that is false. I cannot stand by idly and let them continue to perpetuate this lie. Son mentiras. I will never stop being proud of being from the Valley, and I will never stop fighting for our voice. And I'm telling you right now, please, if you respect or care for the Valley, vote no on this map. And when we continue to ask, why would you vote yes? And you say, because we can. I ask you to stop, pause, and think of all of the history, horrendous and otherwise, that we've been through because of the masquerade that Mike makes right. With this great power comes great responsibility, and we know that. It is our job to exercise restraint with our power. Please consider the power of restraint that you have right now for the people of Texas, and South Texas in particular. South Texas, they are drawing these lines because they are very, very afraid of Hispanic voices. And I think they should be.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson.
In 1972, Barbara Jordan ran for Congress. Texas, House District 18. When I looked around my house as a little girl, there was a painting of the storytellers. It was her favorite painting that my dad had. Black men speaking to youth about their history and about their future. As I look around the room of white men, I think about my dad. And I love the head shake. And I love the nod. Because this is about racism. And if you can't hear it from them, then hear it from me. As a white woman and a daughter of a man of privilege and power, he knew that his strength was to bring people that didn't look like him to the table of government. And so 50 years later, after Barbara Jordan, aided by white people to have a voice, the first woman of color elected to the South, a woman who sat in the impeachment of Nixon, a woman who said that finally, after amendment, debate, and vote, I am finally part of we the people. to stand here as a 50-year-old woman and know that we now go back in time. So let's talk about cowardice and cheats. Because if you knew you could win this next election, you wouldn't be taking this effort to try to steal 5 seats from elected officials that members of color elected to represent them in Washington, D.C. You wouldn't be doing everything you can to take this coalition of diversity and stand up at the mic and say, why are we doing this? Because we can. And you shield your racism with your party, with ignorance and arrogance, to come up here and say, to be honest with you, I haven't read the bill from the other side. To be honest with you, I haven't talked to the lawyers to be bringing this before it. Because you think that people will give you grace on ignorance and arrogance around party, because you can't admit that the root of all of this is about racism and power. A power grab. A pure power grab. And so I'm going to ask, don't shake your head, because I'm going to give you a moment to prove what you mean behind that. Because when Donald Trump called Georgia Republicans and said, hey, boys, I need you to steal me almost 12,000 votes. To those men credit, they said, no, sir. We already know what Governor Abbott said. In a few minutes, we're going to find out what y'all say. Vote no on this bill.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, a lot has been said, and I think it's important that we reflect on it, and I'll try not to repeat it. But there are some things that you really need to know, and I think you already know this. Redistricting is a very hands-on process. You think about your own legislative experience and the idea that somebody would hand you a bill, tell you to file it and pass it, and not read it, not lay it out, not change it, not amend it, not let it come back in conference and negotiate it. But yet, on this congressional map, that's exactly what's happening here. And you may be okay with that, but I know that when this leaves the legislative chamber and leaves the executive mansion, it goes to a federal court. And I've said it all the time that we are all equal in federal court. And they're going to want to know about these procedures and these deviations from procedure and all of the things that have been done through acts or omissions. And I hope you have the answers, because I don't understand how we can have a map that eliminates 2 minority opportunity districts in Bexar County, and we have 2 members from Bexar County on the redistricting committee, but we couldn't have a public hearing in Bexar County, which is a lot closer to get to than Harris or Dallas County. That's a flag. I've never seen a redistricting process where there was a lawyer appointed to represent only the views of the chairman and not the committee. I've been here long enough to see that happen before. That dog didn't hunt very well. Chair Darby will tell you about that. When he tried to represent that the lawyer for the redistricting committee only spoke to the chairman, both sides threw the lawyers out and almost the chairman. And we could not resume again until both sides had their own counsel so they could work through this process. That didn't happen here. I know there are court records and there are discovery items from past redistricting that really gets into people's thoughts, gets into their emails, gets into their personal emails, their text messages, those Gmail accounts. And I think what's happening here is because of those lessons, we have now removed this redistricting process from outside of this building, take it somewhere else, let this map be drawn, dropped into the committee, maybe a tweak or two, perfecting amendments, and then brought to this floor where it's not going to be debated. And the first real question you ask, the answer is I don't know. All I know, my intent is to create 5 new seats. Political performance is legal. Yes, it is, but it's not legal on the backs of the minority community. And those are the answers we have tried to get. But you can't hide all your intentions with the words political performance. You cannot say that this map is race blind and only reflects political performance, but you have 444 precinct cuts, exactly that many, because there's a 370 report that will tell you that if you've been through voting rights and voting rights litigation, you can run a report that'll tell you that there are 444 precinct cuts. That is not an accident. That is not a drafting error. That is a mission. That is a laser focus on drawing maps and redesigning precincts in the process to get to your mathematical outcome. No answers here. We are told that the chairman told the lawyers to follow the law, but then he asked you to table amendments saying that we would honor Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. We will follow Jingles, which is U.S. Supreme Court case law. Told you we don't need those. We've told you, hey, if this outcome is very, very reminiscent of other things we've tried to do, courts will set this aside. Let's just revert to the current map. No, we're not going to do that either. I don't know how we can be so confident in our legislative work. Before we started the day, we were told that a court just set aside the 10 Commandment monument that was just passed in the regular session. So you tell me that the hearings are transparent, that our process was pure, but we are shielding from disclosure who's drawing the map, don't know the name of the lawyer, maybe know the name of the law firm, don't know where it's coming from. You don't have access to the lawyer. You don't even get a lawyer. Everybody who has taken this microphone and have given you their opinion as to what their lawyers have said, they are paying for them. But yet this committee and this chairman, with a lawyer that reports to him and him only, the taxpayers get to fund that legal representation. Everybody else has to go at it on their own. That's not fair. That's not transparent. So what I'm curious about is, if you won't tell us what you're doing, if you want to shield from disclosure the very things that you think are going to get you in trouble, you have to understand that sometimes your actions by themselves will be the evidence that we will use when we get to take this to another forum. I'll give you a real good example. Just this morning, we started this debate. We were told by Chair Hunter that CD 18 was created to create a 50% black CVAP district because the current one didn't have it. Well, newsflash, CD 18 didn't need to be a black CVAP district by 50% because it already behaved like one. It performed like one. There was no need to change it. But this is the very thing courts will look at when they want to know, well, if you're getting into racial discussions about the CVAP of this district, what were you thinking? What went into that? Because the performance analysis will show that it did not need to have a 50% CVAP, black CVAP, to perform and have African Americans elect candidates of their choice. We were told, and you heard it from the previous closing argument from Rep. Gomez, that South Texas and Texas is becoming more and more of a Republican-leaning state with Latino voters. Okay, I'll take you at your word for that, except your actions say otherwise. Because we know CD 29 was already a 60% HCVAP district, but that was knocked down to a 40% HCVAP district, and instead, CD9 was created with a 50% HCVAP district. So the two statements don't pencil. If Republicans and political performance do so well with Latinos, why not run a Republican in CD29 with a 60% HCVAP? I'll tell you why. And every election outcome for the last 20 years will tell you why. And so you cannot claim that you're creating Hispanic opportunity seats when you are taking true performing citizen voting age population districts and replacing them with nominal districts that may not perform, because under that standard, CD9, CD29, CD35 should all have 60% Hispanic CVAPs. And so again, for the 5 redistrictings I've seen, there have been the entire Texas delegation of Congress in this building. And in fact, we had one member today who wanted to come here, and they said, well, we can't let him on the floor because he has a vested interest in the outcome. I remember the days, Ms. T, I know you do too, Joe, you do too, where you'd have this whole building surrounded by the Texas delegation, and you could not move an elementary school enrollment zone without having them come down like a sack of potatoes. I remember a time they would open this door so that we could watch the Senate gavel a map while we gavel theirs, because there is no trust in redistricting. We have not heard a peep from the Texas delegation about what they think about this and all the lines that have been impacted, except for those who've objected. And yet we're to accept the fact that this process, as controlled from the outside, is a legitimate process, is a transparent process, is a public process. I think not. And so you can cast your vote however you want. The only thing I will tell you in closing is, if you remember that committee, don't delete your emails. If you participated in those discussions, don't delete your text messages, because that's where we're going to go next. And like I said, you may win today, but we will have our opportunity in federal court. Whether you vote for this or not, you know it is wrong. There is a way to do this. And I don't think there's a single member in this body, all of you, both sides of the fence, we could lock this door like it's locked right now. We can fight all day. Nobody here is scared of that. Nobody here is scared of that. But to take this mic and to lay out this bill and tell the public that you're doing their work in a public and transparent and a fair process, and all you care about is just swaying political outcomes, that's not what this is. There is an easier way to do that. But you cannot and will not do that on the backs of the minority community. And that's why I object to this proposal, and that's why I ask and urge you to vote no.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me say at the onset, Representative Hunter, that I have tremendous respect and admiration for you and for your years of service in this chamber. But I must also say with equal candor that I am deeply disappointed. I am disappointed in the willingness to mask the racial realities of this map underneath the guise of partisanship. Courts have been clear. Partisanship is not a license to engage in racial discrimination. It wasn't until today that I more fully appreciated what Dr. King wrote in 1963, sitting in a Birmingham jail, expressing his frustration with the moderates of his time. He said that shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright rejection. Representative Hunter, you have criticized my colleagues and I for breaking quorum to protest and to draw attention to these maps that deliberately sideline minorities from the political process. But as Dr. King reminded us, there are those who are more devoted to order than to justice, who prefer the absence of tension than to the presence of truth. I took time away not to avoid my duty, but to better understand the real implications of these maps on the people I serve in a district that is majority Hispanic, and on the more than 11 million Texans who look just like them. Their voices deserve to be heard and deserve to count the same as anyone else's. But let's focus on the congressional districts before us. It was mentioned that the underlying goal was simply to improve Republican performance, and Representative Hunter relied on the lawyers to draw the lines. But any fair reading of this map shows what it actually does. It systematically dilutes Latino and Black voting strength while cementing and increasing Anglo control. Any claim to the otherwise is either misunderstanding the racial realities of this map or is deliberately misrepresenting the truth, and neither approach is worthy of this chamber. We have not seen a map this deliberately engineered by skin color since the days that brought Americans to march from Selma to Montgomery, Alabama in the 1960s. Marches to protest laws designed to sideline Black voters, marches that helped to bring about the Voting Rights Act just months later. Today, Hispanic and white Texans each make up about 40% of our state's population, equal in number. But under the proposed map, 26 of the 38 congressional districts, 70% of our entire state's congressional delegation will be controlled by white majority districts. You cannot say you found a way for one racial group that is 40% of our state's population to have 70% political control in this state and say that the racial disparities are merely coincidental. 45 years ago, Anglo-Texans made up 66% of our state's population. Today, that number is 40%. Yet your map freezes white political control as if the demographics in this state have not changed at all in the last 50 years. And somehow, in the 10 hours it takes to drive from my district in El Paso to yours, Representative Hunter, on the coast, across this vast and diverse state, your lawyers somehow managed to draw non-racial lines that will leave your party representing 90% of one race. And in case if your lawyers didn't advise you, it's not Hispanics or Blacks. Why does your party want to represent 90% of white Texans, but not 90% of Texas Hispanics or Blacks? Because this map has methodically carved and segregated those populations to ensure they cannot influence elections in those 26 white-controlled districts. Here is the cold, hard truth. Under this map, white Texans receive one member of Congress for every 445,000 residents. If you're Hispanic, it takes about 1.4 million residents for that same representation. If you are Black, it takes 2 million. In this proposal, a Hispanic Texan has 1/3 the political value of a white Texan under this plan, and a Black Texan 1/5. It would take 3 Hispanics to equal the representation of 1 white Texan and 5 Black Texans to equal the value of 1 white Texan. Under these lines, Texas Hispanics will be the most underrepresented population group in all 50 states. The level of underrepresentation will far exceed what even conservative courts have struck down in Louisiana, Alabama, and just yesterday in Mississippi. And yet, when confronted with these facts, a common distraction from proponents of this map is to point a finger at California or Illinois and to say, everyone does it. But no Democratic map in California or Illinois systematically erases representation for a population that is 60% of this state. This map is an abomination. It is shameful. What kind of society are future generations of Texas Hispanic and Black children going to grow up in where their government doesn't feel accountable to them, where they've drawn the lines where they are only accountable to another group based solely on the color of their skin. All Americans, all Texans, whether Republican or Democrat, black, white, or Hispanic, should be appalled at what's happening here today. That our government is wanting a map where it would not be held accountable to the majority of the residents in its state, but to the ones that it hand selects, and in this case, by race. Mr. Speaker, I voted for you. Despite our vast political differences, I know you care about this institution and the way that we do business to serve the people of Texas with fairness. But, Mr. Speaker, we all took an oath to uphold the Constitution, not to flagrantly violate it or to test its limits. This is shameful what is happening here, Mr. Speaker, and with this map, I can no longer in good conscience continue to support you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Indivisible. That's the oath we swear every time we step onto this floor. But division is the only thing that this is about. I sat on redistricting and we talked a lot there about the communities that these maps divide. Through racial gerrymandering, these maps crack and pack districts of color, silence their voices and votes, and put politics over people in the most dramatic way possible. Texans were against these in committee almost 100-1. These maps are theft. But this is also about division that's both smaller and bigger. The smaller division is right here, right now, in this room. We used to say that Austin wasn't DC. We had strong disagreements, but all as servants of something bigger than ourselves, the people. But also the institution itself and the dream of democracy. Leadership in this chamber meant looking for common ground with respect. It seems like leadership today is just about the echo chamber. Who can be the loudest and the meanest? It's a toxic and selfish approach to government. Instead of being stewards of tomorrow's house, this process is tearing it apart today, brick by brick. But that's all part of a bigger division. People are more disconnected from government than ever before because they know it doesn't serve them. We've heard over and over again that Republicans didn't have to have hearings on this map, as if our people were being done some kind of a favor. But the people get what's going on. And they know that today, these maps are deepening the struggle for communities of color that will only worsen because one small man in DC demanded it. This is where division becomes dictatorship. The government against the people. Some people here are doing so much winning that they can't see what we're all losing. There's still time to turn back on this. We can actually unite with those people, and we can vote no, and we can move to the flooding legislation that I keep hearing is our number one priority. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton.
Mr. Speaker and members, my first instinct was to get up here and tell you all about the numbers. But I think you already know those. I think you know that during the last presidential election, the Democratic candidate got 45% of the vote about. But yet you all have, the other side has 65% of the seats. And now what you want to do is change that to 85% of the seats. Well, why are you doing that?
And my thoughts is this. I think you're doing it because you know you're in decline. I think you know that you're not winning in terms of the public. And so rather than talk about all of the evilness of all this bill, I thought I'd tell you something I hope you'll remember. When you go home, you can pick up the Bible. I know some of you are probably Bible toters, so I'm talking to the Bible readers. Go to the book of Esther. Go to the book of Esther. When you want to talk about changing the rules, go to the book of Esther. You'll read about Haman. Haman wanted to change the rules. Haman was a Persian official that was close to the king, and he wanted to change the rules because Mordecai wouldn't bow to him, and Mordecai was a Jew. And so he wanted to change the rules to kill all the Jews. And so what he did is he changed the maps. No, he didn't. He built the gallows. He built the gallows for Mordecai. And so I'll get you to the end of the story. You know who they put on the gallows first? Haman. And so when you look at this, members, I hope you'll recognize a couple of things. One is that, for you Bible readers again, I don't care what chapter you read. I don't care if you read all of it or read a little bit of it. One of the things that's always going to be prevalent is evil will never win. And so when you look at these maps and doing this to the black and brown community in Texas, that's evil. And I don't think you'll ever win. I think you'll win perhaps a battle, but the war, you will always remember that the war will be won by right and justice.
Chair recognizes Mr. Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm from Fort Worth, Texas. We're real proud in Fort Worth, and we pride ourselves in talking about we're the place where the West begins. And if you know a little history, Manifest Destiny and going across to the other side of the nation, that was the last place people would feel like they were in civilization before they went off into very dangerous places west of Fort Worth on their way to California. So I'm wondering what happened to our grit from our leaders, and I consider many of you leaders as well. What happened to our Texas tough? How bad do you need an advantage in order to win? You know, I'm a golfer. I'm a scratch golfer. That's why we have a handicap system. I don't want to play with somebody in the fifth flight. I want to play with somebody in the championship flight. We believe in high school football, and we have 6A all the way down to 1A or 2A. I can't imagine any of you would want to pit your 2A team against a 6A team. Or if you're a boxer, like I was in my youth, I was a middleweight. I'm not going to fight the lightweight. I already know the result. Even in bull riding, the champion wants the best bull, because even the bull is graded. Texas tough. You want competition. What's happening today isn't competition. So I love the fact that every day, including today, we get to start out our day with a prayer. And in today's prayer, the pastor said, and I quote, "Let's give thanks for America. Let's give thanks for an America where people are free, where people can live. And members, that was a message for all of us. Message that America should be a place where people are free to choose their representatives, not to vote in an election where they already know who their winner will be. So let's not be fooled in passing this bill. We are not free. People are not free to vote their interests. They aren't free to vote for people that have their same values because of the way you've split us apart. They aren't free to vote for somebody that has the same lived values, and it's proven by what you've done in the Latino and Black communities. Under this bill, Texans aren't free to make a politician pay at the ballot as we say why we want electeds. Under this bill, Texans aren't free to reject a politician who can take away SNAP benefits from the hungry children and families. Texans aren't free to reject a politician who's taken away Medicaid and health care from what's already the most underinsured state in the nation. Texans aren't free to fire a politician for taking away federal dollars for sake of giving his billionaire friends tax breaks. And Texans aren't free to reject the idea that children and families should be locked up in private, for-profit prisons, all just because they're seeking a better life and putting it on the dime and the backs of the American taxpayer. Young men and women all over Texas, and even in my community in DFW, they aren't free to dream just as I did of one day being a U.S. congressperson. Because you've taken away that right through this map. You know, this bill, it determines the victor, and that's not freedom. That's forced subjugation, subordination, and that's oppression. This bill's a gross attempt to make Texans give up, to believe that their vote doesn't matter because the outcome is predetermined. That's not democracy. That's dangerous. And in fact, you too, you yourself, you're not even free to vote your conscience. You've been told exactly how to vote today. You've been harassed, threatened with the future loss of your seat, just as you were with the voucher scam. This is and should be the land of the free, not the land of where you must agree with me. You too have an oppressor. When Donald Trump asked for 5 more seats, your decision was made, and it was made at the expense of communities of color. Their political representation has been a target of this bill, and you're making that decision in your mind for political preservation. You made that decision, and you're making that decision out of fear. It's a political calculation. You are not free to be courageous and vote with your heart. One of the first times I ever came here, there was a mass, and the bishop gave a mass, and he said in Jewish times, men didn't make their decisions in their mind, they made them in their heart. Because then you could really tell what kind of heart a person had. And you may tell yourself that your heart is colorblind, but that's far from the reality of what these maps are. The intention of the map drawers, where is their heart? And for that matter, any member that votes for this map. If you truly believe in freedom and you believe in liberty, then you would believe in the principles of the American Revolution and the early Americans that fought because they understood and fought against taxation without representation. And you would vote no because that's exactly what this bill does. And by voting yes today, you're trying to take away that American belief in the democratic process, and you put us on a path to dictatorship. And you're no better, and we're no better than the monarchy that we left behind. You want people to give up, and we won't. So now's the time to be brave and courageous. Now's the time to honor that pledge that we give every day that ends in justice for all. If we don't stand up for justice today, we will be on the same path where people are not heard, where their interests are not represented in their government, and where people will rise up and fight back. I will not give up on our trust in a pure American democracy because the Constitution is worth fighting for. The promises it provides are worth fighting for. The communities that we represent are worth fighting for. Para todos los que están escuchando en español, les digo, una honra que hay aquí en esta Cámara de Representantes es que empezamos todos los días con una oración. Y hoy el pastor dijo, hay que dar gracias por América. Hay que dar gracias por la América donde la gente, donde el pueblo es libre, donde la gente puede vivir. Y ese mensaje fue para todos nosotros, todos los diputados, que América debe de ser un lugar donde la gente, donde el pueblo escoge sus representantes, no una elección donde ya sabemos quién va a ganar. Los Estados Unidos no se puede convertir a un país como el que dejamos porque venimos aquí por refugio, porque las promesas de la Constitución americana son diferentes de nuestros propios países. Aquí vivimos donde uno que es elegido tiene una responsabilidad al pueblo, no al revés. Y por eso le pido a todo el pueblo que ponga atención, que cuando ellos dicen que sus valores de ellos son más unidos a los de nosotros, esto y este rediseño de estas mapas es como nos quitan de la mesa que ya estamos. Nos quitan nuestras voces donde ya tenemos puesto, donde ustedes ya han votado por sus representantes, y con esta actuación de esta Cámara de Representantes nos dejan en silencio, nos quieren ver, no nos quieren escuchar, y ustedes son que va a hacer la diferencia y van a luchar para la democracia que merecemos. Por eso, miembros, les espero y les pido que voten no.
Thomas, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion that all of the speeches that have been given would be reduced to writing and placed in a journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair has Mr. Wu.
I'm very tired. It's been a very long session. I'm in the same clothes that I wore starting on Sunday night until now. I've been sleeping on the House floor with Ms. Collier for the last few days. I'm very tired. But I'm here to fight, and I'm here, and what keeps me going, what gives me strength, why we do this is not about Democrats. It's not about Republicans. It's not even about Texas. It's about you. We fight so hard because at the end of the day, this is about you and this is about us. Because America is about us. America was a place that God built to give the people a place of their own. A place that the people could decide what was good for them and what they needed. That's what this is really about. For everyone who's watching and you don't understand what everything's about, this is about you. Because over and over again, we have heard from people who have said, this is not working out for us. This American dream that we were told about is no longer functioning. Everything we've been told and told that we should believe in, and this is what this country is about, no longer applies. Growing up, I was taught that this was the place, the one place in the world where you could be anybody. You didn't have to have the right last name. You didn't have to have famous parents. All you needed to do was work hard, follow the rules, and you'll earn the American dream. And time again, we have seen Americans out there struggling and failing, and again and again and again. Because the American dream no longer works for them. And it starts right here. This is why it doesn't work. This thing that we're doing, this body that we're in, this podium that I'm in front of, your problems start right here. And it is this issue that is the linchpin. You may not understand gerrymandering, you may not understand redistricting, but I hope you understand lying, cheating, and stealing. Because this is what people do. People like Donald Trump, people like the Republican Party of Texas, when they can't win, they cheat. The problem is that doesn't stop in this room. That doesn't stop at just politics. You end up with elected officials who no longer care what you have to say, no matter where you live and what community you represent, whether you're black or Latino or white or Asian, it doesn't matter. They say nice things to your face. They say they care about you. And they take care of themselves. And they take care of their buddies. And they take care of their donors. And they take care of their king. Today, we had an opportunity to do something that the people actually wanted. Democrats and Republicans say, we should release the Epstein files. One of the greatest scandals in American history, one of the single largest incidents of human trafficking. Such a shameful act that our own government has helped to cover up. Because the people implicated are the wealthy and the powerful. People in Congress, people out of Congress, but people who control this nation and decide the rules for us. We had a chance to put on an amendment that would simply say, if you're going to do this dirty thing in the darkness, if you're going to do this despicable act quietly, while you hope no one is watching, we should at least have some sunlight. We should at least have an ounce of sunlight to replace the ton of darkness that this puts upon us. And all it would have said was, if Donald Trump really wants this so badly, then condition it on his release of the Epstein files. I know people are laughing. Mr. Vassoud, Mr. Kane, when they went up to argue their point of order, were giggling about it. Repeatedly saying, oh, make sure you put in there that Epstein didn't kill himself. Because they know that Americans across the board care about this, whether they're Democrats or Republicans or nothing at all. They want transparency, they want accountability, and they want justice. I remember when Republicans used to say, release the Epstein files. And we would talk about how damning it was and how important it was. And all of a sudden, they really don't want to vote on it. So much so that they're willing to concoct a point of order for us to twist and bend our rules to get it struck down. That's fine. The people know. You had an opportunity to do what you promised, to do what you told people you would do, and you chose not to. You went to great lengths to not to. The United States Congress, with a 2-seat Republican majority, intentionally, purposely left early so they could be out until September so they wouldn't have to vote to release it. And you complain about us being gone for a couple of weeks. Congress is gone until September so they don't have to release the Epstein files. At the end of the day, this is about whether or not we will have a government that actually listens to us and actually does what we say, because every time people come out and say, we want education, and they say, well, here's some books we're going to ban. Every time we say, where is our health care? Why are people going bankrupt because somebody broke their leg? And they say, well, we're going to beat up on trans kids for you. Every time people ask, what happened to all the good jobs that we used to have? And they'll blame abortion or divorce or I don't know what else. Because whatever they want to do is they don't want to answer to the people. They don't want to answer why aren't they doing what they said that they would do. The answer is right here at this podium on this issue. Because when you redistrict in a way that you can make it so you don't care who the voters are anymore, then you won't care who the voters are anymore. My fellow Americans, if you want to take your country back, if you want to go back to a nation that education actually provided a pathway to success, where hard work and following the rules actually meant something, where just because you were rich and powerful does not mean you get to evade justice, then start fighting. Start here. Texas will have to go to the courts. But California, New York, Illinois, Michigan, and many other states, look at what's happening here. Look carefully. This is the future, right here, if you do not act now. What Texas looks like, this process, this division, this partisanship, and most importantly, leaders who simply do not give a damn what you need or want anymore. If you do not stand up today and push back, the American dream will be dead, and our democracy will fall.
Mr. Hunter to close.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Rose, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Gentlemen, yield for questions? Not at this time.
Okay. At any time?
If you've walked back, maybe.
If I what?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I am going to address the body. I'm not calling people out by their names. We passed House rules that provided decorum, not shots at individual members in their names. seems to be a little bit of a contradiction that we're all supposed to be respectable, but yet the opposition throws out our names. So let me make a few comments. Why are we here? Because congressional redistricting is allowed. Why are we here? One reason is the U.S. Supreme Court said the following. It says, we recognize that politics and political considerations are inseparable from districting and apportionment. To hold that legislators cannot take partisan interests into account when drawing district lines would essentially countermand the framers' decision to entrust districting to political entities. The law allows it. Now, we have just heard a couple of hours from our Democrat opposition, and everyone that spoke was with the Democrat Party. I'm standing with Republican members. And what's wrong with Republicans standing up, and Republicans stepping up, and Republicans being honest, which you don't like, which is Supreme Court says we can use political and partisanship to do congressional redistricting. We will not agree on this issue. We will push forward as the votes have been all day long. The votes today have followed the Supreme Court, which is partisanship preferential. And yes, we have a congressional plan. What's the difference to the whole world listening? Republicans support it, Democrats do not. And that's the bottom line. I've heard a lot of comments, and I will tell you, I don't take them personally. That's how and the reason I dress this way. These are tough issues. I feel like sometimes that I'm a piñata with no candy, just hit. But I respect all of you. We may not agree, and we won't agree on this issue. Absolutely not. But I do want to say this to my opposition, and you will not like this. I was told by a very long-time Democrat, South Texan, who said, Todd, I want you to know I'm not a walker, I'm a stalker. And I will tell you I don't like walkouts. And you can tell me every reason in the world you did. But you left from 17 to 19 days. And most of the comments I've heard could have been handled, discussed, or mutually involved this House within that time period. You chose to leave, or some of you did. That's your choice. We chose to stay. That was our choice. So, members, I want everybody to know this is the plan. It has been supported. It has council approval, and it absolutely should pass. And I want to thank the Republican members for standing with me. This may be one of the very few times, Dean Craddock, that we've had all of us up here together. And even though he's a good opponent, Chris Turner has now placed me into the old club with you over this particular bill. I'm glad to take questions.
Mr. Speaker? Calling for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
You know,
He yields for
yes.
He yields for questions.
Okay, I didn't hear a answer. Chairman, are you aware that during slavery, blacks fled? Are you aware that during the slavery times, blacks fled? They ran away.
I can't hear you very well.
Are you aware that when there was slavery times, blacks fled? During the Nazi times, Jewish people fled. They fled their oppressor.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed that Republicans don't get help.
The chair advises the guests that the rules of the House strictly prohibit demonstrations or outbursts by visitors in the gallery. If there are additional demonstrations or outbursts in the gallery, the chair will order the sergeant at arms to clear the gallery under the House's constitutional authority to prevent obstruction of its proceedings.
Chairman.
Yes.
This is a very powerful visual that you have up here that you just spoke about.
And very good, because you all just did it. It's time the Republicans get to do it.
Absolutely. You do it all the time. You all do it all the time. But let me just ask you some questions, because I think that this is an important visual for Texans, the voters of Texas, because our crowd of gang looks smaller than yours. And so I thank you for showing that visual,
Well, it's 88
it doesn't
to
look as
62,
diverse.
correct. It's 88 to 62.
Yeah, but your crowd does not reflect the diversity of Texas.
Now I think we're avoiding the bill right now.
What is your understanding?
Sorry, Denise.
What is your understanding of the requirements of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act?
I could not hear. Would you repeat?
Yes, sir. What is your understanding of the requirements of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act?
I don't have all the elements here, but the Voting Rights Act needs to be followed. Section 2 is one of the biggest sections in there. As I've told you, just like, I hate to tell all of you, but there's a lot of photos of the scripts that were on your phones from organizations with lawyers out in the hallway. But we go to council, we present bills, and if they have approved them and tell us that we have followed these legal positions, we do, and that has been done.
I'm sorry, I don't think that you answered the question.
I sure did.
What is your understanding?
I just told you that. Again, I'll repeat again. I do not have all of the elements on the Voting Rights Act in
Well, what
Section
elements do
2.
you have?
No.
What elements do you have?
Mr. Speaker, can I ever get a chance to finish my answers? I thought we had ruled that a question, and I get to answer.
Members, make sure that you allow each other to finish the question and answer so the members in the gallery can hear the debate.
Thank you. Repeating, do I have all of the Voting Rights Act criteria in front of me? No. Do the lawyers that I've worked with? Yes. Can I go make a call and get it to folks? Yes. You can do the same thing. Section 2 in the Voting Rights Act is what has been looked at in redistricting. Petaway has changed the law. Rucho has changed the law. Many of you, Representative, are talking about 2021. I do get a kind of an interesting deal, everybody. You complain about 2025 and tell me 2021 is okay, but you sued me on 2021. I don't know which way to go. But my point is, do I have them right here? No. But do I feel, you just asked me, do I have the elements? I told you.
I'm asking what you understand it to mean.
I told you, I understand. You want me, let me go back to the beginning of the speech that I gave that.
No, I just want to know.
Well, no, you asked. I read it to you at the very beginning. This was done when we started today.
Okay.
Another important law that we must follow is a federal law known as the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Okay. Although race cannot be the predominant factor in drawing maps, Section 2 of that act prohibits enactment of any plan that restricts minority citizens from having an opportunity to elect their preferred candidate of choice in certain circumstances if they exist. That was my knowledge, and I placed it out at the very beginning of the debate.
And so that's your understanding.
That's my general understanding.
Well, thank you.
There's
for
a
saying
lot
that.
more.
Thank you for.
And you can go into the various cases. But
Did you perform?
RUCHA, too, involves the voting rights along with Petaway.
Did you perform any racially polarized voting analysis in drawing these maps?
Okay. I have been asked that question. I will answer it again. Did Todd Hunter personally? No. Did Todd Hunter go to a law firm that performed all review? The answer is yes.
And what is that law firm?
Their name is Butler Snow, which was stated on the microphone a few hours ago.
Okay. And they performed the racially polarized voting analysis in drawing the maps?
I went to the law firm, told them what the goal was. They prepared. If anybody has the specifics, they have it.
But did they perform any racially polarized voting analysis in drawing the maps?
Second time, I told you I have no personal knowledge, but I'm sure the law firm performed everything they needed to do.
What did they need to do?
Well, I hope I'm not the one having to tell law firms what to do, but if they know anything about redistricting, they know about Petaway, they know about RUCHO, they know about the Voting Rights Act, they also know about the other Fifth Circuit as well as U.S. Supreme Court. My view is you would go through all of those areas and you rely on the firms, just like your groups are. Some of the ones that you said you represented, I know who your lawyers are. And you go to them, they perform analysis, and they gave you the scripts on your phone today. All I did was go to a law firm, and they orally gave me my information. And then I prepared it out. Did I personally go to everything? No. That's why I rely on professionals who can give me that detail.
You make assumptions, and you know what they say when people make an assumption.
Well, I mean, an assumption could mean anything. So
I know,
don't
but
know
you
what you're talking
assumed that
about.
I went with some lawyer.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You made an assumption about what I did with a
No,
lawyer.
I did not make it about you.
Did you perform any electoral performance analysis in drawing the majority-minority districts in this map?
Same answer that I've just given you, same answer that I have given everybody. We went to a law firm who had the expertise. They prepared everything that I was told they needed to do.
Is that a no?
I told you personally I did not.
Thank
and
you.
I went to a law firm who performed it and gave me the information.
Besides the law firm, did anyone else involved in the creation of this body, of this map, perform that type of analysis?
That I don't know.
The evidence at trial at the League of United Latin American Citizens versus Abbott case, the one that's in El Paso, was that the Attorney General's office has a system to perform racially polarized voting analysis. Was that used at any point on your map before today?
Personal knowledge, I don't know.
And you said that Butler Snow was the...
Butler Snow is the law firm.
And you don't know if they did that type of analysis?
I don't know what they did, but I'm sure they did everything they needed to do.
All right. And this Butler Snow law firm, are they your personal lawyer?
Okay. As I explained earlier in the day, Butler Snow is a law firm that helped in 2021. Because you all sued us in 2021, they continue their representation of me. With congressional redistricting, they were engaged again, and then I was listed because I was already in an attorney relationship with them. So it continues from 2021 to today, but the answer is yes, they represent me.
And do you pay for them with your
No.
own campaign money, or do
No,
you pay for
I
them
don't
with
pay
personal
them.
money?
I don't pay them.
Who pays for them?
I don't know who specifically pays them, but there's a contract that pays the attorney relationship with me and others.
So you,
That's
you-
already been brought up in the committee hearings.
Oh, I'm just asking.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're asking, I noticed the people that know this aren't at the back mic.
Well, there may be a lot of people who don't know a lot of things.
Well, that's why we're
So
answering your
the
questions.
2021
I just want to know who you're getting all your feedback up there on your notes. But
Well,
I'm
I
not
wrote
going to
them.
ask you who.
I wrote them myself.
And I won't ask some of the members who took photos of your scripts to disclose that too.
Okay.
And just remember,
Is it your
Representative,
belief?
in
Is it your belief?
2021,
Sure.
I was the chairman of Redistricting. There sure are a lot of you in the back that came and asked me to help you.
Well, that's how
And
you
now
made it.
today,
Wait. That's how you had
now
it.
today, I'm getting an attack. So I guess it was okay for you to ask for my help in 2021, and then today attack us.
Well, when we're not included in the process and you
You
control
left
the
for
whole
17 to 19 days. How could you be included?
Again, when
Again, that's correct. Again, in
when
2021, you did also.
when you oppress, when you are oppressed, you try to flee the oppressor.
We
Is it your
disagree.
belief that you can be fairly
We disagree
confident?
with you.
Is it your belief that you can be fairly confident how a district will vote, Republican or Democrat, by the racial percentage
No.
of the citizen
I
voting
don't-
age population
No, I do not
in that
think.
district?
No, you didn't. I get to finish.
Oh, I had to finish
you
my
asked
question.
a question. No, you didn't. You asked me. Nobody knows who's going to win an election. That's why I disagree with most of your all arguments. That doesn't mean a Republican or a Democrat are going to win. You have new criteria that may give people some energy to run and maybe some areas they can do better in, but it doesn't say who's going to win. None of us can predict who's going to win an election.
Then why are you changing the maps now?
Well, one of the reasons is for partisan reasons under Rucho, and to give Republicans an opportunity where they haven't in the past.
The composition of CD 30 under the proposed plan creates a black majority citizen voting age population district in Dallas County. Is that correct?
Congressional 30, to respond to you, the political performance is unchanged. There was no black CVAP in 2021. Now it is a black CVAP in 2025. So everybody has the information. The black CVAP in 30 is 50.41%. The political performance is still Democrat.
Did you or the map drawer perform any analysis to determine if, under the currently enacted plan, black voters could elect their preferred candidates in the current CD 30 as it is composed?
If they did, I have no personal knowledge.
But did you?
I've told you before, Todd Hunter has no personal knowledge. The law firm would have committed and practiced the analysis.
Did you or the map drawer perform any analysis to determine if, under the currently enacted plan, black voters could elect their preferred candidates in the current Congressional District 33?
Are you talking about 2021? Because you said currently enacted.
Well, my questions have been about current.
The gentleman's time has
Mr.
expired.
Speaker,
It's called for what purpose?
I move to extend the time for.
The motion to extension of time, this will be the first extension of time. There is objection. Record vote. Clerk, please ring the bell.
Now let's say no. No.
Ben.
Just like 3 more. They just get.
I got 2 questions I want to ask him.
Okay. Yeah.
Have all members voted? 54 ayes, 83 nays.
I
The
see they're
motion for
scared.
extension of time fails.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Serves 100 voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 88 ayes, 52 nays. House Bill 4 passes to engrossment. Members, it is the intent of the chair to adjourn briefly to begin a new legislative day. The call remains in place and the doors remain locked. Mr. Guerin moves to the House adjourn until until 5:25 today. Is there objection? Record vote has been recorded. There is objection. This will be a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes and 52 nays, the motion prevails. And the House stands adjourned until 5:25.